I am the king, but I do not want to be the king, just because I basically do not understand anything about the wonder. There was also no hegemony that swept across the country like Kyun Vong. But those gods were crazy, want to push us up to be the king, but not long ago, we are holding the newly opened toilet paper, watching the beautiful girls on the screen, but the screen in front of you shows a small line. If you can return to ancient times, which dynasty do you want to return to? Being bothered, we directly get angry, using the most short words to express indignation in our hearts. But when we complete the soul, the surrounding discovery has changed completely. We not only do not turn into a prince's waist, but also be pushed up by a bunch of gods as Tan Hong. As soon as we thought that our half-life was about to finish my life, my ears resounded in a voice the kingdom system successfully realized. He could call me Dai Bon. Even people were struck by lightning. His mother is great, and what is the kingdom of realization? The bracelet transmitted to a voice. As long as he caused the court to collapse before he could return to reality, and our strange reaction also makes the woman in the side feel extremely suspicious. What is the name of this waist? Previously, he just saw that we would show a lecherous face, but today stared at a dumbfounded bracelet. I suddenly turned my head to look at the woman next to me, but shortly after, in front of each small text, it turned out to be all the information of this woman. Moreover, she is also an insider due to the gods to supervise me. Zio urged, immediately widening his eyes, because in the last moment, she felt like being seen through. And me, also carefully evaluating the beautiful girl in front of her, from the top of the mountain to the stream. Now, an annoyed voice interrupted my thoughts. Your Majesty, what do you seem to confide in? Tattoo? At this time we notice that there are 2 more names below. Their information also appear in front of me. Lythien Guinho, Prime Minister Teen Triu. Xiao Zhuo described the Prime Minister of Teen Triu. In a moment, we only felt the spines with cold sweat, because these 2 men, it is the spirit who pushed us up to be the new emperor. At this time, Xiao Zhuo suddenly spoke. His Highness, I am afraid this dragon chair has come to this hand unsteadily. Facing his provocation, I just calmly responded to him. I still expect this dragon chair to sit unsteadily, soon to finish the national death. Xiao Zhuo, once again sarcasm, the projection of the emperor. But let the Prince Tudon were giving the army outside. Your Highness, I am afraid this dragon chair has come to this hand unsteadily, although he will not turn on the lid of the coffin to kill us. But the name of the bowl is very difficult to say. As he spoke, he walked quickly in front of me, taking out Nigokte prepared, as long as the majesty of a holy majesty only. Bamo map 2 down to the election with Teen Hong. There is no need to worry anymore. We know his meaning. Just kill the prince. Then we will not need to worry that we are unsteady, but the price to pay is that they manipulate as a puppet. The scene without beautiful girls but also manipulated by others. We do not want to go through even a day. Looking at Nigokte sparkling in his hand, we directly snatched, do not let us live peacefully. I also do not let you be peaceful. Being shocked by Nigokte, Zizua frantically shouted, tell us not to be excited, must be calm, but his words are completely unable to hear. Come here, you kill me right now. I did not become a puppet emperor, also being played by 2 great gods in the palm of the hand, but we directly flipped the table, scratching the national jade belongs to us. Now I am the emperor. Ngakta from now unbiased to preserve. Kill anyone, not kill anyone, also decided by us. This word just uttered immediately made Triu fascinated as a small fan. Your Highness turned out to be such a tough small singer. The sentence who agrees, who opposed it was so handsome. It turned out that the previous acts of your Highness were just acting, and the action we put the billionaire without any room. On the head, Zuojuo feared to lose his soul. This boy has not yet posted arrogance. I have the bravery to raise you, also have the bravery to kill you. Hearing his threat, I laughed even more. Come here, you come to kill me quickly. Right when Triu Track could not help but intend to kill me. Zhou urged from behind to grab Xiao Zuo, telling him to calm down. At this time, Lythien Guyan stood out to reconcile. Everyone has the same goals, or just calm down first. His calmness made us a little surprised. Suddenly we showed a smile. So just see if you still keep calm or not. So we took the jade to throw it out. Kang for an hour, the representative immediately became silent, but we just pretended to be innocent. Sorry, I failed. Must know that Ingakti national transmission symbolizes the destiny and authority of the nation. Moreover, it was a believer for the emperor to order the gods, the right to dwell people, but it was such treasures that we were broken into debris. Broken Goktai is a crime of death. Provocative to this extent, do not believe you can hold back. This time you will immediately kill me, so that I can complete the mission to kill the country. Xiaozhu, an angry face, pointed to Lythien Guyan's nose. You cannot say a complete sentence for half a day. But when he was about to get angry, Lythien Guyan suddenly held him back. His Majesty joked, this whole world is his. The case is just a jade. The break is broken. It is not a big deal. Your Majesty should still rest soon. After saying that, Lythien Guyan pulled Zhao Zhua from the great palace. Seeing that, we hurriedly shouted towards them. Thien too violated as well as the people. Do not you really kill me? But they turned away from the great palace again. After returning to the room, Zhou Zhuo immediately said he had to kill Deep, then started at Lithian Guy and scolded, "You did not have the backbone," and the boy was also called Your Majesty. Lithian knew and angrily scolded him. Now the prince is outside. If the emperor died in a shady manner in the capital, did you guess that we too, the body is the god before the emperor? Is it the first object that Tatu is investigating responsibility or not? Deep broke Ningokti, causing us to lose a card to deal with the bowl. The thing we can rely on is just him, who is about to post. So say, did you want to say that Deep deliberately did not let me kill the bowl, so I ruined Ngokti? Lithian Ningian answered him, yes, the bowl is the stone of Deep, but the fact that Deep Danko was sure, he contradicted the relationship with the bowl. In addition to Tuko in the arms of the army, it can also cause the two of us in the court to abstain, unable to overwhelm the Dip. If we force Diep to die, he will drop the bowl into the business, join us in the dead fish. Diep can even take advantage of this triangle relationship to control us. Zhou Haozhua heard that he could not help but laugh. Do you say that boy has a mind calculating this step? You know the criminals of the law as well as the people. Where does this sentence come from? Is stemming from the words of Wei Han Law, the prime minister of the court 100 years ago. That year, Wei Lord was respected by the money, enforced Tanchine, and the power was flooded. It can be said that under one person over 10,000 people, but because of losing the trust of money, that crime of the five breaks. But now Dip says similar words. On the outside is his problem, but actually warning you and me? Zhou Zhuo still kept an angry face. I ignored those things. I definitely have to kill that boy. This time Lithian Guyan did not speak anymore. Previously supported Deep because of the many sons of the emperor he is most likely to control, but now it seems this name does not seem useless as an imagination. Fairy, his descendants are interesting. On the other side, after returning to the electricity, we lay in bed like death, but such life is not what we want. Eating not delicious, playing unhappy. It must be approved. It is important that we come to a word. There is no phone, computer, we are about to go crazy. At this moment, beside us appear one more shadow. Only see Zhou urge, just like that, standing in front of me without any room. Immediately she showed a shy face. Your Majesty, I want to be impregnated. Hearing her words, I am dumbfounded. Then we immediately showed an eager face. I pulled back, just said, this place is indeed paradise. I did not become an ancient emperor, but did not manage the government. Also wide harem all day with our great concubines in the electric clouds and clouds. After trying the 18 tactics of I, we also feel more comfortable than ever. So now only one thing left, being assassinated and returning to the real world. So I turned my head to look at Xiao, but paying attention to the brooch on her head, later just anger her, give her a great chance. This is basically done. That is it. I am extremely satisfied to buy a good glass of wine. At this time I called her name. You are actually the insider sent by Zhao Zhuo to my side. Right? This word just uttered. Triyu urged his heart, but on the surface, he still tried to calm down. What did his majesty say? Thuk Nai does not understand. I told her not to worry, did not care about the private things between you and Triyu Track. Then we took the glass of wine to drink. He installed you anyway. Is not it to control and supervise us? I am very interested in this game. If not, the emperor is too boring. Xiao finished listening to the whole body cold. The deeds brought us to his side, but was it just a game in his eyes? Now he exposed me. Did he play bored? Then the side will definitely not forgive us. I did not pay attention to his small thoughts, but pretended to be drunk, collapsed on the table. Kid, come here quickly. The opportunity has been created for you. Zhou urged himself and did not help our expectations, reaching out to grab the brooch. The bright needle's head also flashed a cold ray. Then he crept up to my side. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly rang. The kingdom system was finished. Daibon will continue to serve the owner. I finished listening directly. I am about to complete the mission back. What else do you upgrade? But he did not pay attention to my thoughts. Explanation by yourself just by the owner can make the national force fall below 0. It is considered to complete the kingdom mission. Currently Quackluck is 1000. With the current influence of the host, even dying does not affect the change of national force. This also makes us immediately panicked. Is this not overdoing? At this time, Zhou urged the brooch to stab at us. Unable to think, I leaned to avoid her attack, reaching out to hug her. Almost. Fortunately, we quickly respond. But he was not planning to give up like that. Using my hand to snatch my hand, again clenched the brooch to us, but unexpectedly he staggered, falling back. Just like that, all spring scenes caught our eyes. Looking at her crying face, I also feel a bit funny. Obviously a weak chicken, still want to learn people to kill. I stretched my hand and snatched Xiao's brooch. You are too impatient. Only a few of my sentences aroused killing intent in your heart, so is not a qualified spy. But Zhao urged even more. As she said, she fainted directly. Once again opened his eyes. Xiao urged himself in a gloomy space. Thuk Nai, the task I assigned to you is done. Not yet. Seeing people coming, Xiao urged fear. Nunia Fu, why are people here? Zhou Zhuo laughed coldly at him. Such a small thing was not done, keeping you useless. Zhou urged to shout the sound, but he discovered that he was still in my palace. I was worried about whether she had a nightmare, but Zhao urged his voice to ask why not killing her. We explained this is just a game. Moreover, I not only do not kill you, but also pretending not to know anything, regardless of the news. Anyway, such a game is interesting. We only use a brush to write a holy religion. It made Wang Fei lost, even thought that this was my special conspiracy for her, but we merely do not know how to use writing brushes. Finally, after 2.5 seconds, I completely give up this thought, then turn to call Triuthuk behind. Come to help me write a holy religion. Do not wait for the end to react. I pushed her to the front of the table. Fighting to a Phi, I believe in you. Xiaothuk blushed slightly, do not know what His Majesty wants us to write holy, but I just calmly said, except for all descendants of their clothes, including Bowl. My descendant is people. This word sparked a tsunami in Xiao's heart. Will His Majesty want to find himself, also want to abandon the royal fate of relatives in the family? So that Crutch took the courage to ask me, why do you want such a holy religion? It turned out that we passed the known system rule, just weakening the influence of the Graf royal family. It is possible to deduct a large amount of accumulated points. It is also possible to build our brutal kiss image. Zhou urged to look at the corner of my mouth more than ache. Immediately a little bit of hair, hurriedly told me. Slave appeared and asked His Majesty to forgive sins, but I did not blame her, but generously said, of course, to increase the difficulty of the game. This holy religion has just come out. Not only becomes lonely the support of the family, but also the sound of cold troops. I told you to come, you bring this good news to Zhao Zhuo, he will definitely be happy. This intelligence is considered as a gift for you. At this moment, Tim Triu urged him to pound. This is the first time from small to large. Someone gives gifts to us. Obviously no, His Majesty is tricking us, but why do we still feel happy? But we also receive notifications from the system. The influence of the Qin dynasty was seriously weakened. The cumulative point of national force decreased by 200. Scenes to the disciple of Triu track. After Zhao finished preparing the holy only, immediately come here. See people coming. Zhou Zhuo discontented why he now came. Zhou urged himself to have an important intelligence to report. Depa only descending all the royal grafs to be the people. This word just uttered. The two old foxes were startled. What is wrong with that kid? We just said that he wanted to establish a new army from his descendants. He immediately issued this holy religion. Lythene Guyan did not pay attention to him, but asked Zhao, urging this to be real. Zhao urged, rubbing his fingers, a little embarrassed to say that he wrote this holy director at his own will. In the eyes of Zhou Zhuo flashed a cruel ray. A slap descended on Xiao's face. Did you reveal our secret muscle? Zhao urged his cheeks to swollen purple and said in a small voice, Thuk Hai, do not have. But Zhao Zhuo did not believe. Do not think we do not know. The convenience of your house is definitely falling in love with the white face. Now come here to show us. Suddenly one hand placed on her shoulder. Triu Danan, if the holy is only revealed, why do you only let you and me know? This is the cockroach of deep and can warn you. I do not want to arbitrarily establish Tan Quan. Listening to Lythien Nu analyze, Ao Zhuo realized, recently I was shocked by anger. After that, smiling and helping Xiao up, just now, you will not blame the woman, Zhou urged, did not dare. After that, Zhou Zhuo looked towards Lythien Guyan. It seems that your plan is about to dissolve. That is, then we will launch the gods. When he was for the first time to humiliate him, let him know this great money is decided by anyone. Lythien Guyan still wants to say something, but very quickly gave up the intention to advise. Zhou Zhuo is not the one who makes a great deal. We should also have our own calculation. At the same time, I looked at the holy Taoist that you were predetermined, now just a good opportunity to issue. But even so, the distance until erasing the accumulation of national force is still very far. Suddenly we remembered the kisses of dehydration in history. In addition to trusting the spirit, there is also a negligence of the main court, robbing women, wide harem of all kinds. Knowing this already, we also decided to follow them, collecting all the female relatives in the house of the great rectimids to make the harem. I have become a great emperor over 10,000 people. But the first thing after we post it is to expand our harem 100 times, because only that can accelerate our national destruction plan. Not only can it deduct a large number of national accumulated points, it can also earn a bunch of benefits for us. Indeed, the most convenient. Instantly, I shouted to the eunuch. I wanted to meet Triu Trak and Lythien Guyan, telling them to immediately go to the room. A moment later, two people slowly came to the room. See, two people. I immediately laughed and said, sit down. Sit down. Just consider this as my house. Zhou Zhuo looked contempt again, muttering to find a seat down. You have already posted it now. Tomorrow should also be a little acquainted Lam Triu. After saying that, he laughed coldly in his heart. Wait until tomorrow. You will go. I will give you beautiful face. Any doubt we basically have no intention of Lam Triu, because it thinks it is completely plus point. So we lifted the cup of wine, drink out of a breath, the story of Lam Triu so that the other day later. Anyway, there are two Akon here. I believe there is no problem that you cannot solve. Lythien Guyan heard that it was so indeed. As expected of refusing to ask Lam Triu, he was not so simple. Not only guessed Zhao Zhuo wanted to pinch him in the court, but also gave the reason for his confidence. Make others unable to object. Triutrak's superficial plot was absolutely not worth mentioning in front of him, but we do not think so much in the beginning. It is all the plans to widen the harem. So I waved his hand to tell him, I had something to negotiate with you. I am the emperor now. The harem was only one person really lost face. I decided to collect beautiful women, put into the harem. Hearing this word, even Xiaozuo was being amazed by this action that was so surprised to step back 2 steps. Teen Hong had just buried. I thought about the lower half of the lower body. This person is too shameless. Even Lythean Guyan was always calm and surprised, especially millions of ants, and you, perhaps just because I want to widen the harem. I ignored their strange expressions, continue to say, this must be done quickly. Both of them said, Zhou spoke first, His Majesty wanted to collect beauty in the world, I supported, but in a hurry. I directly interrupted him, this is very urgent. So our search goals will be placed in the capital. Zhou was also made by this statement for Asia. On the contrary, he put hope in Lythean Guyan. You must definitely stop this idiot. But very quickly we continue to say, we think of a way to save the most time and effort. We just choose from the female charm in the house of the dynasties in the court. After leaving the room, Zhou immediately discontented. That idiot did not manage the government, and even wanted to manage the harem. This is clearly the gesture of the kiss. But that boy found himself in the emperor, also save us a lot of strength. Lythean Guyan was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, turning his head angrily, shouting at his mouth. If you continue to despise your majesty like that, waiting for us will be the end of the coup tribe. Xiaozuo was startled by his anger. Lythean Guyan also realized that she was lost, stopped for a bit and continued, the recent action of his majesty are all deep. You just planned to plant his face in the court. He was easily resolved by him. This shows that he understands our intentions, but the plan has just been determined. We have been summoned into the palace, basically unable to reveal, so this is his scary place. Not only that, in addition to not coming out, he also wanted to widen the harem, a series of actions that look in the appearance seem to be unjustly lewd, but it is actually a continuous plan to target us. Xiaozuo asked him, what does this mean? Because he was confident, even though he did not take the court, he could hold the government, paying the gods and female pants into the harem. He can directly drag the ministers through marriage, digging our wall corner in the court. This word just uttered, Xiaozuo immediately panicked. Lythean Guyan suddenly laughed, telling him not to worry. Your Majesty inherits the graph. This is natural. We are the surface of me, naturally to satisfy him wholeheartedly. After we ascended the throne, the first thing we ordered, it is for the person who brought all the beauties in the capital into our harem. My mythical action, immediately causing the dissatisfaction of a large number of great gods, but because of absolute power in our hands, they still choose to follow our wishes. After that, over a few days, Lythean Guyan told me, before that, he ordered all the people they to follow as the people. Only the former prince of Tukaus was stationed because he was stationed outside, and so he had not yet done it. I raised my hand to stop his words. I do not want to hear these things. Then I showed a lustful face to look at him. The harem I told you how to choose for me, Lythean Guyan hurriedly explained. Because of the urgent time, it was still not found people in accordance with the Sea Majesty. As he spoke, he clapped his hands back, ordered the defense to take him. Soon after, a bunch of beautiful beauties appeared in front of us. See them, we could not help but flow into 2 saliva barrels. Is this a paradise? As soon as we are immersed in it, they suddenly shouted at our side, His Majesty. I put on the shoulder of Lythean Guyan, asking him, does the ladies here have any great way? Lythean Guyan's face was slightly stiffened. Vythan did not understand His Majesty of the so-called great way. His words were a little surprised. Does this kid probably not understand the signal between men? Lythean Guyan was worried. Is our plan a problem? It turned out that there were 2 quite special women. More than 10 years ago, the 2 great motes of the great money, because of Anger the Emperor was truly, but their only descendants were secretly saved by Lythean Guyan. Over the past 10 years, Lythean Guyan has never mentioned their identity to anyone, and also gives them all the enthusiasm to them. Right before the palace, Lythean Guyan summoned 2 people, and announcing the news of the death of the enemy killed their whole family. The Thean Quan, although you cannot take revenge on your own, that old man still has a child, deep. I can give you the opportunity to eliminate him, but he was deep and he was lascivious. Are you scared? The 2 listened to immediately swore. As long as we can let us take revenge on ourselves, we are immortal. Come to think of it, Lythean Guyan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, suddenly I loudly, these 2 girls are not trivial. Lythean Guyan and his heart suddenly pounded. I could not believe me, yet it was discovered. But their information also appeared in front of me. Chu Cat Sat approached the host to revenge the country. Pham Dao Chu also because of revenge to kill the country. Seeing that, I suddenly turned my head to look at Lythean Guyan, silently praising him to do well. We need such special talents. So I strode to them. Report your name. The 2 men pretend to be shy. Slava Chu. The Slava Sa. Hearing them introduce, I stroked my chin in front of Assay. you seem a bit tense. This also caused Lathian Gaian's heart to sink to the bottom of an introverted personality. Under the atmosphere of deep will probably reveal. I lifted her chin, telling her not to be afraid. I am very approachable. Then we happily rubbed her face. But her face became even more distorted. The system suddenly appears an emergency notice. Congratulations to the owner who discovered the hidden attribute of the sat. In my heart, it was unstable. After that, I heard the fall. I just want to perform a grace. Unexpectedly, Chukatsat could not stand it like that. This time, Lathian Gaian will definitely be worried about exposed. We'll change her away. As expected, Lathian suddenly knelt down. Microblame choosing the right person. Let this girl rude in front of His Majesty. Vigad deserves death. Vytham would like to give this girl immediately. I raised my hand to stop him, then hugged Chukatsa into my heart. I like such shy girls. Akon really understood. Hearing that Lathian Nguyen wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, His Majesty. To act a little more honestly, we directly say tonight Asay will be soaked. Suddenly we pay attention to the eyes full of killing intent next to them, but we misunderstood that eyes is dissatisfaction. Does a Zhou Yu also want to be so impregnated? After we ascended the Emperor, the first thing was to call the two beautiful girls. They impregnated with me, but as soon as they prepared to donate themselves, I did not do those lewdness. Although they are very beautiful, also very cute, but they were spies that were sent to eliminate us. But was the one by Lathian Nguyen? Then they certainly have more points than ordinary people. But the system only shows basic information and capacity index. Other things are completely unknown. Wait forever and not see Le Min love a Chu. At this time, I also feel extremely suspicious. Why has this kiss name yet come yet? Obviously, we have prepared to dedicate ourselves, even suffering all kinds of humiliation. Finally submit to his prestige. But now the scene in imagination does not appear. Compared to being treated like that, Depp did nothing more scary. A Chu suddenly recalled the words of Thien Nguyen instructed before. This person Depp was deep. Although he is very eager, it is very difficult to be fascinated by beauty. The case of Zhao Zhua quickly gave him a letter. He is both your ally. It is both your competitors. You want to get the trust of Depp. Must definitely be in addition to beauty. Show his special value to him. Believe you know how to show your special value. As soon as they were thinking about what to do, I suddenly asked them, do you have any special talents? Hearing that the two of them sag. As expected, is it coming? Asa broke the finger counting. Slave is good at fortune-telling, viewing words, feng shui, practicing knitting all kinds. Listen to here. The corner of my mouth lifted up a smile, nodded satisfied, but he added, the slave is still good at the intermediate room. A Zhou beside him to look at him. In my heart, you think, are you serious? I did not say much, but look towards a Chu. What is your chief? A Chu trembled slightly. There is a bit of not knowing how to open. I was born in a trading family. Since childhood, he has followed his grandfather in and out of all kinds of places to do business. Under that influence, I am not only good at calculating money, but also good at calculating people's hearts. But my grandfather's experience let me understand. At the same time, owning these two skills is very susceptible to people on suspicion. The premise of revenge is to preserve yourself. Must show your value and disguise yourself as a harmless person. Think through this. He showed an innocent smile of countless sins. No slave did not have any chief, but the only thing that can be brought to show is the fortune of thousands of volumes. My mother is directly lying on her stomach. His image in my heart also became extremely tall. Is this the power of superpowers? So we started carefully. How do they promote their fort? Help us overthrow this country. Very quickly we made a decision. I am the king of a country. How can I value a Chu lady's fortune opposite? Is a Chu lady contented to manage the national loincloth? A Zhou immediately showed an extremely terrifying face, and we whispered to our decision. A Chu came from the trader's family. Compared to quietly cleaning the national loincloths, it is certainly as easy as turning hands. As for Chu Katsa from Fuengsai's family, both or can imitate knitting in history. So I told Asa, from now on, you will be my national master, manager of the hospital, responsible for practicing Dan Trongsin is immortal for me. Is such arrangement not the standard of a king of dehydration? But very quickly we suddenly think of something. The serious face looking at Asa is still bewildered. Later, when I met I had to wear the director. This strange hobby makes Asa feel extremely uncomfortable. However, this way of thinking opened a new door for us. In the future, it must be for our harem. All prepare a new set of equipment. What atrium? The maid costume must be prepared, obviously holding the supreme power in the court. But they wanted to rob the emperor, and the fabrication of the holy saint only ordered the death of the prince, because only that he could win the touch, cannot reach the royal authority. After the fabrication of the saint, Xiao Zhua also became extremely excited. Just except for reducing bowls, there is no reinforcing outside, so do not you let us hold in your hand. Come to think of it, he called out loudly, guard. Soon after, footsteps rang out of the door. Only see a man in the armor kneeling in front of him. Zhou Zhuo took out the prepared box. I want you to immediately set out to the north of the district, bringing this holy religion to the domination of the northern army. You have to see due to suicide, then bring his head back. I want to give your majesty a gift. But on the porch covered with million, the man recorded all the things he had just heard and transmitting this extremely important intelligence. At the same time, in a certain forest, a team of cavalry, several dozen people were riding a horse quickly to the north of the district, but their actions were soon revealed. The face-to-face masked woman received a letter, but as soon as he ordered the preparation to defend, he slipped himself. The whole person immediately lost the focus, then heard the screams of the woman, loudly fell on the bushes of dense grass. Looking at the leader of the pepper fall, the two of them were very normal. Tiu's dissatisfied voice suddenly rang. It is useless. Dynamic. Xiao Tin was marching, also felt bad things, instinctively looking towards the grass. Seeing the rope suddenly appeared, Xiao Tin hurriedly shouted to stop, but the soldiers behind were not so lucky. The horse was fast because it ran too fast and was entangled in that rope. As soon as they were about to stand up, behind him broke out a fire. Only dozens of black shadows from the air appear. They swung all the prepared weapons in their hands. Xiao Tin swung the sword to support the entire attack, but in front of him were two black men holding the sword. Xiao Tin immediately said angrily, "The small bandits that dare to hinder the holy, only use one sword," killed two men in front of him. Suddenly a whistling sound rang out. Only seeing on the soaring full moon, there was a shadow of the person standing straight, but not yet waiting for Xiao Tin to react. The sharp blade appeared on his neck. Xiao Tin immediately knew their identities, but the cold blade did not give him the opportunity to speak. A shadow knelt down in front of Tiu, giving the holy toe just obtained. The woman removed the hood down. As expected, that kiss was ordered to order Prince to Tutu. The man who heard it seemed a bit hesitant. If he was the holy majesty of his majesty, is our actions tonight a bit too fate? Suddenly a stone grazed his cheek. Did you forget the mind of our wisdom? There is light with darkness, only to be born wise. Our wise acts in the darkness is to protect Tin Hong Kanugian Emperor. We can act sinister, the cruel trick, but do not forget the object. We are loyal to the Emperor. Tin Hong, when he was still alive, made a prince. Now Tin Hong has been died. We should have obeyed the will. Fuda Du, now Deep not only uses the throne, also wants to harm the prince, but not waiting for the man from action. Tearing the saint's only leader, he heard him say, Thien Tu Triu, the object we have to eliminate. After saying that, Tu told the man to handle this place clean. The Prince of Tu in Beijing, going to the capital, even though the horse is constantly needing 4 days. Within 4 days, Deep temporarily did not detect the abnormalities of the holy only. Before that, I will kill him by myself. At the same time, we suddenly sneezed. Is it a beautiful woman thinking about me again? 5 days later, Triyu Track still did not receive any news from Triyu Tin. Suddenly a shadow came in. What is Xiao Lord waiting? Xiao Zhuo said no, and then asked him back what to do here. Lithian Guyan laughed and told him, I came here to report a good news and a bad news. Xiao Zhuo could not help but feel suspicious. What bad news is there? Lithian Guyan revealed a satisfactory smile. Of course, the plan to fabricate the holy sanctuary only killed your bowl. Xiao Zhuo immediately widened his eyes. Angry grabbed the collar of Lithian Guyan. Lithian Guyan brushed his hand. We are the same battle line. You do not need to fool me. Xiao Tin was killed in the suburbs from 5 days ago. The one who took action was the leader of Con V. Triyu Track's heart tightened. How could it be? Lithian Guyan interrupted him. Still hearing good news first. Tiu though killed Triyu Tin, but mistakenly thought that the Holy Tao was only due to Diep Ban. But his next goal is deep. It was obvious that a prime minister managed the Kuang dynasty, but was feared by a news, just because this news will most likely take his small life. But he quickly reacted. Question of Thian Guyan. Why do you know this confidential news? Lithian Nian seemed disdainful. Triyu Daihan does not need to know the specific cause. But your luck is not bad. It can be said to be a blessing. We can borrow this to break the balance that His Majesty has created between Du Tu and you. Today His Majesty opened a secret harem party in Kanuan Dian. The people are crowded with eyes. If Pepper wants to move with His Majesty, tonight will be the best opportunity. So we intervened a bit, causing the guards to guard tonight is especially loose. Currently, Tu leads Gonvi representing Map 2, so whether successfully assassinating or failing, the bull will also have a bad reputation to kill the king. Losing the name of the righteousness, even though he held the army in the arms, was no longer scary. After listening to his plan, Xiaozhu's eyes lit up. This technique was most off. Not only eliminated Deep, but also made the bull with a bad reputation. But Lithian and Guyan told him not to be satisfied. The end result was still not. No. Xiaozhu's face was surprised. Such a plan could definitely fail, but Lithian Guyan did not say anything more, but walked towards the door on his own. Stepping out of the door, Lithian Guyan's face was worried again. This plan, the only thing we are not sure is His Majesty. According to the reason, a Chu and a Sa hate bone. Tonight in Kangayan Dian, they will find the opportunity to act excess at chaos with His Majesty, but they are smart and clever. But in terms of mind, is it really the opponent of His Majesty? At the same time, the cosplay that we always expected was finally successful. Only seeing every girl of the national trendy hut herself dressed in all kinds of strange costumes, but their goals have only one. Tonight we are loved. At the same time, A melodious bell rang out. A lady wearing purple Western costumes entered this party, but he is the leader of Conv. But very quickly, he immediately felt countless cold eyes as if to kill. Obviously just a crowd of ordinary people. Why is their eyes so scary, but in their mouth? Tu also became the kind of woman to climb without tricks. Very quickly someone reminded him, although your outfit has an idea, but I want to scramble. Your Majesty with us is very young. As soon as Tu could not bear the humiliation was about to take action, in addition to the electricity suddenly heard a shout. Your Majesty has a unique price. Only seeing me was escorted by a Chuina, just appeared. I immediately sent African kisses full of love. At the same time, the system's notice resounded, directly deducting 200 points of national accumulation, and my deaths frantically rushed towards us, but our expression has not changed. That felt surprised with the newly deducted score. Suddenly we see in the crowd, a special lady. Unexpectedly, the guests intentionally assassinate us. Pay attention to my eyes. Tu also feels unbelievable. Then he pulled out a dagger from the waist. Despite the woman in front of him, he rushed to kill me. He is the leader of Khantun, the strongest person of the great dynasty, now dressed up into a beautiful lady, attending our dance, but the purpose he did was only one, that was at all costs to assassinate us. I was a bit surprised to watch the woman suddenly rebelled. At this time, Tu took the dagger in front of me, but Asa behind also thought this was the repertoire we were prepared in advance, shouting in unison, "Big liver, dare to say such immeasurable words in front of His Majesty." It turned out from the previous 5 days, I told him that we will organize the cosplay dance. The girls under the radio do not understand me. Why is the Prussian test? We directly take out a student outfit. The so-called Prussian test is the costume. The AFI wears the clothes they like. Go to the game, happily play the game. Although at that time they did not understand what this was, but now they immediately understood the meaning of this dance. It is through the interesting costumes to bring a sense of excitement. In their eyes, the so-called assassination of Pepper is the passionate love for us. The other deaths immediately woke up. This guy dared to use this trick to monopolize His Majesty, but we have been exposed. I will not let you be satisfied. After that, immediately saw the lady awakening a step in advance. Hetty. Tu immediately collected the dagger, holding her arms tightly, a skilled role in controlling the woman. This also makes Tu feel extremely suspicious, thinking about this woman crazy. Obviously, there was no monk who dared to take action with him, but very quickly he suddenly felt cold behind his back. Only see every lady like a zombie. Before the fall, rushing towards him, it turned out that they all thought Tu is to compete for our love to them. Looking at Tu was pushed away by the crowd. I also could not help but run out of words. At this time, the pepper also fell over the big wind. Why is this kiss name so loved by the Phi Tu? Did he really have more than people? But he also no longer softened his heart, reaching out to grab the dagger. This is your own search. Seeing this scene, we immediately panicked. The obnoxious name is an important resource for us to play the kiss, complete the mission of defeat. That is it. I hurriedly prevented, forgive those girls away. Pepper is a bit suspicious or looking at me. He did not understand why I did not have a chaotic and ran away and went back to stop him, but he does not know this action of me. The more the deaths in the harem added 1 heart to us, despite saving those deaths, but now we cannot be killed by the other guy. If not, the task of killing the country will not be completed. That is it. I spoke to him. I was not until I died. He coldly told me to shut up, just good at speaking. But we continue to say we can give the throne to the bowl in exchange for... Anyway, the purpose of you assassinating is not at a dang ko. Tu heard that in horror. He knows my identity and purpose. Is this a trap? We have experienced hardships to be the emperor. But now we take the initiative to offer the throne to others. This strange action directly makes guests come to assassinate us to return. Coldly, we finally do so. Hearing his words, I suddenly laughed. Making a look, I overturned the card, not pretending anymore. The purpose of I want to be a kiss, I only know how to play. The throne is not as fragrant as the beauty of the harem. We have no talent for national rule, nor do the desire to be the emperor, expenses to yield to people with competent. Along with the fact that we finished speaking, the system that triggered the mission to hide Tran Q in the original world history of the entanglement, died at Tri Kuong Di. Capital is the general holding the rights of the post-Chu dynasty, then launched the variable troops at Tran Q station, forced the palace of Se Tonghuan to abdicate. History is called Tran Q. Tran Q's foreign bracelet is about to activate the condition. There is a general holding the power to lead troops outside. Second, the host was threatened, forced to give the throne to the general. If the throne successfully considers the completed event, the minus of the owner of 1,000 accumulated points. Hearing this, I am also dumb. Unexpectedly, our quirky actions directly activate the night of the national event. It is heavenly helping me. Tu also looks vigilant to look at us. Could it be that in this world, there are really people who do not love the right? This is definitely his demon. Suddenly he said coldly, I ignored you really, or want to extend the time? As long as I kill you, the result is the same. His words made me shudder. Why is this child always thinking about killing me? So I said again, now killing me only made Tutuoth with a bad reputation to kill the king. Even if he became the emperor, he did not say his righteous language. I did that because of him. After listening to my answer, Tu also was silent. He suddenly recalled the words of the emperor once instructed him. I established the title, Quell the War in the North. Are you saying that I am a good emperor? His Majesty Vothau martial arts determined to kill, deserved to be Min Quan for thousands of generations. Unfortunately, the trick of I was only suitable for karma. The next tide, perhaps there is no need for an emperor like I. Tu loudly denied. The permanent dynasty needs kings like His Majesty. Tien Hong suddenly laughed. I know the time is not much, but for Tien Triyu, this is not necessarily a bad thing. I only hope the successor, although the quality is not equal to me, even lazy, but just tolerance does not scramble, not in a hurry to pray for benefits. Recalling the instructions before the fairy D, Tu once thought that the successor that the emperor mentioned was His Majesty, but now the lazy myth tolerance no scramble. These characteristics of deep, it was very suitable for what the emperor described at that time, but very quickly he denied this answer. The Prince of Tuj is the elder of the emperor, the legal heir of the great money. How can we be sentenced by map dip to oscillate their mind? So he broke out scary killing intent, step by step towards me. If you do not want this throne, then bother you to Lamdong, north of the district. Directly complete the ritual of giving the throne with your highness. Hearing that, I finally revealed a smile. Just completing the ritual of yielding the throne, this country will definitely destroy. Suddenly a voice interrupted our thoughts. Only see Issa standing in front of me. Want to kidnap your highness? Have you asked through few luck in my hand? I am clearly the king of a country, but all day without the government, only finding pleasure everywhere. But even so, there are still beautiful girls with our hearts to protect us when we are assassinated. This also makes Tu feel extremely difficult. He can feel the woman in front of him is also a fake. As expected, his recent words is a lie to extend our time. This kiss name is really good at joking with people. But reality, we also feel extremely confusing with the current situation. Suddenly a Chu put on my shoulder. Your Majesty is assured. A Samap magic Kao Kong, the force is estimated to like the other guests. There is him that he protects His Majesty. Who likes guests there is no chance. After saying these words, Azo suddenly felt that his decision was right, because he from my face, seeing a definitive face, turned out just before they were taken. Lythean Guyan once asked them if they knew the task after approaching Deep. Asai immediately said, definitely find the opportunity to kill Dip to revenge for our family. Lythean Guyan was a little disappointed to shake his head. Your hatred, not only to kill a Diep can be solved, your last mission is to make the kingdom of the kingdom. So the opposite of you must make sure Diep survived well. Hearing this answer, both of them looked surprised. Lythean Guyan continued to explain, inherently among the princes, Map Deep expression is the most useless person. I had previously redundant when I led the troops out and supported him to post. It is to want the money to change the dynasty in his hands. Achu immediately understood. Do you want us to be by his side to love Fico and Quoke? Seducing him to become a king of dehydration. Lythean Guyan nodded satisfied. Achu, you indeed a discreet mind. Just say a little bit immediately understand. It is just what you guess is just my original intention. But after Dip Danko, his actions seemed to turn into another person. The former kissing army was like pretending, make us even more and not see-through. So you must replace me to observe him at close range, finding his luful. Seeing the expression like Lam Lam's enemy of Lythean Guyan, Achu looked surprised. This is still the first time the Lord revealed such a face. Is he scared or is extremely excited? Lythean Guyan suddenly called Achu's name. You were smart. At the side of him, he will improvise. As for Sa in magic, strong action but simple mind. Only one thing you have to remember. Absolutely do not let him and do to stand on the same battle line. Seeing the smile as if not on the corner of my mouth, Achu further asserted the speculation of the great man. The kissing of Deep's ignorant troops is definitely pretending. This time, he invited the harem to organize this bizarre costume. The main purpose was to contact with wisdom, then combined with the bowl to deal with the Lord. Unfortunately, your plot was soon predicted by the Lord, but we are not like he imagined. Calmly but hurriedly rushed to stop. Discovering useless, we suddenly laughed. Even in the end we stopped, not continuing to stop. I suddenly turned my head and stared at Achu behind. As expected, he saw that he was extremely stupid to look aside. I almost forgot this guy is also a person of Lythean Neon. Lythean Guyan wants to use us as a puppet, so they will definitely prevent us on the throne. Ass's actions must be controlled. Newly completed Tranquilite line unexpected event. At this time the system resounded again. There is a general holding the power to lead troops outside. The host was threatened and forced to give the throne to the general. If the throne successfully considers the completed event, the minus of the owner of 1,000 accumulated points. Hearing this, we show a creepy smile. Why I almost forgot Asa's weakness. So I did not move at the back of Asa, one hand hugging her, the other hand lifted her chin. I was the body of the 5 elements. How can his love protect himself indeed? My super tall tactics directly made him surrender. softly soft and falling down. Then we immediately look towards Tu, quickly access this chance to glare at me. My strange words make Tu feel extremely suspicious. Does this guy have broken brain? But we are still in a hurry to shout at him. To Mud, what else is hesitating, waiting for the guards to come in time. This also makes Tu feel an urgent ray. Seeing him move, Tay Ting the Fio M Num Va Fi the ABNBNGC TLA, and a chew in my heart, just staring at the ground. As soon as he was about to fall, he just stopped in the air. But his Q disease attribute is also completely awakened. Absolutely do not allow any woman but him and a chew to touch me, because once another woman touches us, she will fall into a state of violence. That extreme intimidation also made Tu feel cold spine. Only CSA with a face full of killing intent to look at him. Dare to compete for men with us. She is a great lady who is good at the middle of the medium, and is also an absolute icy beauty, because once someone touched her man, she would launch a murder without regret with that person, until killing that target. That scary atmosphere. Even Pepper with force full of force also felt a ray of consumption that gripped the dagger in his hand. It seems that only he feels a bit safe. Only CSA with 2 hands quickly make some complex hand movements, then take a deep breath. A battle of Tam Mui Chan Ho. The next moment, a hot fire appeared in his hand. At this time, she was like a fire god. It seems that just one size can eliminate her dare to seduce her men. Pepper in the warning. The more we were threatened to almost pee out pants. If Pepper is killed, the event of Tran Q and Lin will definitely fail. So I shouted at him, quickly avoid it. Even people rushed to, are you an idiot? At this time, Ass's attack also descended. A hot fire exploded in a position just now. That fire immediately illuminated the Imperial Citadel. But the funny thing is, I would accidentally kiss my guests. Pepper after the soul's face is great, but not yet waiting for him to move. The back of the neck was beaten to the ground. The consciousness he immediately disappeared. Azoa's unbelievable face looked towards us. Wait until the dust dissolves. We just finished after the surprise. Immediately received the notice of the system that said our mission failed. Then announced that we triggered the event of Kun Wang. Currently, the guest has been controlled by the host. The ghost point increases 100. I am not pleased to scream at the sky. What is the damn rule? Is there a mission to fail but also get points? This scene also startled a Chu behind. The atmosphere was so scary. Obviously the 2 players have fallen, but he has nothing to be. Lord Light, we gradually can understand his expression. When it comes to Deep, after not knowing how long liking customers finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, I immediately laughed and told him, are you okay? Looking at his suspicious face, I laughed loudly to introduce him. This is my bow. Tu bowed his head to look at the package in his hand. Angry scolded me as really infamous small man. Being scolded like that, we are a bit suspicious. After that, he saw him the face the mastery said to me, although you have me hurriedly interrupted him. What good are you thinking about, if you do not have to be? You died at the hands of Lythean Nugayan. It turned out that after fainting, Lythean Gayan led all the guards to rush into our palace. After seeing me in peace, he immediately knelt down to apologize to me. I am wide and tell him okay, but he suddenly wanted to lead the guests to investigate a fen. I immediately raised my hand to stop him, then again said a banana reason. I saw him growing up without wanting to keep him. Lythean Gayan has a little exhausted to look at me. Your Majesty, this guest is very dangerous. I am worried, but we consider it natural. I like stimulating games. In other words, do you think I could not deal with a woman who lost weapons and freely acting? Lythean Gayan hurriedly replied, do not dare. So I told the Chu you take care of a sow well. Then we called Triyuthuk again, and we simultaneously dissolve others. Although the event of Tran Kiu and Lam failed, but the lady's still valuable. Just take her back to the map. The plan to kill Kwok can continue. Looking at our unintentional eyes, Pepper scared shouted at the shock. Want to kill you, want to cut it up, but do not have. We are clearly an emperor who tied the chicken without tightness, and directly restored a leading assassin to throw on the bed, but the assassin who was not afraid of the earth was not afraid to cry and beg me to forgive, just because he misunderstood me. A prostitute, even the virginity of the assassin did not forgive. At this time he was trying to push us aside. Also tell me quickly to kill him. You lower the holy only to die. The messenger of his highness has been killed by me. You will be killed by your highness sooner or later. His words made me extremely doubtful. When did I say I want to die? But he told us not to deny. Your Highness is the prince designed by the Emperor. You can't kill him. How can you sit firmly on the throne? Zio ended next to hurt everything, because this is a good thing that he has silently done. Seeing the wonderful expression of Triyuthuk, I immediately understood the end of the story. Definitely the idiot Triyu track fabricated the holy saint, but it is also possible to take this opportunity to accept itself, dragging an additional hatred of doo-doo. So I pulled my hand out of Tu's hand, one hand hugging my head and laughing. I remember it. It is true that the holy is only that we lower. Zoe urged his face to suddenly look at my back. Afterward, immediately saw me turn around grabbing the sharp sword beside. He held such a big army, probably the father left me. As soon as Zhao Urge was thinking, why do we want to receive this black pot about ourselves? Seeing me coldly looking at Tu, now think again. Using a holy religion only killed him was too boring. We decided to change more interesting. Slowly play with him. In the terrifying expression of Tiu, we directly swung the blade to slash him. Along with the tinkling sound, the cold feeling and imagination does not appear on people. After that, he discovered me and slashed, break his chain. Are you suspicious or why do not kill you? Then I tell you, kill my family. Then you should go back and forth a different holy religion for the bull. The father said that the bull was the innate god. To train him to post as emperor, fang him as a northern district come northern army dominated. I saw that he had only barbaric power, basically not scary. Today not only except for him, but also the northern Vong district and the northern army town, still depriving his deprivation, disqualifying him as the people. Please tell him, if you do not submit to my decision, just try to create a trick, steal what belongs to him. I will wait for him in Kanthan Kung, but in our hearts more and more thoughtful, timid, our acting. It is true that the image of the emperor, but very quickly the system's notice resounded, yet triggering the event of destroying the national period in the second period. We suspect or ask the system in the heart, what is different from the usual national killing event? The system told me when Keen Van de Chu Don Van once ordered the title of Chu Di, causing Zhou Jun to rebel. Finally, Yen Vong entered the Sutta to create a success. History called Tin Nanchi Translation. Activate Tin Nanchi Translation. There should be two conditions. The northern capital has a royal session holding a large right to exist, signing the mastermind as the emperor, ordered to deprive the power of the royal family. If the royal session thus raised troops, it is considered as the first phase of the completed event, except for the owner of 2,000 points to accumulate national force. If the royal session led the army to the capital, it was considered the second phase of the event, minus of the owner of 5,000 points of accumulation of national force. Hearing this, I suddenly laughed, as expected of the second phase of national destruction. Just this task is completed, our national accumulation points will definitely become a negative number. Looking at my face, I could not help but laugh. The more and more we certainly have serious illness, but very quickly he became consistent. That is good. At least Highness still has the opportunity to win Jiangshan. He obviously liked the guests who wanted to kill me, but we released him without any healing, even generously said it may depend on taking our heads. Just because we have awakened the kingdom system, just being killed can activate the kingdom conditions. Looking at our extremely extravagant expression, Tu swears in his heart to definitely cut his head. Zhou urged the side to feel extremely surprised because of us and release the guests to assassinate, even deliberately angered Tu. After we see off the guests, I started to think quickly. Although this plan has a very high probability of success, but to prevent uncertainty, we still need to rely on the help of God, so we put our gaze on Zhao Urge. I almost forgot Zhou Zhua that name. Zhou Zhua had not always urged me to lamb Triyu before. This point can take advantage of a bit, so we called the name of Triyu Thuk. I have been interested in a Chu and a Sa. Remove you, sorry Zhou. Zhou urged to kneel in front of me, hurriedly replied, do not dare. I comforted him not to stress. I had not said before, can you tell all of my things to Xiao Zhuo? This time I also bothered you to give him a message. Tell him recently I will hear the righteousness. Tell him to be ready. Xiao finished listening. That night immediately reported to Triyu Track. The next day the sun rises, all the ministers have gathered, along with the sound of footsteps resounded in the electricity. The great gods respectfully performed the ceremony with the inner people. Treat how Xiao Zhuo was like the emperor enjoyed their servants, but very quickly he paid attention to the unusual. Just because of the position of Lathian Gaian, it is empty. Another great god came behind him, reminding him that his body was unwell, so he did not come. Xiao Zhuo knew he just did not want to come, despite feeling angry, but anyway, also did not pay attention to say, if the Lord is not well, there is no problem, that he is okay. As soon as he said, his eyes became cruel, waiting for me to collect the other boy dip. Turning around will calculate the book with him. At this time the eunuch rang, your majesty is unique. Xiao Zhuo was a bit unhappy to see outside the electricity. Very quickly a shadow appeared in their eyes, but people who come to basically are not only us. Only seeing Zhou followed closely our steps to come in. This also made the gods in the tide stirred up. No Emperor Lam Triyu also carried a concubine. But I laughed at everyone again, only a little like that. You can't stand it. The ministers were a little suspicious or raised their heads to look at me, then immediately saw the scene that made them unforgettable. Life. We bring all 365 concubines. After we ascended the throne, the first thing we did, it is to bring all 356 concubines to the court. The pants in the electricity also could not stand this attack and pray for the spirit of the element. But our concubines are not interested in these things, curious about traveling throughout the court. See this scene? I laughed and applauded, even extremely arrogant to say to them, I just wanted the AA, experience a little feeling of lamb true. Do you have no idea? Still want to see me humiliating? Xiaozhu also immediately dumbfounded. What game does this boy finally want to play? Suddenly a great voice cut across people. Because the daughter of the people he had just brought to the harem was among them. Is this his majesty deliberately leading them to the electricity to insult us? Triyu Trak directly spit out, "Your Majesty, bringing the harem to the court is not suitable for rituals. Do not know what His Majesty does so mean." But his words could not make us feel a little embarrassed. I was the emperor. The words I said was the holy. The job is to do as heaven. What are you, dare to judge? My extravagant words made Jozuo auto. We look down from Triyu Trak from above. As long as we are shameless enough limit, so no one can do anything, then we turn to look at the eunuch next to. Not even to call the person to give the chair for a fees. Very quickly the eunuch looks to each of the body, placed beside our longing guy. I command a bunch of A-Fi to sit down next to me. Everyone just temporarily accepted like that, but this action of us directly activates the system. Except for our 500 points to accumulate national force, immediately we showed a very excited smile. It seems that it only needs to lose the Emperor's Majesty. It is possible to be deducted. The lords under the radio saw our expression also felt extremely headache. This name is a useless kiss. Zhao Zuo looked at him on the throne. Later I will give you beautiful face. After all had sat down, we bent down to look at those who were dissatisfied with us. For the first time, Lam Triyu, do you have anything to do? Hearing this, the lords present could not help laughing. Good drama is coming. After that, Zhuozhuo took a step out. I have important things to report. Recently, there were people who discovered a good omen on the easternmost island, offering to the god. Hearing that, I was a bit excited, asking what was good. Only the corner of Triyu Trak lifted up a cold smile. Use an extremely flavored tone to introduce, of course. The summoned long. Vidhan thinks this is an omen that we will flourish. So we want to give this good today to His Majesty. But when I heard it, I felt very disappointed. I did not need that nonsense sign. Zhuozhuo also pays attention to our disappointing face. In his heart, he could not help but pound his heart. Did he know my next arrangement in the end? He still decided to continue the plan. The voices raised, "Your Majesty, first see how this good summoned beast is." Then he clapped his hands back. We clearly just want to be a kiss. But our lords think that we have the heart of unity. In order to lash out of our image in the heart of the gods, Zhuozhuo said he wanted to give us a gift. It is the good summoned beast that symbolizes the prosperous destiny of Hong Triyu. As soon as I was curious, I did not know what he would bring. Seeing the two guards leading a giant lizard into the electricity, it is clear that the true shape of the so-called summoned beast. The great hall sinks into silence for a long time. The more we directly spit out a mouthful of saliva. The mother of her mother is a soul. Is this something a normal giant lizard? But Zhao Zhuo thought that he was so surprised that he was speechless. So he was very proud to point to the giant lizard. "Your Majesty, see how majestic this mighty dragon beast." But the more he laughed in his heart. "Boy, I see how you deal." At this time the system resounded again. We discovered the event of killing the country, only Log Vima. In the original story, Zhou Kao used this technique to hold Hong Qian in his hand. Now we encounter a similar name. Zhuozhuo, I know for sure you will not disappoint me. Finally, the time of our performance, suddenly, the roar of the giant lizard cut through my thoughts, and frantically bared my teeth towards us. Vivi hurriedly increased her hand force. The ministers at this time also stirred up. Wait to see my good game. But I touched my head and smiled at Triyu Trak. I saw this. Basically, it is not Thung Long good. Hearing my words, Zhao Zhuo laughed even more coldly. So making an extremely miserable appearance, it seems that His Majesty does not recognize Thung Long that we bring. So, the great gods, you said, is it Thung Long? Hearing that immediately, there was a great god standing out, extremely confirmed that this was Thuong Long. There are even people, take out Kothu directly, stating that the book has such a record. After that, the great gods congratulated me. "Your Majesty is blessed, indeed, Thong Long good omen, hear them." Zhuozhuo was extremely satisfied to look at me. I see what your boy will say, but he does not know now that I am happier than them. Just like that, we can complete the kingdom mission. But at this moment, suddenly someone stood out. This thing was so ugly. How can it be a good omen? I looked angrily looking at the sound source. Who dares to help me talk like that? The results were discovered. The name stabbed me, so that people brought it. The harem is wrong, unexpectedly. These people supported me so much, but very quickly we have thought of a way of saving. So we put hope in millions. Afai, did you not want to say anything? Zhou urged a surprised expression pointing at himself. I looked at him very seriously, nodded. I want to hear you say, is the thing below that in the end, is Thong Long good? Young women are the spy of Zhuozhuo installed next to us, but the body is the emperor. We do not choose to deal with usual, but bringing all his first intelligence told him, because only that it can make our national destruction plan perfect. I laughed coldly, looking towards Zio. Do you not want to say anything? But Zio urged his bewildered face to stand on the spot. Your Majesty clearly knows that we are the inner response of the woman, but always let us be around. Now I still want us to express my attitude here. Could it be that he wanted us to choose between him and his clothes? Sweet memories appeared in his mind. Triyu Thuk suddenly understood his choice. Then he suddenly stood up, coldly looking at Triyu Trak under the radio. But Zhao Zhuo only laughed confidently. Listen to the next words of Triyu Thuk. But Zhao urged himself extremely affirmed. Such ugly things, how could it be a summoned beast? When Triutrak was still bewildered, Zhao urged suddenly angrily, Triu De Nan. Maybe you are deceiving the emperor. This is a crime when troops. Xiaozhu immediately became extremely fierce. You dare to betray me, choking in the throat, could not speak out, but now I also feel extremely heartbreaking. You do not betray me, but the expression like eating something hard to swallow, making Zhao urge me still not satisfied. So he definitely swung his sleeve. The voice of our concubines, the sisters, we said right, the results immediately saw. My concubines are indignant, criticizing Triutrak's crimes. Hearing every sentence of Trudy Kutak, Triutrak immediately cooled half, hurried to ask for help to look at the lord behind, hoping he could help him. Lower lord suddenly saw this was an opportunity to show, rolling up his sleeves. Visiting, is it normal for me to teach you like this? Dare to be rude to Xiao Lord? But the woman on the radio was even loud than him. You were rude. Is this world of His Majesty or Zhao Zhuo in the past? You did not value His Majesty, just posted. Also treat me as a good child put into the palace. That moment I and you were grateful. Lower lord was said by his words to cheer up. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, the lord beside him hurriedly called his medical medicine. Lower, the great man was about to go back to the sky, but the concubines on the radio looked at each other and laughed, narrating the evil things that their father and homeowner did, along with the fact that they listed all the evidence of crimes. The ministers are still waiting to see the good game of me, immediately as silent as a sheet. Xiaozhu now also realized one thing, Lythian Guyan was right. This kid is not easy to deal with. Suddenly he widened his eyes, because he feels a scary pressure from above. But my switching movement made him more cold spine. Suddenly we took a step in front of him. At that moment, Zhao Zhu seemed to see a true dragon god, withdrawing the sword to target him. But the moment the school sword fell, what was cut off was not his head. It is his so-called good dumb. I passed by him to remind, because of such a monster that harmed our spiritual peace, it was really not worth it. Regardless of whether it is a good omen or not, I was a sword to kill. The story today in the court, I seem to have never happened completely. Do not know how Zhou Zhao felt. Xiao Zhuo looked at me terrified. The trembling voice said, Your Majesty is right. After returning to the room, we received a notice that successfully sabotaged Triutrak's plan. Not only our royal power is strengthened, but even the accumulation of national force has increased by 2,000. Zhou urged his face like that and could not help but feel cold. Obviously suppressed the gods. Why is it still so unhappy? So he carefully told me, Urge Nai. The expression in the court just now was he still satisfied. I heard his voice dumbfounded, then try to show a peaceful smile temporarily. If we understand what we mean more accurate, Zhou urged in his heart, as expected we did not proactively acquire the spirit of His Majesty, it still needs His Majesty to open a new reminder to stand out, causing His Majesty to disappoint. So he swears in his heart next time will definitely actively keep up with my rhythm, but we do not know what he thought in his mind. Thought about the ideas of new national destruction. Hopefully Lythian Guyan will not disappoint me anymore. So we shout again, show the letter. Instead, I composed a holy religion. I wanted to promote Lythian Guyan to the position of they. After we ascended the throne, the first thing we do is the style of the god that we hate the most. This action also surprised Xiao because in his eyes, is this the act of self seeking to deliver all the authorities of his emperor out? Moreover, it was when Triutrak had just failed. Does His Majesty want to defend with Zhao Zhuo and Lythian Nugian? So he used this thread to divide them, not waiting for him to think through this meaning of this action. We have already closed Ningok Tai. Also now, the system rang again. It turned out to be our previous action. The Prince of Tutu decided to argue the troops, but our national accumulation points also reduced by 2,000. We immediately showed a crazy smile. This time the part of the court was deducted. As expected of me, since then half a month later, we suddenly received an urgent religion. Tran Bak Quan Dai defeated Money Kim Long Hong V, collected countless troops. After gaining a large amount of troops, the General King was extremely excited with the back of the army. No need to worry about the issue of military salary anymore. After that, he rode a horse quickly in front of the map. His Majesty, our army lowered for more than 10 days. Earlier on the way, there was no army of Qinhuang. Tin Quan was quite favorable. But just now in the battle with Long Tong V, our troops won too strange. We general suspected that there was a fraud. Due to asked him again, where is it strange Long Tong V is responsible for protecting the army. Daily command rights are in the hands of Lythian Guyan. Their war force is not equal to the north of the army, but it can also be called elite. But just now they had not fought with our troops and left Luongtho Quan Nu and ran away, obviously deliberately lost to us. The bull praised he analyzed very correctly. Tiu at that time also stood out and said, the name Dip was dangerous. This is definitely his conspiracy. After listening, I laughed again. I naturally knew that he was intentional. Did not we even understand the thoughts of my younger brother? It turned out that one day 10 years ago, Tin Hong asked Tu, what is Ho Vivian Fuong Lei the next sentence, but T thought back and forth, extremely confidently answered Ho Bang Tu Vian Feng Lei, although far away. Ingo Thian Quan punched him into his head. The body was the prince, his mind could not use it at all. How do you tell me to rest assured to give you money? But the bull became more and more confident. The mind is very good. Yesterday just used the head to defeat some of the long generals. Angry Thean Quan directly punished him not to eat rice, also forced him to copy 100 times today's review of the review. Just like that from early morning to late night. The bull has not yet completed the mission today. Suddenly a stone hit his head. He turned his head to look at the teenager in the window. I could not understand. Obviously you were the prince. Why is it alive than us, a useless prince? So I really admire you. Father expected very high in us. The person who wants us to become an ancient army of the ancient army. So Deep interrupted him. It is impossible to enjoy the enjoyment and enjoy life all day. This emperor could not do it. The bull shook his head and said no. Because he was his clothes, his body was the elder of the family. The body is the prince of the title. We basically have no choice. Deep was a little exhausted to look at his brother in front of him, immediately making an extremely bold decision. I will rob you later. You must still depose your title. Let you live the life you want. I just ascended the throne for 3.5 minutes. The prince in the distant border immediately tried to create treason. But when we hear this news, it was not moved. Even feel extremely proud of his stupid brother. Turns out, after the Don received the holy only deposition of his title, he immediately ordered the army to enter the money, and the soldiers behind him emitted the shout of the sky and earth. At the same time, outside of our palace, Zio urged an emotionless expression to refuse to ask for me to meet me, but Lathangain was not planning to give up, but his expression was extremely serious and told Triyu Thuk, the present, Tranbak Quan was only 800 miles away from money. We have to tell His Majesty. Xiao Thuk smiled slightly. This will know this. But he believes that the Lord can definitely handle this well. Anyway, military authorities are in his hands. Moreover, he is also a Thay, so because His Majesty shouldered the anxiety. After listening to this word, Lathangain fell into deep. Will His Majesty want me to carry the sin? So he immediately changed to anxious face. The bull is called the god of the god. The northern town is the #1 elite of the great money. Zhou urged him directly. Does His Majesty not know the strength of the northern army town? So His Majesty said, you do not need to go to the battle. Just in the rear of the plot, just show the heroic style of the long general. Although not enemy again, it is also defeated but still glory. This word also made Lathangain extremely surprised. Just go to the battle, whether winning or losing. What is this action of this Majesty? After the instructions are finished, Zio urged calmly closed the room. But he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The play in front of the old man was so tired. I expect to look at Zhou. Has it solved that old fox? Triyu Thuk was extremely happy to tell us. Completed the task full, but the slave does not understand. Once Tranbak Quan approached the money, the consequences would certainly be unpredictable. In this endangered moment, why is His Majesty rest assured that the Lord led the troops out of the city and said it did not matter? I narrowed my eyes, smiled, and told him of course it was important, but what we want is not winning. If they really let them stay in money, Bak Quan Tran could break the money or not, really hard to say. Although the old fox Lathangain was very dangerous, the commander of the war was not his fort. Let him lead the general. Until then he would definitely throw the armor to run away. The force decreased sharply. Moreover, because of the initiative Angered T2, the Tainan Bunho event can be easily achieved. Seeing our dangerous smile, Zhou urged even more firmly. These are all the plots we set for Lathangain. It seems that this lord is unlucky this time. After leaving our palace, Lathangain constantly recalled the voice in my painting. What did His Majesty want to do? Suddenly, the back transmitted an extremely angry scream. Only see Zhou Zhua's face ran in front of him. No wonder that day had to fake illness without going to the tide. It turned out to negotiate with Depp to deal with us. Lathangain threw his hand out. What are you crazy? When do I negotiate with him to deal with you? So you explain to me, why did I just lose face in the court that day? Turning his head to make you become a Thay. Lathangain finished listening, only feeling Zhou Zhua as an idiot. The cup of cockroaches is so clear that you really do not see. But Zhao Zhou was even more angry, talking about Lathangain to spy, a person who was conferred as a master, a man who held the national loincloth. Do you really consider me a fool? Moreover, I also know those two women are the kindness of the sins that you adopted in the past. You also do not want Deep to know their identities. Right? Lathangain was just about to get angry and calm down. It seems that some of my previous actions have made you misunderstand. We find ourselves need to explain this misunderstanding. This also made Zhou Zhua realize something wrong. We're asking Lathangain to do. So right in the surprised eyes of Triyu Trak, immediately saw, Lathangain from the sleeve took out a yellow tiger block. This is just a normal gold block, but it is possible to sign millions of Hung Bun. Tiger Few is such a valuable thing. Yet, Lathangain was easily delivered to Triyu Trak. To avoid Zhao Zhua doubt, Lathangain once again emphasized, this is Tiger Few can mobilize the Long General. I now deliver this object to the summon, please do not refuse. Turned out that the Emperor was still in the position. stemming from restraining the power of the prime minister. He assigned 2 national gases to the 2 holders. Xiao Zhuo as the prime minister holding Ngoktai, responsible for conveying saints, dominating hundreds of officials. Lythene Guyan held a tiger, dominated the dragon fruit, responsible for protecting money. Therefore, after the Emperor of the Death, money can still maintain the current peace. But now because of my wrong action, Triyu Track's status dropped without breaking. This also made Lythene Nguyen hold the army extremely scared, even said that this reward and orders for him to welcome the battlefield is giving him a reason to find death. This also made him feel extremely insecure. I want to throw away this hot potato, but facing the temptation of tigers, Xiao Zhuo stood on the spot without moving. After that, he looked cruelly at Lythene Nguyen. Even you play the conspiracy with me, we receive the news. Borrow this tiger. Is it necessary to lead Long Tong V to welcome the northern army of Du Tu? Right, the crazy name fought and fought without regret. I do not beat him back. If you want to die, go to death by yourself. After saying that, he threw it up. The consecutive provocation also made Lythene Nguyen's face become bass. Triudania, is it because my attitude is a bit mild, making him misunderstand about his current situation? The scary face of Lythene Nguyen also startled Xiao Zhuo. Lythene Nguyen continued to say Ngoktai holds broken, losing majesty in front of hundreds of officials. Even Triyu urged you betraying you. There is no more card in your hand. Xiao Zhuo could not believe him again. Are you threatening me? Lythene Nguyen did not answer, but walking towards Tiger Fu was thrown away. I am just presenting a truth. Although this tiger is held in the hand, it is hot. But it is the only card that the current million man can hold. Just now you told me to play the conspiracy. Actually not right. This is the main road of the main road. You are still the prime minister, based on this fate. Plus the tiger can mobilize Long Tong V, so this is the last chance I give you, as if you respect the old love. After saying that, Lythene Nguyen strode away. Until Lythene Nguyen went away, Xiao Zhuo took the tiger in his mouth. He was right. This is the last card we can hold. In other words, we have nothing else. Looking at the tiger in his hand, Xiao Zhuo suddenly laughed frantically. You forced me, then do not blame me. Xiao Zhuo then led Long Tong V, robbery all the villages around Kankin, regardless of the people begging, but no one dared to stand out. In the horse-drawn carriage, Xiao Zhuo looks disdainful to the outside scene. Even this small thing is not done. If not, we order to burn the village. It is not known how long it takes troops to collect. Now, a man in the armor went in front of the carriage. Report to Trio Track News that the Luong Luong has collected. Finally, he took the courage. Tell Xiao Zhuo, we obviously have to welcome the troops to Rebel. But why is here plundering collection? Speaking of which, he was silent for a while, then shouted loudly towards the carriage, do you know, this food are all food through the people of Daitan. This has just damaged the reputation of the great man. Also could not help but reduce the ki of the general of the dragon. Triyu Track lifted up the horse-drawn curtain. The general, are you suspicious of the decision of the great man? You just said the gas, but how high is the dragon of the guards? No matter how high the weapon is, maybe defeating the northern town of Du Tu. This word also made the general half a day without speech. Xiao Zhuo continued to speak again. The great man is just because of your victory that plans to plan, as long as we avoid the direct attack of the anti-rebellion army, and then around the fortified money defense, cut off the Long Theo supplies. Extending time can also kill the bowl. But the Lord, the object that he solidly defended was the great people, because the body is a great money, to have enlightenment, to sacrifice for his majesty. This cold words also makes the general feel unbelievable. Is this really the prime minister of the great money? He was the most loyal general of the great money, and sent the messenger to bring the letter to the enemy before the big battle. His lifelike tricks made the army follow him everywhere to feel extremely proud, just because the person who holds the right now is a person who is not even equal to animals, yet order them to slaughter the people, rob their winter food. After gathering enough troops, Triyu Track's heart became more and more satisfied, because he basically had no intention of fighting to battle, but thinking about independent king. Hearing his almost crazy laughter, the soldiers under the army ran to the back of the general, asking what to do next. The general was slightly silent for a while, then spoke. Sazo was holding a tiger. We cannot contrary to him. As he said, he spoke in a small voice to the soldiers to know his plan. At the same time, inside the dense forest, Pepper is using extremely fast speed through the forest. Very quickly he stopped on a trunk. His eyes stopped looking away. The village is swallowed by the fire. Damn name, definitely a good thing made by a kissing army. The bark next to him was scratched by him. At this moment, the bushes of the next grass suddenly emitted a rustling sound. Tu immediately locked the target into the soldier in the grass. The soldier raised his hands, expressing his mind without malice. I serve the command of the dominant leader, deliberately waiting for you here. Hearing the soldier's words, Tu still did not relax. His gaze became even more colder. Pay attention to this, the soldier hurriedly explained. Long Tongvi did not want to oppose his highness. Food left before is our attitude. Hearing this, Tu soothes his voice a lot, so that time it was intentional. The soldier looked at the flames in the distance. Only regret that food are all from these villages to plunder. Tu asked again because the bastard Dipe did not. The soldier hurriedly waved his hand, not as Zhao Zhuo. Tiger now is in his hands. The general cannot be contrary to orders. He robbed around the money, solidly defended, wanted to use negative ways to avoid fighting to wear and warn the North Quan. So the dominant leader silently arranged these things so that we could stay with Tran Bak Quan. After listening, he fell into the deep, extremely calm answer, I understand. Then he whistled towards the forest. Only see a cat quickly flying to his side. We will report all the news to His Majesty, believing that His Majesty will make the right judgment. The soldier was extremely doubtful. Why did Tu not return to the news himself? Tu only told him that he was even more important. After saying that, Tu quickly disappeared in the night. Maybe not long after we will meet again. Afterward, each chest appeared outside the city. Each flag symbolizes a temporary barracks. Seeing the patrol soldiers inside, I immediately felt extremely excited. Sure. This time is really sure. Long Tong V was led by the old man Zhou Zhuo. Army can fight in the city less than thousands of people. My good brother, do not come quickly to kill me. But very quickly we suddenly dumbfounded on the spot. Why did not the other people choose to attack? Is the most pitiful emperor in history. Just ascended the throne less than a day. Received the news of the Vong district in the border of creating traits. But knowing this, we are not sad. On the contrary, hoping that the other people could create a successful counterattack. It was not until we saw the enemy close to the city. In the new heart, it feels a bit incorrect. Did not say there are 10,000 towns from the army. Why is it so few people? Perhaps the big brother killed me. This useless name still need to be divided into several attacks. Suddenly a shadow of horse riding quickly moved forward. Is this a good big brother from my troops? At this time, I used the corner of my eyes to see. Yet there was an idiot who was going to shoot. I flashed one by his side. Stop my hand. If not, I will smash your head. The angered expression of our mind immediately attracted the attention of Du Tu. At this time, I was aggressively grabbing the soldier's face. Almost my plan to kill my country was broken by you. This scene also makes Tu feel extremely interesting. Deep, you have now become a kiss. Still like before, just know how to enjoy the enjoyment. Ignorant, not obey. Contrary to the Dharma ceremony. Hearing him, I immediately blushed, about to fight. And also praised people. I know you consider these things like clothes, wearing people to play the role of kissing Quan, all to hide the honesty in your marrow. The battle flag was still flying in the wind, now also became quiet. After passing exactly 1 minute, I finally finished my soul. Does her mother use this disgusting language that is insulting me? In the moment we only feel extremely humiliated, but very quickly we think of his intentions, alone from the city, plus the shameless praise. He was using the mouthpiece with us. He did not want the northern army to suffer, so alone to use the lie to lure us to surrender. Want to occupy the city without spending a good soldier? Directly surrendered. It did not achieve the condition of calm and disaster. Today without fighting a lifetime battle is not done. So I immediately shouted, was you claiming to be a god? Fighting is still so fluffy. Also put the ritual of exhortation before the match. The bull shook his head, then pulled out the sword on the side. Brother, you are still as old as before. But there is a point, you are right. Only seeing him immediately became very serious. A solemn voice resounded in our ears. Set up the command flag. Along with the sound he had just finished, a crowd of loudly shouted soldiers, true you track. The shout of the sky, along with the tall body straight under the moonlight. It makes people despair. Congratulations to the successful resolution system of Tainan Bun Ho, and turn into a cavalry. Bonus 5,000 points to accumulate national force. We had just ascended the throne on the first day. The Prince District in the distant border immediately tried to create treason, but the one he wanted to betray was not me. But the name of the god of Triyu Track had robbed his army and intended to create a counter. In the moment we seemed to see that hateful figure. His Majesty could not help and collapse this country. We have to die. The burden of destroying the nation later thanks to him, along with the other figure gradually walking away. We only feel the whole body seem to be withdrawn, fall to the ground. But I still did not feel pleased, telling the bull under the city, you called me the king, that is to acknowledge our status. The bull extremely confirmed, of course, the god this time, it is to congratulate His Majesty Danko Tan Hong. Anyway, 10 years ago we had a promise. It turned out 10 years ago, Duda told her young Dip about her dream, it is to become a charming general. Compared to that, becoming the emperor for him is like living without death. The throne, Hong Quan, even this surname, are all chains binding him, but now no longer bound, he becomes extremely liberal. Now you have fulfilled the promise of the past. I was also liberated from that chain. From now on, I am your most loyal death. Hearing him, we do not say a complete sentence for half a day, can only deny, all are base fabricated. You do not have injustice. Discovering that he did not pay attention to me, we suddenly remembered the slogan recently the soldiers shouted. So you really want to kill Ozuo? Here are doubts? Huda temporarily could not help it. Laughter echoed the whole floor. Only seeing in his eyes flashed a strong killing intent. Of course, Xiao Zhuo fabricated the wholly only conspiracy to himself, even stealing Benfu Longtong. The conspiracy is not righteous. The god ordered the subordinates of Vong trying to lead 8,000 Tran back Quan and enthusiastic approaching the punishment of Zhao Zhuo. Until then, Zhao Zhuo will be used as a gift to celebrate his majesty, but when he finished speaking, he discovered that he had no shadow on the floor. After that, there was one more shadow at the city. The next moment, we rode a horse quickly, but my goal is the name Triyu Track betrayed the other. The network of the old man Zhao Zhuo, no one is allowed to rob. Triyu Track's network is mine. At the same time, outside Triyu Track's barracks, every soldier's face was filled with anger. The whip continuously from the tent. Zhao Zhuo was extremely excited to look at the man, hanging up for half a day and still not moaning. It was a stubborn, but silently contacting the people of the bowl, worthy of death. You betrayed the kun, betrayed the belief of his majesty, but it is the crime of true D. Then a strong whip whipped in the man's back. Half hours later, Triyu Track finally stopped. Suddenly a soldier rushed in. Zhao Zhuo smiled coldly at the person who had just arrived. This place is where you can arbitrarily go in and out. Then tell the man again, your subordinates arbitrarily stormed into the military secret place. Perhaps want to kill my Kwok Kong. The man tried to endure the feeling of tearing from the body. Then shouted, this place has no work. Quail. Vianho wants to explain something, the man angrily said. The body is long general, seeing the tiger as if he saw his majesty. Do you really want to create a counter? Vianho's body trembled and wanted to refute, but could not utter words. Zhao Zhuo went in front of Vianho, took out the yellow tiger block. Do you want to resist? The man's voice rang again. Quickly go out for me. But Zhao Zhuo interrupted him again. Did you want to go? Do we look so easy to talk? Self-arbitrarily stormed into the entrepreneur, aggressive with superiors, non-righteous plots, according to the law of death. After saying that, he was cruelly looking at the tiger, and his mouth said each cruel punishment. Suddenly Zhao Zhuo stopped. As expected, he was ahead. After saying that, he raised the sword and slashed down the tiger. Suddenly a large hand prevented his swing. Zhao Zhuo was also strongly transmitted from the wrist, fear trembling all over, but their gaze all looked behind Triyu Track. The heavy breathing made Zhao Zhuo feel like a thorn in his back. Immediately see our familiar and scary face. I was extremely angry and shouted at him, Zhao Zhuo, do not find himself to die. The difficult man swung his whip in his hand. Each whip down again made the enthusiasm in the hearts of the generals partially reduced, but he was still not satisfied with that. Also want to cut the soldier's head many feats. I grabbed his wrist one hand. The wicked gaze stared at him. Zhao, you do not find yourself to die. Zhuo trembled, extremely terrified to look back. At this point he realized, what I just did was too much. Suddenly we grabbed his head one hand. Do you know, from just now, what have you done? Then I turned his head out to the tent. Triyu Dainen. Did you see anything? Zhao Zhuo was just about to say nothing. I shouted loudly to cut him. Van, exactly 8,000 towns in Back Quan are preparing to kill you. Do you know what they shouted? Van Quan Track True Triyu Track after listening to me. Zhao Zhuo trembled non-stop. I am about to kill myself, I continued cold voice to him. In this important moment and welcoming long tone, cool the army's heart. Triyu Dainen, your self-seeking level is really unmatched. If not, we come in time. You really have no way to save it anymore. But he still did not believe. His mouth still muttered in a small voice, it was impossible. As soon as we cut the rope tied to the general, Zhao Zhuo suddenly laughed frantically. I almost deceived by you, only not know when he had gripped the dagger in his hand. Will you save me kindly? Definitely the money has fallen. And then you appear here. And then Quan Track said it sounds like that. If you want a Truda, you have to do it first. His unexpected attack made us and others unable to react. Suddenly a shadow rushed towards him. The one who stabbed him was the tiger. Zhao Zhuo was extremely cruelly looking at the person who dared to interrupt him, then swung the sword to the tiger. Hot fresh blood shot on my cheek. That persistent figure has fallen. In his eyes filled with tears. At this time, the school sword was close to my neck. If not wanting to die, obediently obeyed. Waiting out of the army will give you to Tan Hong. Not only keeping the network, but also the great. I coldly glanced at this idiot Zhao Zhuo. You really deserve to die. But he smiled more and more satisfied. His mouth was constantly talking. Now not even let me mold. After assigning you to the new emperor, my people will handle each name by themselves. The harem dare to ruin our good stories in the court to die. But do not worry too much. Those women, originally, the tool we choose to reach you, especially the old things, has been given to countless men. The owner of the tool will lose value. The outcome has only one. The words he said made us, from the bottom of his heart, felt extremely angry. I turned my head to stare at the man in front of him. Using all his strength to punch his face, Zhao Zhuo was immediately beaten out. He hugged me with an unbelievable look. Do you know how much I have expected you? But I still cannot forgive the stupid things you did. In his horrific gaze, one hand grabbed his collar, swing the right to punch his head again. Then we kicked him down again. The bone pain made him unable to help but scream. Looking at Zhao Zhuo in pain rolling on the ground, I just coldly told him, what did you say? The tool that does not match the owner should be destroyed. I am the emperor, useless in the eyes of others. But in fact, we are a great man with 8 abdominal zones. just because we have a good day with the harem. It is only based on the gym to practice, only stopping at a moderate level, even to organize cosplay for 3 days without taking a nap. At the same time seriously studying the word of this world, a person trying like us can really be called useless. At this time Zhuo was completely beaten to the ground, but his eyes looked at me, which became extremely scared. At this moment the voice next to him attracts him, yet it is every group of soldiers wearing armor. Zhuo was extremely angry at them. Why have not you come to protect us yet? But those soldiers just coldly glanced at him, then simultaneously moved your eyes. This also made Zhuo's last confidence disappear, but now we have stepped out of the tent, step by step towards him, looking at our extremely terrifying atmosphere. There is also an eye that shows the killing intent without hiding. In the end, he could not stand it anymore, shouting, "The old god was wrong." Then he knelt directly in front of me, constantly asking for our forgiveness. But I just coldly glanced at him. "Are you really wrong?" Zhuo cried and cried out, "I should not take your own troops." I clapped one hand in one hand. He immediately shouted, "I should not escape from the air. Also, we should not plan to win the right. But this is not the answer we want to hear. Just silently speak alone, talent, power, military, or vongva. These things for us are not important. What we really care about is that people who respect, but all of us." Zhuo did not expect that what he heard was this answer. I once again shouted at him, saying loudly for me, "In the end, where did you wrong?" Zhuo seemed to ask himself and answered by himself, "I betrayed him." We immediately swung a right. More loudly, I do not hear, a streak of tears flowing on the corners of Zhuo's eyes. "I betray the emperor. I betray the emperor. I betray the tide. I betray the people of the tide. Make them fall into the scene of boiling water." This word also surprised the generals, but he still did not stop. Tragic shouted, "I am a sinner of the tide." Looking at his miserable face, even we could not help but move. If bleaching like that, it seems that later it is no longer worth taking advantage. As soon as we relaxed vigilantly, Hao Zhuo dressed in a lake suddenly revealed a very dangerous smile. The next moment immediately grabbed the short sword in my hand to me. A fresh blood streak immediately shot into the sky. But on my face I was calmly looking behind Zhuo. Only see behind Zhuo. Do not know when there is a shadow. I see that person but not surprised, just softly calling his name to you as expected. You still take action. After listening to his heart, did he soon know that we hide in the army? At this moment he wavered in his heart. It seems that this name is not such a useless person. Then he threw Zhuo aside. This guy is still alive, just fainting. How are you going to handle? But did not answer him, but coldly looked down. We always put hope in such people. But now we discover that we are wrong. How can we put hope in others? So I raised my head to look at Tu, the network he assigned to you to handle. I did not know how to use it anymore. The system's notice rang in our ears. The accumulation of national force increased by 5,000. Tu face extremely complicated looking at the shadow of our back to leave, only by a person who served Zhuo, still recovering power. What are you like? Not long after, an army appeared on the top of the mountain. The leader led loudly. The front is Triu Track's army. Prepare to display the match. At this time a soldier stood out. What do you see? The General King looked in the direction of his fingers, but the scene before the eyes, surprisingly he widened his eyes, only see on the barracks in the distance. Yet there is a very familiar shadow. It is the goal that he has to destroy this time. Zhuo obviously only wanted to kill the country, but our empire became more and more powerful. Regardless of how we find death, we can eventually be able to spread our die, build our tall image. This also makes us feel extremely pressure. How can we destroy this damn country in the end? Now the harem has been one heart to us, due to also determined to protect our throne. Even Ideological, who was full of conspiracy, became more docile, no longer worried about what we want to kill the country. Ideological began to speculate our thoughts, obviously eliminating the graphics in my heart. But why did we not feel his joy? Suddenly he felt something, turned his head to look back. Result, immediately see Duda looks excited to look at her. Suddenly I signaled to kill him. Ideological immediately sweated. Because we are still alive, the mutual restraint relationship inherent between the three sides has ended. Now attitude towards we, the heart-not-hearted person, becomes the only discord element, is also the object that the bowl wants to eliminate. He looked at me. In his heart suddenly came up with a thought. Pay attention to the eyes of Ideological. I also looked to Vi and heard that his majesty was fierce. Eradicated the name of the pirate of Zhuo. What a great deal of mine, but Zhuo was from the V god who stole the army, causing the people. The god of the room is also big. There is a big error. The god resigned to punishment, hoping his majesty to exempt the temple of the god, to set an example for others. I was scared directly and interrupted him. I now have no mood to listen to these things. I decided the behavior. Your words wait for you to come back and then say later. Ideological and Asia stood in place. What else does his majesty want to do? So again, please think carefully. I shouted and interrupted him. Are you ordering me to work? Ideological was startled, hurriedly responded. Do not dare, but he does not know my purpose of this trip is to seek opportunities to be able to cure our feet. In the northern steppe, there were many injured tribes. The south has a mighty needle that is equal to the great money, but inside the great money, the Hong Tuquan was called hundreds of thousands of troops. This is the most blessed mind that makes the great money headache. The two previous people were too far away, but Hong Tuquan was both the best choice, borrowing their hands to realize our karma to destroy our country. The Emperor of the Tide was an insider for anti-thieves to kill Quoke. This script I like, and our accidental smile made Lathian Gaian's soul. At the same time, somewhere in the money, a crowd of people wearing bizarre costumes gathered here. There is a good news and a bad news. Tan Hong ascended to the throne for 3 months, has quenched the reign of the government. The tide seemed to not all. So what is bad news? Obviously an emperor. But every day just think of how to destroy my empire. But the best way we think is to seek anti-thieves, link with them to pull us down from the throne. Then we went to the headquarters of Hong Tuquan, but we have just stepped in here by countless indigenous people. Tu in the ear reminded us, this place is near the northern prairie. Even Highness is very headache in this area. I lost my patience to tell him. You have said so many times on the way. But on this way, there is one thing that makes us feel extremely strange. This place is clearly the place where the family is broadcast. Yet now it becomes like that. It turned out that 500 years ago, the ancestor of the family in this area each worshipped a giant dragon, from which to win the opportunity to compete for the destiny of the world. This place is also named Long Hung. But now this place is nominally belonging to Dacan. The fact was soon invaded by the forces, Hong Tuquan directly stationed here. According to the reason, regardless of whether our old father or big brother, he had to value this place. But now Hong Tuquan has soon occupied this place. Even the bowl must definitely have to spend following us. Saying is not assured of our safety. Ningoditha stopped. Why did the other two followed? Lithian Gaian suddenly told Asa, His Majesty seemed to have discovered us. Are you sure our disguise is really effective? Asa confidently said, no problem. Then he asked him in a small voice, why do we have to sneak up with His Majesty? Lithian Gaian immediately became extremely serious. His Majesty deep, the person who retains Arthe position. It is want to put us on the fire to grill. The case of the bowl is still in Lu Kim Chung. It is to deter us, warning us do not follow Triutrac's trace. So the money for us is a dangerous place. The best solution is to leave that place, silently following His Majesty. You do not need to know the argument in this. It is only possible to help us maintain perfect camouflage. Looking at them closely followed the button. I also completely give up. If you want to follow, just follow. Suddenly Tu pulled me back. But in front of us is a crowd of thugs playing with corn. Looking at their extravagant expressions, we also know they are probably Hong Tuquan who occupies this place. At this time, a bald head carried the sword. You look very strange. Could it be from the south too, or is the sacrifice sent by the court? Tu now withdrew the blade, prepared to take action at any time. But I said, he put down the blade. In my heart becomes even more excited. Lead me to find your leader. Not long after, we follow them to a wild cave. But behind the other people are surrounded. It is the object we are looking for this time. Only see the other woman grabbed a black centipede. Do not avoid but put in the mouth to eat. The girl ate a 20-meter-long centipede into her mouth. After eating, I feel not enough, so I pay attention to me. Do you also want to eat meat? I was not scared by him, but asked him, Hong Tuquan is not the door expansion to welcome people who want to save the world. Why can't we come? But this appearance, I am afraid it is not like to save the name, right? Despite dressing normally, want to hide his identity, but this temperament cannot deceive people. That your encourage, the more we make us feel cruel like a thorn in the back. I applauded. He is not ashamed to be the immorality of Hong Tuquan unexpectedly. This is also seen by you. I do not dare to hide. I am the great Kim Suthan, the destiny of His Majesty, the cause of this disorder, especially come to Hong Tuquan to cooperate. Suddenly the cup of wine shattered in front of me. Then his extremely angry voice rang in my ear, searching for cooperation. It sounds good. Having already declared itself, there is nothing to hide. You also have intentions with Day Can Long, right? Everyone understood in their hearts, and what needed to hide. You also because of the great Kian Long, right? I was extremely surprised to look down. How do you know my dragon is very beneficial? Looking at his arbitrary face, did my identity have been exposed? At this time, he spoke again. Long Base, the owner of the destiny of the world, is about to appear. The needles come here for this, right? It turned out to have legends. Every 500 years, this place will appear. Just beheading it, taking the long can, it is possible to win the royal dragon. Hong Long last time appeared, the ancestor of the galaxy / the dragon, winning the extraordinary powerful power of victory. At that time, Hong Long was actually being killed by the people and his brothers, but the kingdom of the emperor, besides being in exchange for an injury, did not receive anything. This for those who can entrust each other's lives from that also produce hatred. Finally, fiercely broke up. After the two broke up, each of them founded the nation in the north and the south, participate in the war for galaxy between heroes. The galaxy rely on the blessing of Hong Long Chai La, causing the national unification of the vast land in the north. Although the kingdom also agreed on the southern land of Moklong River, but Kuoklut was completely unmatched with national money. Now 500 years have come, Honglong is about to be born, the situation of the world should change. At this time, the system suddenly had a reaction, but it had unlocked the task of killing the new country. This also makes us extremely excited. It seems that the Octagona Hong Tuquan this step is not wrong, so I agitated to look at Nungo Dao Hoyan. Do you want to take the world too? But he was indifferent to his hand. I was born a treason, not interested in that emperor. On the contrary, you have been crazy about it for the past 100 years, right? I am clearly the most precious emperor of the great money, thinking of associating with the anti-thieves to collapse his empire. But the other woman misunderstood us as the angel of Kim Them Lam Long Can. But he did not refuse me but came in front of us, constantly seducing us. This land is the biggest owner. With our help, people will also be within reach. Only what I rely on to help you. In other words, what price can you pay? I looked at him in my heart without ripples, because before coming here, I soon knew about him. It turned out that Nungo Dao Hoyan was originally a phoenix. When the village was young, the village was caught up in Teen Fyong's disorder, was slaughtered, becoming exile. While wandering, he met Kainan, learning medicine and method, using it to cure people in the same situation as themselves. Thanks to that, he accumulated fame, was proclaimed by the exile people to be the patriarch, finally establishing Hong Tuquan with the goal of overthrowing the money. In the previous life, we saw so many such uprising leaders in history books. Most of them are pitiful people who have been rebellious and oppressed to the end. Although he and they are no different, but we know this is all his camouflage. In his heart is actually a mere idealist, so I held out 2 fingers to him. This time we serve the national destiny to discuss cooperation with the patriarch, naturally bring 2 promises. The first is to eradicate national money. In this respect, we and the ancestors should have the same stance, but he did not. Liu interrupted me. If you want to unify the world, you must kill the money, so this does not count as a promise. However, we did not notice, of course, so we have the second promise. Our nationality is a might in the world. So he promised to turn the reform method, building a perfect world, a paradise on earth. As expected, as soon as we just said these words, Nungo Dao obviously wavered. I gasped softly, continuing to say, so I would like to introduce a little, the national reign that the national owner gave. But in our hearts, laughing coldly, let me use the thinking of modern people. Give your homeland a little astonishment. Along with the eloquent sports we spread culture, Lythean Nguyen is eavesdropping behind and extremely worried. Because of him, he did not hear anything. So he turned his head to look at Asa. Can you help me hear the content of his majesty? But Asa seems to be worried. The opponent is also a masteries. If it is too close, it will probably be discovered, but we can try it a little far away. After that, Asa threw the folded paper crane. Very quickly, safe paper flew to the small branch beside us. Our conversation also succeeded in their ears, only because the distance is too far. The words they hear are all interrupted words. Even so, Lythean Guyan still from these words discovered what is being shown in it. Basically, a great design cannot be done. Very quickly, one sentence, everyone was equal from there. This time, even Asa could not help but admire. The idea is romantic, but Lythean Guyan directly lost all expressions. Management, I am just for ancient people, giving the idea that everyone is equal, causing their long-standing worldview to completely collapse. Because in the past, Wei Han law had just touched the interests of the noble, was taken by the 5 breaks. Now we offer the policy of the world to unify. Everyone is equal. There are 100 more Wei Han laws that are not enough to share and die. More importantly, yet His Majesty personally offered. Once it fails, even the ability to find the sacrifice goat does not work, even causes the whole great to fall into the endless abyss. Suddenly he transferred his eyes towards us, but my confident expression made him fall into deep. A strange feeling is hard to describe. From the bottom of his heart surged. He felt ashamed. Compared to me and Zhou Zhuo, is still because of a small authority that fights with His Majesty. It is short-sighted. The vision and realm of His Majesty soon embraced the world, wanting to create a great society. After a few hours of speech, we finally said all the content, but we also approved the recent speech, obtained the respect of everyone. Nungo Dao Hoyan now changed to a smiling face. Cannot help but say what you describe has succeeded in making me touched. I scratched my head, extremely confidently answered, of course, but he suddenly became extremely bass. Do you really consider me a fool? Using this kind of lie trick me? Kim Water cannot implement these policies. The more unable to make such a promise. Speak. Who are you in the end? Seeing me not answering, Nungo Dao Hoyan became more and more sure about thinking in his heart. You are not a needle in the past, the Department of Legend Kingdom, but there's no royal blessing. So he reluctantly can only compromise with the forces of Philo Jiang Nam, promised to rule Kim together. But now, even the emperor did not dare to touch the Tayat force. Did Kim's water probably cut off the 2 arms to make welfare for us? At this point, we finally realized the thinking policy that I offered was too high. On the contrary, it also caused a bad effect. Facing countless question marks, we also have a bit of not knowing how. Suddenly, in front of us, warning the people with unjust intentions, Go away, but facing the warning of Tu Ngo Dao Hoyan chose to ignore. Do you have to forget it? This is the area of Hong Tu Quan. If you do not specify the background, all of you must die. But facing his intimidation, I just smiled slightly. So you can see it too. That is right, I am the person of the national money. Ngo Dao Hoyan finished listening, laughing softly as expected. Then the blue veins on his forehead emerged, grinning. Do you know, I hate the most people of the national money. I shouted at him, telling him to wait a bit. I am a person of the national money, but I am like the patriarch. Want to destroy the country. Lathian Guyan was eavesdropping beside him, immediately widened his eyes. Suddenly Asa interrupted him. Your Majesty was in danger. Should we take action? But his words were rejected by Lathian Guyan. We must trust His Majesty. After that, he had a bit of expectation to look towards us, wanting to know that we face this almost despair. How will Ngo Dao Hoyan persuade? As a result, I saw that I was extremely seriously patting my chest. I am the Prince Lathian Noongayan of the Great Money. The body is the Emperor, so I impersonate the spirit. This just to better associate with the anti-thieves, make our empire landslide. But Lathian Guyan beside him almost angrily cursing. You are Lathian Guyan, so who are we? At this time, Ngo Dao Hoyan also looked suspicious or looked at me. Are you really Lathian Ningyan? I really asserted to him. Of course, I dreamed that I also want to overthrow the dominance of the family, build a great society, so we always make buffaloes for the old man. The old man finally waited for him to die. Ngo Dao Hoyan agreed to nod. I really heard that he had just passed away, but we also heard that the rights of Lathian Guyan and Triyu Track combined, supporting a useless name called Diep to the throne, the intention to hold the main tide. Unfortunately, the name of the bowl was so back to support Dang Ko. Hearing that, we nodded more frantically. The name of the bowl did not know what to do. Ngo Dao Hoyan continued to say, then Zhao Zhuo was killed, Lathian Guyan, though not exempted, but since then also disappeared. I thought he was eliminated by Deep. I am extremely coordinated to nod. He really wants to kill me. Fortunately, we were protected by the loyal subordinates, escaping from the money. My emotional expression also made Ngo Dao Hoyan less suspicious. Previously, I heard that Lathian Guyan studied high and highly talented, unmatched strategy. The recent speech of Teen Sin really deserves this assessment. Just Lathian Nian that we know, perhaps a middle-aged person. At this time, we could not help but sweat. We could only say, because perhaps we are better maintenance. Then we immediately transfer the topic. The point is that the kiss of the other Dieppe troops, if not poured, our nation's thoughts cannot be fulfilled. So you want to imitate Wei Hanlaw, but then you still want to borrow my power to win the dragon. Make the emperor yourself, right? Facing his scrutiny. We are very sincere again. What is the emperor? Dogs also do not bother to do. Our goal and the ancestor are unanimous. Just want to destroy the current national money. My sincere expression also made Ngo Dao Hoyan extremely affirmed. What we just said is absolutely honest. Just cooperation, just slowly. After saying, he locked his eyes on the two people eavesdropping next to. We need to clean up the mice hiding on the other side. The next moment, Asao was terrified to discover her method, but was forced to eliminate a shadow who does not know when he appeared behind his back. Eavesdropping is happy, right? Asai immediately pulled out a charm, but his attack was avoided by the flexible body of Ngo Dao Hoyan. While avoiding, Ngo Dao Hoyan assessed, Asa's strength is not bad, only regret to encounter us. After that, a violent lightning tore the space. The power of the spleen gathered on his fingers. Rumbling an hour, Asa body burned black, completely lost consciousness. The next moment, a Ningok's hand placed on Lathian Guyan's shoulder. You have a bad subordinates. There is such a dangerous subordinate. You are definitely an extraordinary character, right? Today is so lucky meeting two big characters. I looked desperately looking at the idiot discovered. Now, Ngo Dao Hoyan raised a vital question. Who are you in the end? We immediately sweat. I have just impersonated you. You will not return to impersonate me. Absolutely do not do so, stupid. Basic age does not match. In our pleading eyes, Lathian Nguyen suddenly spoke. Young teenagers have established a prime minister for the country, for the people. But when he grew up, becoming the boil of the whole kingdom again, Wang Quanquai is just a toy in his hand. Turned out that when he was young, his father once asked him, "What did you read for?" At that time, he could not answer this question, only knowing that he had remembered his friend's day with the book, then told his father that he did not know the cause. His father laughed, saying, because of heaven and earth, he was found, because of the people who establish destiny, for the saint that inherits the academic, for forever, that they bin declares. This is the morality that saints teach us readers. But I am not as noble as a saint, regardless of whether it is a destiny or inheritance of the Thai bin academic, it is all just a means. Your father wants to be Lu Dan Thien Ko. Lithian Nian was young, basically cannot understand the meaning of these four words. His father said to him, how short the life of the man was, not over 100 years will also decay as ashes. Only the name is recorded in the history books. Being chanted by people, our lives can be eternal. When he was young, he heard this explanation. Despite the disgusting instant, it also gave him a purpose to read. Not long after that, the sound of horses rang out outside the village. The soldiers of the enemy invade this place. Countless villagers reluctantly have to leave their homeland. It was from that day that Gayan finally understood the so-called arrogance of the reader. In front of life and death is just a joke. But what completely destroyed his beliefs as a man who is hungry and about to die? He was inherently kindness. As soon as he saw the other man, still giving his meager food to that person, the man snatched food and devoured. He was just about to comfort the man not to rush. No one scrambled with you, then heard a noise, only to see beside him, not knowing when a crowd of refugees appeared. The man finished eating food. The greedy expression looked at the boy. Do you still have food? Right? Each refugee repeats this saying, like a hungry wolf surrounding the boy. This scene caused a significant shock for the teenager. The next moment the refugees rushed, but their hands reached out and were stopped by a shadow. The teenager looked at the man in astonishment in front of him, but his father just laughed softly, then pushed him down the mountain. But on the mountain, it came to every greed. Why is there no food? But he can also eat. Each chewing sound cruelly transmitted from the mountain. This moment the teenager finally could not help but shout. But he finally understood the words he had said. What I said at that time was just a means. Read books for not because of the name, nor for the people. Only leave a mark in this world. Do not become leftovers of others. That becomes the culprit holding the life and death of thousands of people. Until the emperor of the heavenly army. Gayan felt a bit regretful. Because in his eyes, Tianhong was just a chess piece. He turned his head to look towards the back of the medical doctor. What is the effect of cure the disease for his majesty? But the great mourning day of his majesty should not see blood. Then bury them with his majesty. But on his face from start to finish is still calm. Xiaozhuo rushed to ask what he should do next. But he directly ignored the principal, laughing frantically. Dakin is now in our hands. At this time, he also developed the heart to hold the world. But the shout of Ingo Dao Hoyan interrupted him. I ask you, who are you in the end, in our expected eyes? Gayan just calmly removed his hat, coldly replied, Can Nungi indeed do Thian Quan? We are directly spraying. The results found him extremely seriously explaining, truly, I have not died yet. The #1 name in the court to coordinate the play with us, yet lying that I am his dead father. But even the fool knows. Kangayandi has just been buried shortly. Nungo Dao Hoyan could not help it anymore, directly strangled him. Does his mother think I am an idiot? But Gayan did not feel scared. The world knew that you hated money to the bone marrow. If not for me to the end, it will not risk your life to tell you these things. I hate the name of the dip that has made me fall into this situation. The other guy wandering wolf, always disguised as weak as eager, making us think he is one of the princes, the most incompetent. Hearing his words, Chiyu could not help but all the blue veins filled his forehead. Dare to violate the title of the emperor. You are the wanderer, but Gayan still did not stop. The opposite of the others silently colluded with the ministers in the court to attempt to win the throne. Over the years, his power has absorbed throughout the court. Even the prime minister has become his person. But fortunately, Gayan still has a loyalty to us. Faced with the enticement of Deep, he pretended to be consistent silently because of us. Reluctantly, the power of Deep has become, we have to attempt to die. That Gayan stayed in the court, like cockroach relations between Depp and Triyu Track, creating opportunities for us to submit. Unfortunately, our plan is only half successful. Although Xiaozhuo and Deep turned fiercely, but the other Ma2 is a bull but chose to help Deep kill Xiaozhuo, stabilize the government. Tubicide now killed the sky. Because all the words of Gayan said, there was no doubt that touched his back scales. Then he was full of expectation to look at me. Just wait for me to order an hour. Immediately rushed to kill the man dared to pretend the emperor, insulting this royal loss. Ngo Dao Hoyan said, so, you are like a mourning dog to hide to me. Suddenly Gayan locked his eyes on me. This time you always play the role of God. Recently, there was contradictory conscience scolded. So frustrated for you, as soon as the pepper is ready, waiting for us to order, see us holding hands tightly, using his face extremely seriously looking at him. God reluctantly scolded his majesty, really a guilty of death. Tu, who was still killed immediately, was stiffened on the spot, seemingly not daring to believe what he had just heard. Ingo Dao Hoyan finished listening to the news of Lithian Yuyan. Only us and the national money did not wear heaven. Do you think you can return to your whole body? But Gayan just calmly replied, I am just a person who lost the throne. But in terms of results, you kill me is not the best choice. Anyway, national money is still there. Killing a former emperor so easily, you cannot enjoy the pleasure of revenge, right? Ingo Dao Hoyan heard only coldly. Killing a Thian Quan name is enough. Of course, it is necessary to let the lineage slaughter each other. The country lost the home. The great self-reliance is good. Gayan was startled by his scary face. But we jumped directly shouting that is right. It is wanting to collapse nationwide. The lineage must be great to be good and good. At this time, we also understand the intentions of Lithian Nugian. Ingo Daohoyan hated his deeply money. It would not be easy to eliminate him, but hoped to murder by each other. So not only preserve life, it can also incite Hong Tu-Quan to overthrow the country. Thinking through this, I looked at him with the appreciation. As expected of you, my national killer, Ingo Daohoyan said again, so you ran here. In addition to taking away the circuit, also want to have the support of Hong Tu-Quan. Lithian Guyan nodded and confirmed, immediately obeyed by Ingo Daohoyan. Do not dream. Although we were happy to see the lineage of murdering each other, but telling us to use Hong Tu-Quan to help the enemy. You are too delusional. Who doubted Lithian Guyan was soon to be used? But if not helped us, what about helping him? I was inherently bewildered. Your mother wants to assassinate me again. I am clearly a king. Yet, the leader of the anti-bandit was taken into the room to do bad things. But the other god witnessed everything. Not only does it not prevent but also sincerely wish us to succeed. It turned out not long ago, Lithian Nguyen deceived Ingo Daohoyan that he was a prince. Moreover, he could give up the throne, assigning the future of money into our hands. But I heard it bewildered. The national money not inherently mine. He ignored my surprise, continuing to say I soon hated the throne. Now my greatest wish, in addition to killing the other two children, it is Jia Jiangshan for trusted people. For example, Lithian Nguyen is very good. Ingo Daohoyan did not believe, talk so much. It is just a slender words. I have played enough. Think carefully how you want to die. Lithian Nguyen laughed softly. The words are slender. On the contrary, I think it is so simple. As soon as he said, he took out the national jade. Is this enough to prove my intention? This action, even to you, is waiting to see the drama or beside him. This also made Ingo Daohoyan bewildered. Did he tell the truth? Then immediately heard him say, this is considered as we give to the future owner, my kiss receptionist in Bamal, but we could not react from the shock. A large hand is placed on my shoulder. Ingo Daohoyan, pleased to look at Lithian Nguyen. Your suggestion is very good. I am very satisfied with your will. Then tell me again, mindfulness that you proposed before. I was very appreciated, deserve my man, so should not be delayed. Let us go directly to the room. I was startled by his aggressive words. The result of the next moment, our head is an hour. This crazy child dares to sneak me. Before we could struggle, he directly fainted me. As soon as he carried me up to prepare for the room, he was discouraged. Ingo Daohoyan smiled and looked at him. Do you want to move the room too? Pepper still wanted to say something, immediately blushing. He who has never experienced life shyly shouted, shouting, Lai Ziwen then brought us out of this place. Your Majesty, we put everything on him. Bi Chanlong, definitely do not disappoint me. Definitely save the history book. But after the night falls, I was completely stushed by the female hoodlum. In the room, constantly echoing my vague moan. The name of the Prime Minister that we expect to wake up again, want to respect us as a military army. The more the name of our villain into our woman. Just like that, after a night of torment, the sound of the chicken crowing interrupted the quietness in the room. A few minutes later, the room door suddenly opened. Ingo Daohoyan's spirit excitedly walked out of the room. Just out of the door, Ingo Daohoyan immediately noticed that Tu was guarding all night. Pay attention to his gaze. Tu fiercely responded to the opponent. But then a white hand suddenly grabbed the door frame. My skinny appearance made Tu startled. Are you still alive? But we have no strength left to respond. At this time, we could not help but exclude the madness of the other woman. But because of destroying the country, all are worth it. Real. The name Lithian Nguyen was so brought with her. But she decided to sell us like that. It is expected. Go Daohoyan disdainfully interrupted me. Do not recall about the first instrument and discuss how to take the dragon. Hearing him, I feel extremely confusing. Obviously, it is okay to start directly. Until the discussion half a day later, we finally determined the plan, starting to the place where the long legs are. But on this way, we always feel extremely insecure. It seems that something will not happen next. Finally, after not knowing how long, Ingo Daohoyan finally stopped saying he arrived. Until we see the scene in front of him, surprisingly surprised again, is this the true general of Hong Tu-Quan? Suddenly an incompatible voice resounded me. No, a lot of people here are basically not people of Hong Tu-Quan, those who carry the blue triangle symbol, the people of Sun Ha-Hoi, but those who raise the flag of the word Thean are Hong Thean Party, and those who have the fake smiling face are the remnants of the Nia Min. I pointed to the cruel bald name. It was the person of Ngu Feng Sun. Those who look like the forest, they are people of Hai Sabang. He told me, such anti-thunderstorms are still very much moreover. Many of them have been handled by us. Hearing him, I thought it was not good. Is this not our own herself? But very quickly we suddenly realized the talents we are looking for are not these treasures. Although their eyes looked very friendly, we still could not help but reveal the excited smile. These are all important resources to defeat the country. Our abnormal actions are also seen by Lithian Nguyen. In the heart, more and more terrified, in the enemy's lair still walked firmly, even showing joy. Perhaps the person who was soon allowed to have a treason will have a rebellion gathered here, so want to win all of them once. The muscular name was rolled, his face was bright, yet throwing her glamorous gaze towards us. A married man, I was scared to drag Lithian Nguyen towards me. I am the Prime Minister Lithian Nguyen of Teen Quoc. This is the former Emperor Thean Quan. Hear my answer. The other man laughed even more and more. Brothers, you refuse, others also have your own style. Ingo Dao Hoyan suddenly appeared from behind me, telling him what we said was true. As soon as he saw No Dao Hoyan, the people behind him simultaneously clasped his hands and shouted, Bei Qin Dao to. Suddenly he turned his head to look at me. Are you a little disappointed? It is said that last night had achieved transactions with us. Is it possible to receive the full support of Hong Tu-Quan to win the dragon? Unexpectedly, Hong Tu-Quan supports not only you, I said. I am a business person. Business can't put all eggs in a basket. Hearing him, I was dumbfounded for a second. So is not we taking advantage of the effort? The results heard him continue to say, I do not want to be the emperor, but all those who have the courage to sit on the throne. We vow to bet on him, this time taking the opportunity to win the heir. Welcome people to compete. Lythean Guyan immediately understood his intentions. He wanted to use long match to gather all the anti-thieves, then based on that selected the nair. Whoever is the last winner, he will be the winner. So he worriedly looked at us. Can your majesty really deal with such a mind and calculation? After that, I saw me indifferently. The competitor, of course, is more and more fun. Anyway, the result is only one. No matter who killed the tide for us the same, who doubted my words directly made him fall in love with love. I like this as your comfort. As expected of the man he chose, although there are so many reserved people here, but I feel no one can scramble with you. I am afraid the only person can compete with you. It is people in the other Nanjing. Hearing this place, we are a bit surprised. Nanjing is really about to fight for a long time, but he suddenly laughed. In the past, you impersonated them, perhaps not thinking that the descendant of the department would really not move before long match. Calculating time, Nanjing people should also come. Suddenly a series of footsteps came from the cave. Only see the leader is a red-haired man, but behind him, as a woman sitting on the back of a giant. Seeing the person coming, Ingo Dao Hoyan was extremely angry. Did not I tell you to pick you up to Nanjing? Why are you just coming back? Who doubted that the other man was extremely arrogant to say, going to pick them up is the command of the patriarch. I do not dare to go against people. I brought it here. Afterward, he took out a head that was still bleeding. The name of red hair. It looks like a traitor, but even more arrogant than me. A regal emperor, 3 parts, even took a head out of the threat of Nugo Dao Hoyan, telling him to quickly give up the position of the ancestor to him. Seeing us, no one answered. Tran Tu-Min directly threw his head in his hand. This scene, making people present inhale a cold breath, because the owner of this head is no one else. It is the messenger of Cam Kwok this time, and Go Dao Hoyan was so angry and trembled. Join this activity, are you like this? But Tran Tu-Min not only did not know how to repent, still grinning teeth. After that, it was unrelated to me, who said the other guy was so weak. While speaking, he directly crushed his head. Nugo Dao Hoyan in the eyes of the killing intent. I know you are dissatisfied with me. Always look at my position, but at this key time that caused trouble, is it too hurry? Tran Tu-Min innocently yawned. My loyalty to the patriarch can look at Nat and Guyet, but the patriarch wanted to kill the country, did not want to confess, so we have these subordinates. Of course, we have to find a person who can unify the world. In fact, this name Chu Tu Dao, Dathan Vong of Kim, was called the #1 general of Jiangnan, dominating the Lang back victory. He represents Kim to win the dragon. The results were all from the prairies to destroy all. Hearing the words of Thao Guyan, we immediately stood up. After that, immediately saw the woman in white and laughed. Are all handled by our house. Awina disdainfully stroked the flute in his hand. The country is weak. The next moment, the treason boss beside him was extremely contemptuous. It is said that back Meng appears something called the Holy Woman, but in the eyes, we are just a bunch of northern man, hearing the rebellious treason. The woman smiled coldly. You said man die, is it just as? Indeed, compared to the bustle of Trung Guyan, we are a bit poor, but I just want to ask, if Trung Guyan is so dangerous, everyone's life is definitely very happy, right? So the adventurers who were executed and set up a counterattack, is it because of her hobby of treason? Hearing him, everyone present was indignant. Loving language are them. Love women, you are love women. Awina laughed softly. I went to the south to win the dragon, to end the division and dispute, unify the world. People who want to participate in the great career of the world can consider joining us. The next moment, in the eyes of the people present flashed with purple light. The mouth also muttered to unify the world, saving the history book. Seeing their strange reaction, we felt extremely strange. So is it successful, but what makes us more suspicious than I basically do not see this woman's information board. Shortly after that, Awina spread his arms wide. The voice of the voice. People want to join in my expansion. Also have to go through testing, because we only accept the planet. Hearing the familiar dialogue, I was carelessly following. Do not accept trash. The words just uttered. Awina was extremely surprised to look at us. How did this guy know this lines? But we also rushed to hide, but a muscular man grabbed my shirt. His mother said we were trash. I explained. He wants to say, not me, switch. The man looks at Awina. Did you feel we are trash? The corner of the mouth of Awaina lifted up. I do not target you. I say everyone here is trash. We have the mind to hurt the anti-thieves, want to associate with the anti-thieves to destroy our kingdom. But unexpectedly, I met my compatriot Lantam. He has a sentence, I do not target you. I say everyone here is trash. Immediately explode the whole hall. Hundreds of people are crazy. Grab weapons to rush towards Awaina facing their siege. Awaina shows his voice softly. I bring my brother to the whole team. The next moment, a dentist under the body burst into roar like a wild beast. Everyone was also startled by this angry roar. Immediately after that, a shadow rushed into the crowd. Only in the blink of an eye, there were dozens of people being broken by him. A lot of people have not yet realized what happened, seeing their body and head away permanently. See that terrible scene? I rushed to leave this place. The gentleman did not stand under the dangerous wall. Flee first. But even though we have been very carefully concealed, it is still noticed by Awaina. Awaina shouted, Ida, stop, go to kill the guy running away first. Hearing him, I just feel numbscalp. He just said there is only one sentence. Are you not so absolute? Who doubted in the eyes of the woman? Just because we were not affected by his ability, so it became a thorn in his eyes in the blink of an eye. A Nai appeared in front of me, but the full energy that he swung out was stopped by a Se. This also makes me stop for a second, without waiting for him to continue to take action. Yungo Hoyan trampled him to the ground. In the area of Hong Tu Quan, we dare to do so. Is it a bit too disdain for us, this ancestor? Awaina smiled slightly. Calm down, we are not enemies. Then he opened his eyes. We have the same goal, but the words that fascinate people's hearts are constantly repeating in our ears. It feels like someone is using a barbell hammer to smash my head. Looking to Nugo Dao Hyan. At this time, it was like a puppet, but stopped moving, repeating the sentence to eradicate national money. Under the fascination of Awaina and Ngo Dao Huan suddenly intended to kill the former king first, so he suddenly turned his head, staring at Lathian Gan. Awaina saw that it was a bit surprised, yet it is the former, unexpectedly. There was such an interesting surprise, a Sayantiu simultaneously protected in front of us, but we now understand what is the ability of the woman to end. He is clearly like me. All are unlucky people who do not come from Lam Tun. But he tried to use words fascinated by us, want me to be his junior, whoever doubted us not to do his will, but immediately knew his truth, must know that each person has all kinds of thoughts, but the ability of the other woman is to exaggerate the concept in the heart of people, and then through the seduction, make the opponent become a controlled puppet, under the relentless incident of Awaina. Ngo Dao Hoyan has completely lost his mind, gradually pressing close to us. This also makes us numbscalp, although we have seen through the ability of the other woman, but the foolish woman who was fascinated in front of her, what to do in the end. Suddenly, we hurriedly put his hand to prevent Nugo Dao Hoyan. The woman rotten, he is no longer the emperor of the national money. Killing him will not kill the national money. Hearing my words, Ngo Dao Hoyan suddenly woke up. In the eyes also flashed a struggling. See his reaction? I know the words I have worked, although the damn woman can be through the seduction of others, but we can also go through language loopholes to counterattack him. As soon as we were secretly, felt a stream of killing intent to lock me, turned back to look back. I discovered that the woman was looking at the dead with the dead, then heard him shout, Ngo Dao, destroying the national money is your life, right? The target right before the eyes. What else do you hesitate? Did you waver? Along with the voice of Awai again, and Ngo Dao Hoyan became extremely angry. The roar of tearing the gut of the liver made me unable to hold back and covered my ears. After that, Ngo Dao Hoyan was angry and swung a right, punching the right place. The crazy face made me afraid of both pants. Is this really still? Although saying that, but we were not afraid to stand up again. Ngo Dao Hoyan, Du Thien Quan died, and will you be satisfied? The true wish is finally eradicating the national money, or turn Trungayan into a place without war, a happy land. Hear me? Ngo Dao Hoyan's footsteps stopped, then hugging his head and screaming in pain. Awaina behind loudly questioning, why are you not moving? I laugh coldly. Tell Awaina accepting the mind and the heart is not only one type. For example, the concept of Ngo Dao Hoyan, destroying money is of course accepting the concept in his heart. But the greater memory of his heart is to create a prosperous era. But your ability cannot choose specific attachments. So accepting his concept of creating prosperity now more and more strong, then we defied their amazing gaze, launching the final critical blow into Ngo Dao Hoyan. If you are controlled by the other woman, it will definitely lead to the scene of the northern man invading the north, the middle-class life. You told me, who did you save? After saying the sentence, we show a very confident smile. When the two types of attachments are in conflict, cannot be harmonized, so his only choice is to die. Looking at the stupid expression of Ngo Dao Hoyan, Awaina directly could not help but cry out. As soon as Ngo Dao Hoyan fell, I quickly came to him, supporting him. About the martial arts, this is the fake power to spread the big forms. We only used 3 sentences that made one person. Ngo Dao was admired by the person who turned into an idiot who only knew Abaya Ba. After saying that we are still not angry, looking towards Awaina, the rotten woman, what are you? Still delusion with me. At this time, the hall suddenly sounded a sound of tooth bone. the one who should have been knocked out, but crawled up. Why did not care about looking at Lathin Nguyen, the former not killed nor. Anyway, later I had to go to the south of Trung Nguyen. Just or kept him a chess. Then the cold eyes swept towards me. For you, today, I have to kill you anyway. Although he could not control Ndao Hoyen, but because he conflict between two thoughts, he was temporarily abandoned. No more he hindered. Based on his strength, there was no more his opponent here. At this time, Tu and Asay protected in front of us. For that big idiot, they all proved extremely taboo. A wine, a hot gaze, looked at me being protected, and shouted, kill him. The next moment, Ana used force to kick hard on the ground, like a crazy dog. Rushing towards me, we have not even reacted. That claw appeared in front of me. Just like that stop at the position of less than 10 centimeters, it turned out the pepper had stabbed the sword into his arm. Just fitting him to stop him. Ana emits extremely painful cries. Aseb beside him took the opportunity, swing out the charms thrown in his face of Onungan Tam Lian, destroyed, along with an explosion. I also exploded out. It was not until the barracks of the back stopped. Looking at the huge legs revealed from the rubble, Awaina finally reacted, just flying over as his junior. He could not believe the two women opposite. Do not understand why the two unknown little girls could beat me. Chu Cat slaughtered. Tu besides preparing to continue attacking, Tu reached out to stop him, telling him not to move. The other guy is not as weak as you think. At the same time, each alarm rang in Awaina's ear. Only seeing Nha did not know when he had stood up. He also radiated a gloomy green light. Does the black and who chemical ring suppress animals? Awaina is angry the next moment. On the top of the house, there was a bush with dense hair. The position of the finger grew with sharp claws, staring backwards, where there was a strong gas. The corners of the mouth Awaina slightly lifted. That is like that. New interesting, I am clearly a heart, just want to be a king of death. But no matter what we do, can all pay attention to others, pushing us up the throne again. This also makes Awaina, who is also not fake, feeling the risk of coincidence, immediately ordered Haknia to kill me, looking at the monster half of the animal in front of him. Asa could not help but be dumbfounded on the spot. Why is a peaceful person turning into dogs like this? Even those who are fighting around feel unbelievable. Good people do not do. Why do you have to do dogs now? Haknaha was looking at the wicked face of two women in front of him, who flew him. The next moment Haknaha suddenly disappeared on the spot, then launched a kick towards the Sat. Pepper strongly turned around, raising the dagger to support the sharp claws of Hakna. The Black House angrily roared. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 rights. A wine calmly looked at the battle not far away. Black Naha was originally a child raised by wild wolves, extremely bloodthirsty nature, but now you yet dropped the blindfold to suppress his wolf. It is worth life. At the same time, the Black Pepper was awarded the seal to constantly back down. In his eyes flashed a taboo. Like a crazy dog, it is hard to deal with. Suddenly, the Black Mouth opened his mouth as big as the blood pot. Bite a strong bite into the shoulder of Tiu. Suddenly, Black pay attention to the Sat sand, then bite Pepper and throw it straight out. At this time, there is only one thought in the heart. Can't fight this guy back. The next moment, the two crashed into the wall. I rushed, run in front of them. Tu suddenly shouted and told me to leave here. I have a bit of suspicion or standing in place, then heard him continue. The power and speed of this animal are all on us. I do not fight him. Now can only rely on the other girl. Use a spell to control him. Discovering no one answered, Tu turned around. Looking behind the girl, soon rolled the other eye. Tu now remembered. Chu Cat Sat yesterday was hit by Ningo Dao Hoyan. Today is beaten again. Is it dead? His heart was extremely desperate. Your Highness, perhaps later I could not do it anymore. I am afraid to die here. Right now, Blackna was inherently walking quickly to the spot, but in front of him were 5 strange weapons. The woman before dying shouted a ghost of the servant. Most Mimi resisted awake, so that has the opportunity to survive. Just because we hear this is the classic secret of the Lamtine people, but before that, we were still an enemy to die when we are in danger. The 5 great Han generals appeared in front of me. When will the damn take the dog for a walk? Just make such a fuss. What is the face of the great grand monk? This meaningless clone is also the end. Start from this animal first. Those Fenados were even more excited and shouted, kill them. Even we cannot help but feel enthusiastic. If the national team has this spirit, what is afraid of not winning the World Cup? Only 5 people were like a dragon to the sea, turning the weapon in their hands to rush. But the next second, they were defeated by Hakna with just one way group. The other fanatic looked backward. Only they are not superficial. The body has not been rested. Waina could not help laughing. Is this your Mandarin? So funny. Even Pepper could not help but pull the corner of his mouth twitching. Anger scolded, what the hell did you come here? Haknaye turned to look at Tu, faced with the scene of despair. Tu suddenly thought of a good way, then hurriedly grabbed the Sat sand, soaring, and threw it into my lap. Quickly kissed this woman. While speaking, I pressed my head into the mouth of the sand. Indeed, Chukatsat, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes, but very quickly because of intimate contact with men and fainting. Tu took the initiative to hold my hand on his chest. the righteous face, make me immediately realize something. The sat will consider the person in contact with the other men is an enemy of life and death in the blink of an eye. The death of death suddenly appeared at this time. We also separated from the sat, only seeing him on his body, but the static rays like an old witch, the sound of grinding gnawing from his throat, who dared to compete for men with me. See this scene. Tu also shuddered, immediately rushed towards the dark. Next second, immediately saw the San spitting out a mouthful of purple fire. Tu worriedly turned his head to look, then hide behind Hackna. Shortly thereafter, a huge purple flame accompanied by electric rays exploding on the dark person. Awaina could not help but panic, shouting black. At this time, Tu appeared behind him. Awaina could not turn around. Chukatsat has appeared in mid-air, raise a huge energy sphere, dare to compete for men with us. Hackna was seriously injured to protect Awaina, but he was directly blocked in front of him. Awaina happily laughed, but very quickly was swallowed by a huge fire in front of him. Until the dust melted, the Blackna helplessly fell in front of him. Awaina's smile is also stiff on his face. A silver-white dagger appeared on his neck. A word is also not said, otherwise I will cut your tongue. I was helplessly looking around the surrounding scene. It seems that the whole body is drained. Battle of anti-thieves. Then we suddenly turned around, looking towards the one who broke my plan. Pay attention to my almost twisted eyes. Awaina yet feels a fear from deep in the soul. This damn woman. Yet, ruining the national destruction plan that we miserable, worth dying. Awaina finally scared, constantly using words trying to harass me. The scheme made us let go of the long sword in my hand, but we are not affected at all. No one can affect our kingdom. After that, we did not hesitate to swing down. During despair, Aina suddenly shouted, Maha burned too. The mind is spent. Most Mimi resisted awake. Hearing this sentence, we tried to stop the long sword. This also makes people difficult to understand. Why does His Majesty not eliminate the woman who causes this Trungayan? Even Awaina also looked at me in astonishment. I collected the long bar, the second concentration, big brother, the whole family, the syntax of changes. We do not change. Symbol C, the quarter angle. Make me determined. The idiot always confronts us, but is also not like me. Awaina rapped and kneeling down in front of me, crying and saying, I am also not coming. I raised my hand to signal that Tu was preparing to kill a little. I still have some things to tell him. Just clarify what this is. At the same time, because of losing the control of Awaina, Ingo Dalhoyan suddenly woke up. After regaining consciousness, he swept his eyes around, discovering that he was standing towering in the middle of the crowd. There is also a woman who conspires him to control him. Ingo Dalhoyan pointed to Awaina. Whoa, life, you dare to control me? I am sure in front of Awaina. Do not kill him. I can still use him. In the head of Mingo Dalhoyan appeared a big question mark. Did I not satisfy you anymore? Yet goes to an E-girl, looking at our increasingly serious face. Ingo Dalhoyan still chose B-girl. Leave a sentence. You saved me a life. It seems that I return it to you, but we then offer an excessive condition. Prepare us a little soundproof room. Ingo Dalhoyan was a bit angry, shouting, I know. I suddenly had an illusion. It seemed that he was jealous, although saying that Ingo Dalhoyan still prepared for us a room. Just seeing here, Awaina is scared, trembling like a sieve. I also feel a bit ashamed. He seems to misunderstand my intention, but to be careful, I still decided to try it again. The syntax of changes, we do not change. Symbol C, the quarter angle. Palace of Ngok translation. 180 a cup. The army of Keen Hong Hachaithai Thien Thong Lei. Luhan Avan to Thien Hong Nat Hong Hai. The two mid-severe illness arises, burning my casualties. Question of sorrowful super pounding basketball. I sighed. That is right, being the same world with me, so I asked, how did you go through? Awaina said it was a long time ago. One day we posted an online question. Ask you want to go back to any dynasty. The result on the internet has an idiot named Dachai Emperor. Directly cursed me, saying so good now. If you want to return, all are disabled. How can we hold it? Directly with the other idiot began a debate. The result was a stimulant, milk tea poured out. After that, I was surprised to discover that and jumped at the circuit breaker. Wake up. I was a child who could not take care of himself. Hearing him, I suddenly fell into the deep. Daichi King is that idiot, not me anyway. Wah. Nay, but piercing the soul into the newborn body. So how do you know that I am the one? Is not it because you caught my meme before? I am temporarily embarrassed. Be familiar with my mouth and say it out. He suddenly stopped by my face. Let us cooperate. Did not you become Lithian Nguyen now? Then start using your ability, despite being Trong then. But ancient times were not so good. We just feel soulmate. I used to play games every day, drink coca, watch videos. Every day is energetic. Now we eat, defecate, sleep. Like torture, Awaina revealed a smile, knowing that we are not fake. So we relax vigilantly. Hit my move, but I do not know. Do you have any skills? I directly declared. Only one system. It seems that your piercing experience is not very good, but I see me as lucky. Do you want to lead you? I immediately felt wrong. This name was just a crane lick. Why is it awake now? Awaina turned his head and said, your purpose is to kill the country, right? You want to kill Teen Triyu? Claim to be a king, right? I just felt the girl in front of me was an idiot. Really consider me Lathian guy and want to stay here? Suddenly I reacted, is this name using our ability? As he said, he started to take off his shoes to reveal your rotten legs. If you agree, I can let you lick that leg. Looking at him more and more excessive, I could not help but grab him, stuffing my rotten socks to save my 20 years into his mouth. Did not you really like 3 flowers? I see how you say now. Moreover, claiming to the king, winning the pulse. Is this what we want? Since not coming, everyone arbitrarily deducted to me. Others stopped, but you are also piercing, perhaps not understanding my mood. Let me tell you, in the end, what do we want after that? Winey's eyes widened bigger and bigger. The cries of tragic desire from the cave became bigger and louder. We only use one night to solve a Wina. After a rainy night, we swung the sleeve through the door of the dungeon, but the gaze on us made us extremely suspicious. Everyone's eyes look at me, filled with a different taste. Everyone looked towards Awina following me. Only seeing her blushing face, it seemed like something happened. Now, in the mind everyone appears 4 big words, wild, lustful. Lythean Guyan shamelessly looked seriously looking at me, as expected of his majesty. Only by humiliation has served Ngo Dao Hoyan and loved women, because the national money except for 2 big treasures. I am sensitive to realizing the change on his face. This old man is definitely inferred, so I hastily explained I am just the seal of his ability. Ngo Dao Hoyan, on the contrary, was the first person to choose to believe. Your time should not be so short. At this point a voice interrupted us. It turned out that the alliance of the army had gathered. At any time you can start searching for a long circuit. Ngo Dao Hoyan looked at me. Time was almost arrived. It is time to go to Longmak. Hearing this news, we also have a little wavering. Then we go to a jagged rock. Ngo Dao Hoyan's eyes broke out a stream of optical needles. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scene began to change. In my heart is extremely surprised. If the rebellion arbitrarily comes here, it will definitely get lost. Put the total herd first near the vein. Thus, regardless of who wants to find long match, cannot escape the scope of his power. What a good plan. Right now, Ngo Dao Hoyan suddenly stopped. The smiling face looked at us. We arrived. The next moment we only feel in front of the eyes are covered by light. Wait until you open your eyes again. The surrounding completely turned into a wild scene. That is it. This place where the bird does not want to really have a long circuit. Even these. The other army leader also ran a question. Ngo Dao Hoyan, how could this place have a long circuit? Is his mother tricking me? Right now, behind Ngo Dao Hoyan transmitted to a heavy noise. A giant golden ball appeared in front of everyone. At this time, everyone is amazed. Only see a giant golden door slowly opened. See this majestic door? In my heart, there is an answer. This is long match. Do not know who led a shouting an hour. A bunch of treason never seen the world impatiently rushed in, hearing their extremely satisfied laughter. We were not moved, even cheering them in their hearts. Hurry up. It is best to win the long circuit. Help our national money drop a great point. Suddenly I turned my head to look to the side. His eyes widened. The face seemed to want to kill them. I contemptuously glanced at him. I was not in a hurry. What were you in a hurry? Lythean Guyan explained to us. That is right. Now I rushed in. Perhaps it will activate a certain agency. His Majesty Holy Ming, after confirming everyone was in, I just said, starting along with the figure we disappear in the door. The yellow door is automatically closed, completely disappeared in the desert. Looking at the gorgeous golden surroundings, we could not help but exclude, the construction person is really extremely rich. I have not yet entered a loud smile, all of me. Lythean Guyan indifferently looked in the direction of making sound. It seems like encountering things. Then we immediately go towards that sound, despite the preparation, but still the scene in front of him surprised. Only see those people, all immersed in countless wealth, unable to stop. The other people tears in tears because of excitement. There are these things. What are you looking for? Targets in the rear rooms. Do not go to see. It was not until the front door of the cave, seeing 2 groups of people rumbling for ownership of this place. There are also those who are immersed in martial arts. In a short time, hundreds of people appear clearly. Ngo Dao Hoyan seemed to be soon. Want to be recognized by Long Mac, must have a worthy temperament, being taken advantage of by a little benefit. It was finally a supporting role. It seems that this is Long Mac's first test. On this way, it is definitely not neglected. For all these things contempt, this trick we have seen it soon. Ngo Dao Hoyan was just about to assert to us. The next second result of his face was great. What is his mother in the hand holding? At this time, we held a precious pile of treasures. I do not understand what you are saying. We are clearly the body of a country, possessing endless glory, yet proactively lowering yourself, holding a pile of things to leave. Ngo Dao Hoyan looked bewildered and looked at me. What is his mother in the end? What did you say just now? Just saying. He just pointed to the top of his head. This is the test of that long match. Do you do these things? You do not want to be an emperor anymore. I did not pay attention to him, but turned my head into another treasure. There seem to be treasures here. Lythean Guyan frowned slightly. The body is the national owner. What is the treasure that has never been seen? Why should it be so greedy and sighted at this time? I think smartly. If this is long match test, Then we just need to show a little greed. We'll definitely be deducted many points. Definitely not predestined to the throne. Suddenly I bowed my head and looked down in one place. Yet it was the names because of wealth, married to each other. I could not help but exclaim. Because of this, leaving this thing so that so much, I look around, compared to our stuff in our loincloths is still inferior. It is estimated that what can really appeal to us, perhaps only Tu Trach may Rai on the phone. Not long after we ran back to the bewildered eyes of everyone, we show a confident smile. I have carefully selected gifts for everyone. Tu looked at the short sword we threw it, blankly. This is Lathian Guyan, looking at Than Long Van Kiem in his hand, in the heart of hundreds of disordered relationships. Get Long General Waterfall. This is how generous. Even the Emperor has never treated me like that. As for the 2 books, The Secret of the Art we threw Ngo Dao Hoyan and Chu Cat Sat. Even the foolish woman pierced with me. There is also a whip. I bowed my head and glanced at him. Do not think much. This is for us to use together later. Ngo Dao Hoyan judged our back, and this thought of heaven has a bit of Emperor's temperament. Now it seems like that. Did we look wrong? Suddenly the palace began to vibrate violently. Each giant rock constantly fell from the sky. The idiots are immersed in the wealth. Finally, awareness is not good, unable to avoid it. The big rock was hit by them. In a moment, the cries of the cries were constantly rang. It was not until the cries were getting smaller, those rooms were blocked by big rocks. Then we looked at the bloodstain flowing under the rock. In my heart is extremely tragic. My beloved traumatic traits. You are the pillar of the country. Why are you going like that? Ngo Dao Hoyan glanced at the living people behind. Before coming here, a total of 158 people. Now only less than 50 people left. Just one test. Else nearly 7 parts. At this time, a mechanical voice rang in everyone's ears. Preliminary King Vong Dao Trang. Skip the test. Hearing this voice, even people seemed to be electric shock, stiffness on the spot. I bowed my head to look at my arms, shouting in my heart, Daebon, is it you? But wait half a day. The bracelet also does not transmit a little sound. The voice then rang again in everyone's ears, immersed in secular material, greed for a small benefit, but forgot the meaning, not afraid of the Emperor's gas, kind. The person who hugged the world was like the water, the Emperor's temperament, through listen to hear. In my heart secretly, just now we took so many treasures, probably eliminated already. Now I go by myself, or do you invite me? The other voice rang again, good at borrowing objects, bribe people, use the heart of the world, use the interests of the world that speaks action, great temperament. The next moment of a metal director covers me. Our initial agreement immediately disappeared. Mom life, I am clearly the king who is expected. Thinking everything, want to smear your face unexpectedly. My wild action is so recognized by Long Match, hearing Long Circuit evaluating me. Lythene Guyan both shouted and shouted, then quickly walked towards us, patting people as expected of you, Lythene Guyan. I looked stiffly, turning my head, staring at the traitor in front of him. Wine is also very surprised. It is also piercing without fake. I only think of the second floor, yet he is in the atmosphere. Lythene Guyan is scary. At this time, someone began to speak in a small voice about me. Do you know who this is? He is Lythene Guyan, the famous trader of the national money. No wonder he has the Emperor's temperament. Now look back. As expected of the same name, at this time everyone's eyes were also locked on people. We suddenly stepped aside, trying to avoid the yellow light. Who doubted that gold light directly chased? In my heart, it is exhausted. Raise the middle finger in the air. What the hell is this? Do not show him here. At this time, the bracelet suddenly transmitted an hour. Congratulations to the owner. The owner has just achieved excellent achievements in the examination of Long Match. Receive Long Match blessing the Emperor's glory. His mother does not know what to say. Moreover, what is the Emperor's glory? Can you increase the fighting strength for us? Answer the owner. The Emperor's glory has no effect. In fact, it can make the owner more prominent in the crowd. Like the Emperor, hearing its prolonged voice, we suddenly understood. This is the trap that the system set for us. You do not let me find you. Otherwise, I put all the answers into your mouth. At this time, the mechanical voice rang again. Due to the competition achieved. The Emperor soon triggered the next training. Emperor came, restore grilled chicken. Wait until we open our eyes again. The discovery on my body seemed a bit heavy. Bowed down. Just discovered on me but turned into armor. The surrounding scene also completely changed. At this moment, a guard runs in. Marshal, please start. Tam and Quan is extremely. Very quickly, the other voice began to talk about this mission. Leading Muk Dong Kwang Kong occupied Tungdu Citadel. Lythien Nungayan looked at the table in front of him. Immediately understood the current situation. In the south of the map, there is a vast Love River. Wei Han Law is the marshal. Leading Muk Dong Quan are stationed on the north bank of the river. But 20 miles from Muk Dong Quan Barracks to the north, it is this giant stronghold. This is the capital city that needs to occupy this time. Than Tungdu had 5,000 troops. Muk Dong Quan has 2,000 troops. The needs of both sides are very complete. It is possible to withstand the war that lasts for months. If you just look at the number of soldiers and the army, the capital of Tungdu is extremely difficult, but is not absolutely impossible. Suddenly the soldiers spoke. Our troops were ill. There are currently nearly 5,000 uncomfortable body, vomiting diarrhea, military medical in the army has no way, the generals of the general decline. Next what to do? Please Marshal Lythian Guyan softly said. This test must check the ability to fight people. But here do not see others, proving that long match has turned us into the same side. So the so-called trial is not a copy of the theme of war. This cheek-dog dragon also knows how to play. To you beside him, I used to follow the Emperor and your Highness also understood a little about the military service. If you want to be sure, the attacking side needs 10 times the defense side. Our troops are inherently very reluctant. Now more epidemics. Listen to here. We were in the face of misery, smiling coldly in our hearts. It seemed like doing a good thing. I like the most hell arbitrary can also fail the task. I think it is fun. But very quickly we immediately think of, if our place is hell, then it is not to say, did other competes are the same as us, if their duties also fail. Calculation of general assessment is the highest. So what to do? Looking at the face constantly changing, my Lythian Guyan immediately understood something. Your Majesty also thought about it. The method can take advantage of epidemics to convert to victory and lower capital. It is just that the other method is too evil. Your Majesty is probably hesitant whether or not to use it. In this way, then this evil person just let the god done to help us win the world. Lythian Guyan actively stood out, choosing all responsibilities. He suddenly spoke, saying in a low voice, Your Majesty. I was a little suspicious or raised my head, and immediately saw him extremely serious face with me. Vi then had a plan. Can easily capture Tungdu. At the same time, in another copy, Ingo Dao Huyan saw the scene in front of him, and immediately stiffened on the spot. In front of him is each soldier almost dying. Ingo Dao Huyan went in front of a soldier, under the astonished eyes of the old soldier, raised his right hand. The next moment, on the right hand of Ngo Dao Huyan flashed blue light. Mosaic Thuong Thien Nuok Thoi. After the exam, the old soldier was so strange to sit up. I have gone away. After that, the face was surprised to look at Nungo Dao Huyan. Fairy activity. Martial is a fairy activity. All infected people are attracted to this voice. Each one followed each other next to Ingo Dao Huyan. Martial saved me. I also want to live. Ingo Dao Huyan looked terrified. In the moment he seemed to return to the past, used to, like now, any more than our own strength, facing tens of thousands of patients. It is just salt to remove the sea. He looked extremely steadily looking at the soldiers in front of him. Although we know we can't do anything, but can't do anything. Then he comforted everyone. Just have me here. Everyone will be saved. Then he called back all those who knew a little about the therapy with me to save people. Then he wrote a prescription again. Others just follow this prescription of me and prepare the medicine. Make sure the whole army must drink. After saying that, he turned his head to look towards those dying soldiers. Across, in the third copy, Owaina silently said, 2,000 troops attacked 5,000 troops in the city. It also carries so many infectious soldiers. What is this fart? The opposite man laughed coldly. Why not fight? As far as we see, capturing Tungdu is easy to turn hands. Owaina stared at Tran Tu Min. So you told me how to fight. Tran Tu Min's face mocked. Tungdu then has only 5,000 defense troops. Just need them to be infected with epidemics. We just need to use a stone machine, throw the body of the soldiers who have been epidemic into the city. The next moment, Dane Nigi fell into silence. I looked surprised and looked at Lythian Nian. You are really Pluto. Even Pluto on the body also have to tattoo you. I directly rejected his offer. This plan is too poisonous. Not something that Men Quen should do. Lythian tried to argue. Your Majesty, this is a war. Not when talking kindly. I raised my hand, shouting. Enough, under the astonished eyes of Lythian Nguyen. I am smiling again. I have a better way. Lythian Nguyen immediately blankly. The better way, from ancient times to the present, the usual rules in the public war. The attacker attacked at least 10 times the defense side to have the victory. But now Mukdong Quan is not only enough forces, but also suffers from epidemics. Ara. If you do not use the poisonous tactic, want to lower the city is basically the delusion. I seriously look at them now. The gas is in decline. We are preparing to withdraw to the south banks of the river, waiting for the recurrent opportunity. Pepper next to listen to knowing teeth, and the name of this kiss has a good plan, saying bluntly not to fight back, then run away. It is already running away. Is it so eloquent? This is the most hegemony, saying the most cowardly words. Lythian Guyan fell into thought again. His Majesty's plan could not be so shallow. It certainly has other intentions. Unfortunately, our discipline of military conquering is far inferior to the cunning in the court. So it is still unable to enter the field of His Majesty. I suddenly thought of something. Stop instructing them. When we retreat, we have to carry all the infected soldiers. Those who are so sick that they cannot go also have to carry. Lythian Guyan shouted, No, the infected soldiers who were mostly could not live anymore. Bring them. The opposite will slow down our army. Why do you have to carry them? I turned around. His hot gaze looked at him. No abandonment. not giving up. It is my attitude towards the soldiers under. Does this explanation make you satisfied? Facing our steadfast gaze, Lythene Guyan once again felt the so-called long eye. In the end, he compromised with me. Vythan did not dare. My words also made Tu tilt his head slightly to look at me. At the same time, in the third copy, 2 soldiers brought soldiers to die from the epidemic into the bag. Machines put them in the stone case. Under the terrifying eyes of the soldiers, only hear a sound of tearing the wind rang. The corpses were infected with the disease, like shots shot into the city, to win the victory and be recognized by long match. Awaina so but not regret bringing corpses because the disease thrown into the city. The soldiers on the gate saw the artillery shells flying, shouting, hiding very fast. The guard immediately discovered that it was not the artillery shell. Flying in the air is the cold corpse. In a moment, blood carried the disease exploded upstairs. At this time, upstairs became chaotic. Inside, there was a terrifying cry. Even so, the general still loudly shot. Along with each command was bestowed, the last general could not help but cry. Things that were considered artillery shells were his most loyal soldiers. The sword ordered in his hand to fall to the ground. In the end, he could not help it, kneeling down in front of the dead soldiers. It was all my soldiers. How can we be like that? Awaina's devil's voice rang in his ear, continued to order. Did you forget your wish? Just after finishing this match, you can go home to get married. The champion was fascinated and turned around. That is right. I can. Then he walked towards the stone machine. I can. Awaina wiped away cold sweat without existence. These soldiers were annoying. Just a little bit loose is to cause trouble for me. Tran Tu Min came out from behind him. Fortunately, the ability of this dull girl, as far as we can see, this capital has not been able to stay. When the first corpses were thrown down, the opponent pretended to look seriously waiting. Now 1 day has passed. Than's head was filled with corpses. There is only a few people who are carrying corpses. Calculate time. The epidemic probably broke out in the city. Awaina immediately Deputy Anaha climbed over the wall. From the inside opened the door. The next moment Anaha is prepared. The whole strength is concentrated at the foot. Soaring, the moment Anaha rushed out, launched the dust. Afterward, the more frantically run on the wall into a vertical 90-degree. Only in the blink of an eye, Anaha appeared behind those soldiers, only hear 2 noisy sounds. The head of the soldier guarded, very quickly on the wall, caught fire. Again for a few minutes, the gate slowly opened under the almost metamorphosis of Anaha's arm. Seeing this scene, in the army broke out the cheers of victory, preparing Kongthan. Tran Tu Min was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, we won so easily. Awaina came before the army. The whole army heard orders. Move forward. The whole army broke out the sound of shouting people. The army quickly rushed into the gate of the city. Awaina is even more excited to ride a white horse, steaming in front of the army. But very quickly his smile stiff on his face. Immediate. In the town, there is no survivor. Awaina thought for a long time, but still unable to understand the scene I see, even if the disease outbreaks. Trong Then Si Gan Kan Yen Ten Vai. Suddenly a few hours, tearing the wind to give him the answer, the soldiers behind him fell down one after another. The cries were relentlessly ranged. Finally, Awaina awakened, very quickly rumbled in his ear. Yet each soldier is equipped with teeth. At this time, the man behind them suddenly spoke. Finally, you are here, the woman to take the throne. Yet without regret sacrificing countless lives, throw into the city door. But as soon as he led the army to rush into the city, he discovered the so-called victory, from beginning to end, is just a joke. Awaina looked at the old man and not far away. Who are you? The murmur voice of the man rang. The poor Lunak in hand trained the spirit of Than Tung Du. The fort is the method of controlling epidemics. At the same time, in the number 1, Lythene Guyan was now, because she could not understand our thoughts and sighed. The soldiers passed anxiously at him. Lord, are you okay? Lythene Guyan shook his head. I am okay. Quickly enlist to transport war invalids. Right now. The back suddenly rang out of the Sat Cat's voice. Lord Lai, I discovered a strange thing to report to him. This disease, on all patients there's a mild method of gas, so I doubt. Listen to hear. Lythene Guyan could not help but widen her eyes. What do you mean by this disease is caused by the person? Chu Cat Sat nodded. I guess in the army of Tungdu Citadel, perhaps there's a mastermind of the epidemic of the disease. Lythene Guyan was terrified. If we follow the plan we propose, I am afraid it has fallen into the opponent's trap soon. But their conversation, also falling into Tu, is hiding behind the tent. At this time, he also shocked his face. Terrible Diep. So did you see it all soon? So you have been alone in the barracks, newly prepared those preparations now. In the Deputy number 3, the soldiers on both sides soon fought fiercely. Why now finally reacted? You said that you made the epidemic outbreak in my army. All this is inherently made by you. Lunak laughed coldly. So you know, the magic of the self is right when you throw the corpse into the city. How stupid is it? Awaina grinded his teeth. The disease on the corpse did not threaten you. You deliberately display the father of the city to die, seducing us to catch the sentence. Lunak looked down from him. It seems that you are not too stupid. If not encountered me, your intelligence and cruelty should have a great effect. Owaina laughed coldly. I have not lost yet. As long as you die, I still have the opportunity to win. Owaina suddenly raised his head, finger stroked May's hair. Kill him for me, but waiting for half a day. The back still had no movement. Owaina suspected her turn to look back. I found out again, who always heard me, now trembling. There is no support. I do not fight back for a moment. Nay, but from the other man, feel a scary atmosphere. Owaina opened his mouth. Fear finally won all. Then flipped the back to my back. Quickly take me away. Wait until Trantuman woke up, discovering that the dull girl next to him soon disappeared without seeing the figure. At this time they came under sincere, but the gate was stopped by the soldiers with the same thought. You guys, quickly avoid me. I am the chief. Let me go ahead. Listen to here. Owaina pointed to the wall. Let us climb the wall. Suddenly one hand grabbed his shoulder. The soldiers clenched their feet. Saints of the great man, I also want to live. Save me. Looking at the crazy appearance of the soldiers, Owaina was full of hatred. Did not your aspirations are dedicated to my life? Avoid the way out. Use your body to stop the other Taoist. As long as we are still alive, there is still a chance to flip the table. But his powerful power was now invalidated. In the eyes of soldiers filled with indignation, incorrect, our aspirations are not this. My aspiration is clearly going home to get married. You tricked me. You used love with me. The next moment Owaina, because of the reactionary ability that began to bleed in 7 holes, even if I did not attach any attachment to throw him down. You trick us. Damn women, I want to kill you, love women, join us to die. This is a large age of swallowing small fish, but the innocent girl, bring all the rules of your own weakness. If we become strong enough, this world will not have so many poor people anymore. At the same time, in the Deputy Number 2, Ingo Daohyun is constantly using the narrative to cure countless soldiers. Along with a smile appearing on the face of the soldiers, Ningo Daohyun fiercely coughed. The soldiers next to him could not say, old man, stop continuing. If you continue, you are afraid that Ningo Daohyun wiped away the blood after the corner of his mouth. I am okay. Next second, Ingo Daohyun widened his eyes. Under the astonished eyes of the soldiers, Ingo Daohyun stood up, right? Can't continue anymore. It is about to be able to solve the problem once. Shortly thereafter, on the guard, the alarm bell rang urgently. Not far away, each horse-riding general was killing this side, but suddenly those cavalry showed terrifying, not far from them. At this point, the light of thunder again, the jarring screech caused by the current, like the trumpet of the death rang in their ears, along with a powerful voice. Fear also slowly disappeared. Are you the masters of the channel's diseases? This is the name Go Dao Hyan. Prepare to help us transmit this name down to the cover. I am Lunhak, truthfully practicing the spirit of Than Tung. Anyway, you can suppress the epidemic of the path. It is also considered that there are 2 or 3 parts of bravery. Anyway, you use your valuable narrative to save those ants. Even infected with disease, it is stupid. Facing the scolding of Lunak, Nungo Daohoyan said coldly, so what? It will be too fast to have a solution once. Kill you? Those people will be saved? Lunak could not help laughing. Nungo Daohoyan. With this mind of your mind, the old man admits you. In response, I will always defeat you, Yungo Daohoyan shouted this intention. After saying that, he flashed a blinding flash. The next moment, the 2 streams of scary power intersect. A moment later, Ngo Daohoyan suddenly widened his eyes. In the heart of Ngo Daohoyan, their countless cam, obviously only a little more. Damn old man. Very quickly, he paid attention to the white light coming from his hand. Did this protect me during a coma? A mocking sound rang behind him. Are you awake? Probably beaten for a battle already. Haha, Ingo Daohoyan turned to look at Awaina. Can't help but mock. It seems that you have been awake for a long time. It seems that you are eliminated faster. Awaina looks cold. Are not you also killed by the name Lunak? Ingo Daohoyan being batch. It is because we are infected with the disease. The strength decreases sharply. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him. But very quickly he woke up, if we keep their strength. Without going to cure the disease of the disease, Lu Hak probably basically did not give us the opportunity to fight. No matter what, we do not have any chance of winning. From the beginning, we lost. As soon as he said, he suddenly turned his head to look back. The total force of the other man was obviously not equal to me. Why persevere longer than us? Looking at the face sometimes revealed our perverted smile. Ingo Daohoyan could not help but think, trying to practice seemingly invisible, perhaps only you can pass, Lythean Gaian. Others are trying to become a good general. I go back again. Think about how to destroy yourself, but unexpectedly, these clowns of me, yet it makes us a hero trusted by the general, just now. In order for Tung Du to have a better opportunity to attack, we ordered the whole army to withdraw. It was not until we arrived at a vast river bank, forever not seeing Tung Du attacking, looking at the pitiful TUQ in front of him, we could not help but be angry. Can Dong Du on the other side be a little faster? I had a frantic to withdraw troops, even carrying 6 soldiers fleeing, busy one night. It was coming in the morning. Why are you not attacking? If we really lead the army to the other side of the river, then it will never be able to create a defeat of the entire army to be destroyed again. I looked at the powerful army behind, the anonymous fire in my heart became even higher. Give you the opportunity without knowing it. Lythian Nugian behind could not help but speculate on our intentions. Your Majesty wants after crossing the river to surrender. Lure the enemy across the Troila River, then wait for the enemy to cross the river half, then give them a premium blow. His Majesty persevered and wanted to carry these soldiers. It is also to make an enemy bait, thus all can explain. Looking at him thinking again and then nodding, I know this guy is afraid of not luring the enemy. But Lythian Nguyen still realized the problem. The map in the army has marked the bridge to the other side. Unexpectedly, the road to the other side of the river is just a buoy bridge, so he immediately asked for my destiny. The incident should not be delayed. Excess when the enemy's pursuit has not come. Your Majesty crossed the river to arrange first. My mother looked bewildered. His mother is afraid of what misunderstood. I wait for half a day. Are not you waiting for troops? Then we look at the small bridge. I said before, want to withdraw to the other side of the river. Now standing here is really not a good thing, but how can I continue to extend this time? Now, the sound of a dry cough next to my attention, Lythian Nguyen asked our destiny to start. I nodded, pretend to be fierce face. The brothers and sisters in this disease have not escaped from danger. How can we lead the river by ourselves? Lythian Nguyen directly blankly, Your Majesty, do you want to hear what you just said? Are not you throwing these soldiers without this fighting power here as a bait? I raised my hand to the other soldiers. The brothers and sisters in this illness have not escaped from danger. The remaining generals displayed the match. Hearing my words, all the soldiers were bewildered. Tears could not control from the corners of those soldiers. In the moment, those soldiers surrounded us. From here, the master is still worried about internal favorable. Take everyone back. We were very grateful. Now let us cross the river first. This network of my later is the marshal. The non-sick soldiers now become extremely consistent. Even if we have sick later, it will not be abandoned. Marshal is not like others. He really considers us. In my heart, there are 10,000 Thou Nima. Lythian Nguyen, stop. You guys do not have this NPC. What is it here? I want to lead you to lose this match, but seeing their loyal faces, I temporarily did not have to expose under my command. Each injured leads to the other side of the river. Right now, the sound of the horse from the back we transmitted, I could not help but turn back when seeing the black army not far away, a feeling of joy and rise. Finally come, Lythian Nguyen face miserable, not in time. So he shouted at me. The situation changed. Please marshal across the river first. I shouted coldly. Do you forget what I just said? Leave the disease first. Lythian Nguyen was silent for a while. Cold voice, this is the time to show your loyalty. Together with his words falling, the soldiers surrounded me, Marshal of Error. Originally, we only considered this place to be a game, but when we see those soldiers, yet praying for me to give up my life in our hearts, there is no strange emotion. I deep vow with the generals of the commitment to suffer. Before that, let me, this general, survive. 2 soldiers voluntarily came in front of me, Marshal of Error. Look at these 2 guys in front of him. I just felt an anonymous fire rising, but no matter how we struggle, we cannot escape their ties. I shouted loudly the names of Tiyuha and Asa. Quickly come to save the price. But my cry does not receive any response. At this point, we finally reacted. Where are the 2 idiots going? At the same time, Tiyu and Chu Cat slaughtered along an army. Ambush in the jungle. Asa is a bit suspicious or looking at Tiyu. Are you saying this ambush is reliable? Tiyu could not help but coldly. I followed Dip this time. Soon grasped his tricks already. This person likes to use fishing tactics, joking around the opponent's psychology. This time is no exception. Asa of Divinian nodded. You at first the one who had that sentence. Being exposed, the pepperface is also a bit unable to hold back. This time he led the soldiers to be withdrawn. It is wanting to lead Tungdu army to pursue, then ambush the opponent. His Majesty wanted to ambush the opponent. What do we waste here? The ambush that Dipe chose is definitely the battlefield. In the front can contain more soldiers, but what we need to do is to play the cavalry before and after shouting to the ambush of Deep. We first released the army through this narrow mountain road. Then from behind, they launched raid, but they were in a situation where the march was hurriedly panicked. When encountering ambushes that Dipe was arranged ahead, the ends of the tail have the enemy. The enemy will definitely shatter. Until then we just kill for pleasure. Certainly can make great money for the great money. Right now, a pigeon brought the letter to the ears of Chu Cat Sat. Looking at the slightly panicked face of the Sat, to you Nuni or asked him why just now. A large number of cavalry Tungdu from a large road a mile ago, rushing towards the river. In other words, the ambush place we choose wrong. On the other side, the sound of Iron Horse is getting closer and closer. Both the ground trembled for it. Seeing this scene, Lythian Nguyen's face turned away. I could not keep up anymore. Just like that, most people cannot cross the river anymore. A bunch of soldiers saw this scene. Self-awareness of my back to protect. Marshal goes first. He has done enough for us. Hearing this, I am extremely uncomfortable. Anyways, just a bunch of NPCs. Does each person perhaps not understanding my command? all across the river for me, but those soldiers gave absolutely no intention of listening to orders. I shouted, "Do you want to be against the command? Hear my voice?" On the face of the soldiers flashed a great ray, large shout, "Please, Marshal, go first." The shouting of the iron horse's hooves penetrate deep into my heart. I used my arms to keep the soldiers holding me out. Enough. Lathin watched me walk towards the woodmock bridge. "Immediately rest assured, your majesty, rest assured to withdraw. Let the god prevent the enemy." The next moment of Lathin face hard, only seeing us suddenly pulled out the long sword, suddenly slashing towards the only way of life. This action immediately scared everyone present. Looking at the small bridge we destroyed, in our hearts silently complained. At first we just wanted to complete the mission of defeating the country, but slowly something has changed, obviously just NPC. Wait for me to return. Modern times will no longer have anything to do, but we discover we cannot take the life of people to accomplish our tasks. So we shouted to the generals. The generals did not want to find a way to live. "So will we die with us, direction of death." Obviously we are the one who does not have the most emperor's temperament, becoming a lamp in the hearts of the generals. Even to protect us, not regret dedicating life, we come to the only way of life, resolutely draw the sword cut off. The generals did not want to find a way to live. "So will we die with us, direction of death." On the other side of the cavalry, Tungdu was less than 100 meters away, but the only command they received was excess when the enemy ran away. The spirit was in decline, destroy them all, but what appeared before them is a forest led by Depp. Seeing this scene, on the cavalry face flashed a terrifying ray, but before the reaction, Truong Thong pierced his head. In a moment, fresh blood like showers poured down the ground. Although knowing he could live and die, the other generals still risked their lives. The sound of killing and shaking the sky feared the enemy's heart. Fresh blood shot on my face. At this point, we do not know how to react. Why are those soldiers so crazy? Lathin also looks terrified. It turns out that we are still too small. What is the surrender? What halfway out? All are just the realm of geography. Facing the cavalry rushed up. His Majesty took himself risky. Want to trigger is behind. General Tungdu's face looked terrified to look forward. The scene before the eyes is the spirit that he has never seen on the battlefield. If the opponent is chasing the enemy running away, our troops are of course losing. But now our troops risk a battle, even if the soldiers are infected, as long as a highly high spirit can control the opponent. The case of our army also dominates the number. This is the harmonious. No matter how elite the cavalry, it will be like muddy. Soldiers who have this disease know they will definitely die. But His Majesty took advantage of the desperate water. On the contrary, it triggered their will to fight. Is this the Emperor's gas? But facing this sucks, we can't help but tell ourselves, what are we doing in the end? I clearly do not want to win. But this time we have a kind of expectation. Right now, Pepper led to the troops to the back of the Tung army. When you see the current situation, Tiu could not help but be surprised. At the same time, he also discovered that the leader of Tungdu was hiding behind. As soon as he prepared to ambush them, he was killed by Chu Cat. Pepper confusing to scream. Depp is not as if we choose to ambush. This type of combat is not long-lasting. Our troops, we must quickly shock the business version, create variables, but we feel that the other name in the opponent's business is very strong. In addition, the army beside him is much more crowded than us. Now rushing through his suicide, Tu's eyes became sharp. Are you scared or not? You look at the battlefield ahead now. The army is not so weak, led by the Majesty. I believe him. Tu looked at those brave generals. Suddenly understand, unexpectedly, you look careless. But you can think of such a plan. Now we can only coordinate well with Sat Cat. You are right. What we need to do now is to wait. Wait until the other guy could not help it. Bringing the last number of soldiers beside him to the battlefield, it is our opportunity. This is a victorious army. Wherever they go, they are dead. But today they encountered the most terrifying nightmare in life. Those soldiers considered death. The only thought is just constantly swinging the sword to kill the enemy. Such will also made the great army felt extremely terrified, even using the shouting to repel them. But the surrounding friends fell down for a moment. Those soldiers only felt, I no longer seem to be a soldier to fight in the Spratlys. It is an ordinary person falling into a puddle of blood. Along with the increasing fell, the soldiers who have not yet battled all fall into extreme fear. Seeing the airborne mental broken, the general turned his head shouting at the soldiers behind. Withdrawing, leave rooms, prepare the second volunteer phase. Very quickly the general immediately discovered. The so-called road was soon blocked by a bunch of soldiers. In the head of the general, there was only one thought left. Done. Suddenly, a resounding voice from the other army transmitted. The sick brothers are risking their lives. Can't let them rob our performance. Kill me. Kill this cheeks. The killing intent made the last little luck of the other general completely disappeared. Why is it a bunch of soldiers infected with us? Obviously, army is about to die. Why become so resilient? Perhaps the name hiding in the other side used you to make big beer to support the bullet without waiting for him to finish. An optical welding path shone on his face, along with the sound of the sound. The other general also completely walked all the last path of life. At this point, we only have one thought left. Mom tried to practice mother in life and defeat. Leitsu today just wants to kill for pleasure, but my force index is also shown at this time. The terrorist force reaches 95. I raise the long sword in my hand. Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy. That our goals. It is the supreme leader of Tungdu, Lunahak Channan. Seeing the great troops killed, Lunak's face filled with amazement. Also right now, Chiyu was hiding in the darkness, suddenly shouted. It is now, we go up. Silent time in a moment. Lunak has not yet spoken. Yet we can force us to use the last elite army. What a refreshing battle. Anyway, you just come here. The next second is a difficult atmosphere emitted from the army behind him. The body is the leader of an army, yet itself. Poor religion will not do so stupid. Along with his hand, the tough iron and steel cavalry like steel rushed out. Even if encountering the worst situation is the broken money. By going to the magic body of the Taoism, it is also possible to safely withdraw to Tungdu Citadel to continue entrenched. Right now, Lunak terrified looked back. This is the army from where Tiu shouted to the Sat cat, you go to support Dep. He let me kill. Very quickly he saw clearly the armor on the cavalry is Muk Duong Quan. Lunak gritted his teeth. Heart, I just want to ruin everything, destroy your own empire. But our generals pray for me to die, clean all obstacles in front of me. Looking at the soldiers killed from the back, Lunak's heart immediately sank to the bottom of, why is there still another army? Damn liferys, but the body is the general. At this time, you are risking fighting in the front line. Brave to kill the enemy. There is only one thought in our hearts. Kill the people who stopped my way. After not knowing how long, an unknown iron and steel cavalry appeared, killing me. Lythene Guyan always pays attention to us, also discovering this scene. It is not good. What if your majesty is injured? Suddenly, the army flag printed the other loudly rumbling. Chukat Sat raised the big flag of Mok Quan, blocking that cavalry. The unexpected event made Lythene Nguyen's mind stiffened a bit. Shortly thereafter, a solemn voice resounded in the army. General Tungdu was killed. The surrender can forgive death. The voice echoed like thunder, earthquake. Each soldier Tungdu stopped, staring at the marshal behind. In sight, only the war left of Mok Quan. Right now, a horse trampled on his feet. The cavalry is inherently killing in the direction of a delegation. Do not stop me. Hurry up. Tungdu lost all the will to fight. The mind disintegrated. The cavalry happened seriously. After that, Muk Duong Quan won the victory. Great victory. Lunhak looked bewildered and looked at everything before his eyes. I am clearly not dead yet. Tu spoke to him. You died or not dead is no longer important. Then he raised the sharp sword. You lost. Hearing his failure, Lunak suddenly laughed like crazy. Each crack appeared on his face. I lost. In the last moments, he suddenly shouted. Unexpectedly, your plan is so continuous. It is great. After the great victory, Lythene Guyan is extremely excited to run in front of me. The ambush of Tu Ha and Asa is also your arrangement. From the time of withdrawal, risking a battle, forcing the enemy to catch generals. What a classic. I looked at him. What are you in the end? Lythene Guyan has a serious expression. Vi that understands. With the current level of trust between his majesty and Vithan, this type of bile muscle is not convenient for the god. Anyway, the god will try harder later. I exerted my face and walked towards the barracks. But suddenly we feel something different. The hands were so trembling. I turned around to look around. Only seeing the alive soldiers shouted, Marshal Van Tu, we can go home. Looking at the sincere smile on their faces, in my heart I immediately surged an indescribable emotion. As expected, still winning. Everyone wants to go through the test of a copy to become the new king. Only we are looking forward to failing to fail. Want to give up the king. But over and over again, because of our self-seeking actions, not only success through the system's testing, but also received the recognition of all the generals. While dreaming, I have returned from the battlefield. The mechanical voice suddenly rang. Assessment of dominance, Samsara does not abandon. About under unanimous, Tamquan uniform, good newspapers use the network. Evaluation of using superior soldiers, as fast as the wind, as slow as forest, invasion like fire, real motion like mountains, difficulties like birds, action like thunder, upper, testing in the Shi, a general assessment. Day Tai Tai won the world. Ingo Dahan was very surprised to look at me. You won a Wina also ran to me. Where is the name of the rotten Taoist? I am bewildered to look at a Wina in the last copy. There is a Taoist targeting into himself. The name of the Taoist was violent in front of me. Ningo Daohoyan happily looked at me. As far as we see, this trial is obviously invisible. In the end, how did you break? Hearing him, I do not know how to answer if we say, we have been hugging the thoughts from the beginning to make a strangely lost result. Is it too fake? Right now, the mechanical voice rang again. Try to practice the Emperor. The final exam just tested started. The next moment our eyes are covered by dry branches, but where we are in it seems to be a city. I shouted the name of Lythene Guyan, but do not get any reply. I went to the wall to look down. Did this time change into a goalkeeper, but from the name Tri Chi Tiu, this time it must be related to Tri Uncle. But when we see the scene below, the whole person fell into extreme fear, only seeing the downstairs of the city. The dense shadows did not see the border, but what they shouted was the other people. It was like crazy, constantly towards the door of the city shouting, save me. If I want to do whatever you want, I want to live. Desperate breathing constantly spreading from downstairs. In our hearts full of fear, is this testing this time to help people in distress? At the same time, pictures of my place, also transmitted to Lathian Gaian's eyes. Chukat killed helped to look at Lathian Gaian. If it was you, what will you do? But Lathian Gaian said no doubt that made him even more desperate, unable to save, absolutely not saved. All die, hunger cannot help people in distress. Where to go? The land is a bare yellow color, rats bark, earthworms, grass roots, even soft soil. They will be eaten clean by them. The poor are either starving, either choking dead by the trash. The rich also cannot buy anything, only heavy financial burden, or become the target of the bandits. There is not enough food, everyone only has the path to die. But famine itself is not the most scary thing. The most frightening thing is those who cannot stand hunger will consider the same type as the goal. At the same time, a terrible scene appeared in the frame. The memory of the past suddenly appeared in Lathian Nguyen. In an instant, the feeling of intense nausea surged. I clearly want to give up. The Vong Vai was within reach, returning to Earth, but a series of action to find our own dead way, yet makes us more and more royal. Not only receive the recognition of all the generals, but also continuously pass the 2 gates, becoming the most likely person to receive the king's treasure. But I am now at the last challenge. Just overcome can become a king. But what we are about to face is the most frightening test. Famine. Lathian Gaian looked at the people who were dense in trial, on the forehead with cold sweat. Even if it was a scholar with a towering intellectual index like him, he did not know where to start. Ingo Daohoyan beside him extremely agree that he said, "Really? I think this trial must not be so simple." Tu huffed coldly. "Simple compared to the previous trial. The basis is more than all," Lathian Gaian said in a low voice. He is right. Do not forget, in the previous trial, the name of the Taoist named Lunak Basic at first did not appear. He is still an inevitable difficulty of the loss. So this loss must exist a similar thing. Speaking of which, Ingo Daohoyan's voice was trembling. The other thing would be even more scary than the hunger before his eyes. On the other side we come to the city. A eunuch showed a high face in the upper, turning towards me saying, "Salt, this time, the district happened to be hungry. The exiled people gather. The court sent us to the relief. Do you have any high opinion?" I laughed and said, "Do not dare. Haquan has no high opinion. All listen to the Lord's deputy. Pretend to be laughing loudly. I am too much just a frequency harem." This time was trusted by the Empress Dowager, in charge of vice ambassadors. How dare to accept his great man? I immediately clasped my hands towards him and flattered. Suppose the great man is so humble. Proper's like fixing our words. My name is like the scene immediately fell into silence. Still fake as they could not help but speak up. The Dowager Queen has been kind. Unable to see the chicken cried out, are not a month later on her 60th birthday. We are a slave, of course, because the Dowager Queen shared the worries. In my heart silently scolded, who is his mother? But I also from his words to capture the goal of this loss. So we tried to explore. We have to be within this month of Bun Den famine. The hardness is a bit big. Who expected him to hear? Ha ha again laughed. Bun Den hunger is not it joking? Where are these people in distress arranged? How many material resources? The national treasury is not abundant. At this point we realized, it seems that we have guessed it wrong. Pretend to be seducing. Chicken calls not to die is okay. The court must consider a lot of things. So we only need on the day of the Dowager Queen's birthday. Make sure the chicken does not cause chaos. Hearing this, in my heart I could not help trembling, yet can play like that. This mother is even more troops than me. Suppose the saw that we did not continue to wait. The Empress Dowager also gave some relief money. Use that money to buy food from traders in the city. In addition, the food remains in the warehouse. Save a little, enough for the people in distress to eat in a month. By then the people in distress will thank the Queen Dowager extremely. The Dowager Queen was happy for the 2 of us to promote the promotion. Other relief money does not need to be wasted for the people in distress. What about the 2 brothers who make a little profit? I tried to suppress the anger in my heart, every word saying, so the people in distress pretend to be laughing again. We just make money and go. How do they live and die? What happened later? Someone else responsible for himself. Anyway, we also serve the Dowager Queen's work. It is the Empress Dowager. His laughter is like the whisper of the devil, constantly echoing in my ears. My voice is cold. Get out of your mother. I do not play anymore. We are the mandarins to save the court given by the court. Yet we increase the massive price before the hunger struck. What the dog is the poor. All are starving for me. Originally, all this is just a fantasy test. If we pass again, we will completely lose the opportunity to return to the original world. Faced with Diuki relief that the eunuch gave, we suddenly laughed constantly. Ha ha. In the end, what are we expecting? This world is a pile of scum, never changed. Lao Tzu actually always deceived himself. Can't drink carbonated soft drinks, can't play Vong Jia Vin Diu, can't watch funny videos, do these things, suffer. Correct, very miserable. But these are not the cause that hates this place. A barbaric society, everywhere is the forest law, power scrambling, the superiors who are all strategists, ordinary people all his mother are beer to support bullets and consumer objects. This kind of life, we can't stand it anymore. Take me to be the emperor. I am afraid that I will go crazy. I want to ruin this trial. After saying these words, I suddenly turn my head to look like a thigh. The body is NPC, you talk too much. After saying that, I suddenly grabbed his hand, extremely mastering footsteps, twisting the waist, puffing up the buttocks. Saltly, I could not react to anything, and was intimate in contact with the floor. I was extremely frantic, shouting to the sky, Luong, I play your mother. Lao Tzu is not only no fat, Lo Zhu also wants to buy high-priced food. Directly tell the people in distress, the court basically does not want to manage you. If you want food, just steal it anyway, sooner or later starve to death. Then the mother of her mother hoped to hang, we were thrown out. Suppose Thai has just awakened, immediately hear my great invincence, immediately turning his head to scold me, his mother, is it crazy? I grinned, ha, I am crazy, what can you do? Pretend to continue scolding, if you want to make money, but you make such a loud rebellion, on the day of the dowager birthday cause the people, thousands of times do not drag me in, I rush to step on his face, my mother, I want to incite the people, why, the story later to say later, but now you must know, his new mother is the main thing. After saying that, I aggressively kicked him 2 times, the V heard the noise immediately rushed in, Lord, we have just heard the sound, what happens, not waiting as a prayer for help. I was faster than him to speak up, the great man was crazy, take him to rest, pretend to be bewildered, immediately blushed in the ears, big cursing, the dog died, you are crazy, all our mother let go of me, I told the guards, the great illness is very serious, definitely look after careful, no matter what he said, do not let him go out to practice. Ingo Dao Hoyan outside saw the scene directly dumbfounded, Diep fake as obnoxious, but the others followed him. The people in distress still had a month of food, but Lathian and Guyan wanted to fight with him, but left the death of the people in distress. This behavior is really not good. Who doubted Lathian Guyan really saw my actions, also laughed, appeared. It is the field of thinking of His Majesty. Every time he did such intuition actions, as a representative for the next, the arrangement of the miraculous miracle is about to begin. Come here, let me see carefully. Your Majesty will play against the situation like at the same time. Along with our ordinances bestowed, people in distress are completely boiling. Government comes, increase the price of 5 into, buy as many food as well. Anyone is not involved. Now the food traders all transport food to the government. I could not sell it to the people in distress. Money brought with you, when running inherently not much. Still going to Lamthan to change a little food. This time the carpet. The name Kamse is not giving us the way of life. Dogs, let me meet. I will kill him by myself. But in the city, there are reverse compliments. Capital thought that Kamse Lord will rob our food to save. I have thought of a plan to hide food. Unexpectedly, he did this again. I see this great man who understands the story. He increased the price of unified food purchasing, obviously wanting to join us in a fortune. Anyway, so unsightly greedy appearance. Officials publicly making evil are rare. The only thing to worry about is on the roads that people in distress robbery. How did he just finish? Other people immediately shouted. Fear of what? Those sick guys are about to starve. What strength stole what fart? Spend a little more money to invite a little more guards is okay. Finally, food sales will definitely profit. The body is the history of the court to be given by the court, leading the lead to declare a food weight of a golden amount. People in distress after receiving this news, immediately boiling. Why is this person so shameless? We picked out pants. There was no penny. Is this not want to starve us to death? In the palace, we constantly tell ourselves not to be soft. I just want to go home. What is wrong? Moreover, those people in distress, they are all NPC, are fake. You do not harm anyone. End of this trial. This world will also disappear. This is the best result. Right now, the knocking on the door cut across our thoughts. Vivi frantically ran in, Lord, pretend to be the mundane in the dark, fleeing. Hearing this, I immediately think of countless possibilities. Is this preparing to report to the impressed dowager? In my mind, only one thought left, getting him back. Just like that, the door of the city is closed tightly suddenly. I took the guards alone to rush out of the city. I instinctively look around the desert, only seeing them one thin bones, eyes protruding. There are even people. Even the horses on the road are swallowed by them. Outside the city like Master Dai, just like hell on earth, feeling the greedy gaze of the other people. The guard could not help screaming, Lord, let us go home. But we did not seem to hear anything. Looking around, at this time we start to waver before our decision. These people, because we are more desperate. Am I really not wrong? Very quickly we are steadfast again. I am not wrong. They are just NPC. We constantly tell ourselves, I am not anxious nor regret right now. The deserted people block our way. Vivi shouted at them, go away. The 2 brothers laughed and waved their hands. We have no malice. After saying that, the other person hooked out a string of money. Are you just from the inside? Right? I want to change some food with you. My name is a minor life. Next to it is my brother, Dayangu. Now the food price has increased. but the amount of money in our hands is not enough. There are many children in the team. Without food anymore, they would die. The words he said deeply into my heart. In the end, we were still soft and told the guard to throw all the food for them. Vivi felt confusing before our actions, but still listened to our words, followed the same. So those children have hope, while saying Tiyugu just brought money through. We only have that much. I tell them no need. Consider me to lend you. Tiyungu told me a thank you. In addition, how should we return it to him? I temporarily do not know how to answer. The guards suddenly interrupted my words, pointing to one side. The son quickly looked. I follow his finger to look over. It is as if Thai is surreptitiously fled. I decided to get off the horse. He is in the crowd. We get off the horse, suppose the sauce, then decided to run away, and we are with the guards in the back frantically chasing non-stop. As soon as we are about to catch up like a market, pretend to be in the heart feels wrong, immediately shouted to the people in distress behind. He is the improvement the court of the court to send to the sacrifice. The main order to raise food is due to this kid down, faced with the killing of billions of people in distress. We have a calm face, absolutely no intention of justifying yourself, not only active acknowledgement. I am the dog in their mouth. Even the command wants to starve you. It is also because I down, it turned out to pretend to escape, shouting to the people in distress. This name, it is the dog's name that makes you not eaten. His unexpected counterattack also made us dumbfounded on the spot. A husky voice followed closely. It was the name of the dog that was you. Dogs, do you want to starve us all? Food price is inherently so ridiculous. The year of hunger is increasing even higher. In a moment, the dirty words relentlessly poured out from the mouth of the people in distress. In the crowd, I do not know who shouted, "Eat it!" Those people in distress immediately rushed towards us, but right now, a scream stopped them. Tiungu and Dagu alone stood in front of us. I know everyone is very hungry, but please listen to me a few sentences, but people in distress even more indignant. The elbow is outward, yet helping the dog to talk. Tuyu directly said, suspicious in his heart, "Do you see any dog's name running to the refugee? Is not that to find a way to die?" Hearing this, I have a little bowed down. I am a person who likes to find a way to die. Indeed, everyone, after hearing Tiyunu said, also gave birth to a few doubts about our dog's fate, but there was a person who walked quickly in front of Tiyungu. "Get away, Zero. I will chop you with the same name of the other dog and throw it into the pot." Tiyugu hurriedly advised him to calm down. Everyone is hungry. If you are injured again, is not it a single disaster? Pay attention to the two muscular men behind the five. The other men were terrified. Finally, the leader huffed coldly, silently scolded a sentence, and then resented. At this moment, we suddenly felt someone holding my hand, a girl who was staring at me. "Thank you, big brother, for food." Tuyungu also followed that, taking out the food we just gave them. "Everyone see this, they gave me all food. Do you say that such a person is really a dog? The name has just passed away. Not a woman is definitely eunuch. He is more like visiting." After that, he suddenly put on my shoulder, then tried to give me, "You were definitely from the city to kill the dog. Did you come to the outside of the city?" Faced with his confident expression, even people are struck by lightning. "Your analysis is nonsense. What is the guest chasing after the court of the court? Slashing out of the city. Moreover, my current engine is a little bit unobtrusive. Come to think of it, we could not help but bow down ashamed." The girl shook my arm. "Big brother looks very good." The words he said everyone will hear. We know that as long as we nod. The current risk can definitely go through the speaker, but I do not do so, but actively acknowledging the main order of food price increases because the amount of relief does not save many people. The words just said. The girl's eyes also followed that losing light. Little Nugu stiffly turned around. "Is this the reason you make everyone hungry?" The people who were inherently calm again exploded again. "Still talk to him what to do. We are directly, but he has not finished." Immediately heard a series of jam creaks increasingly closer. A crowd of people in distress instinctively look at the sound. Only see a traitor. Bring enough food for them to eat and drink enough from the city to come out. The eyes of the people widened. Food is food. Suddenly a voice pulled them into reality. "Do not look. This food is not shipped for you. Your money is basically not enough to buy or say you dare for a meal and risk your life." The ambition in the eyes of the man immediately disappeared without traces. Just like that, looking at a couple honest traders, passing in front of them, that my entourage also shouted at this time. Saving life, not waiting for him to make a sound that had been covered by one hand. "Shut up, we are the court officials in charge of food to save. There is no penny of any salvation, but we confidently tell those people in distress, just follow me, we'll definitely have rice." Not long before that, because of his own dog's body, encountered the malicious intention of the people in distress. Even the only measure can save ourselves. We stop by ourselves. In my voice, it shows consistency. Do not speak up. We have a solution. Waiting until the other merchant disappeared in the floor. The people in distress again threw the evil gaze towards us, facing their gaze to devour them. We took a step forward in front of them. Everyone has seen it. Now there is a trader who transports food into the city. In the city, there was no more food shortage. People in distress shouted, "What are useful? We basically can't buy." The The name of the damn dog, Mandarin? I deeply nodded. I deserve to die. We increase food prices. If you want to force you to take drastic actions so that you can get food because the relief money is inherently not saving you. But just now we thought of a better way. Although not 100% sure, there is a chance for each of you to eat well. Only I have to turn first. Lamthan also needs you to coordinate. Hear me? Everyone falls into silence. Shortly thereafter, in the crowd echoed an angry roar. The dog. Did you consider us an idiot? Do not talk to him anymore. Kill him. Faced with such despair, I do not justify, also do not explain. Just silence. Right now. Great Ngu was silent for a while in front of me. He angrily grabbed my collar, great voice shouting, "What do we rely on? What do you have? What is the right to ensure that the people in distress like us? A command of you decided to live and die of thousands of people. So what is the reason for you to keep our promise to us?" I also shouted him, "I have no guarantee at all. The one I can give you, only two options. Or you kidnapped me, forcing them to open the door. After that, tens of thousands of people crashed into the city, steaming in my house, take it all, becoming a violent. Although even if you do so, I do not notice. Or believe I can save all of you. Believe me, really want to help you." Great Ngu was stunned by my words for a long time. I could not say a word to reject. Right now, the girl came to my side. "I see the big brother does not cheat me. I believe him." Hearing her sister's words, Daigo breathed in a breath, turning his head to look at the people in distress. "What do you feel? I believe him once, or definitely becoming a violent killer of robbery. The Cypress, you look at me, I look at you. The power of my robbery murderer does not have. Anyway, there is no other way. Well, just believe him once." We wipe the cold sweat on the forehead. "This gate is considered past." Great, you spoke again. "I also believe you, but not for what you say. It is because of your eyes. So I just risk it to you too." Yungu ran in front of me. He could not say a sentence for 3 days. "Big brother. But talk so much, then we also believe?" The girl excitedly shouted to me, "I was the first to choose to believe you." Just like that, each of the people also stood beside me. No one was allowed to touch her, otherwise it is the opposite of me. Each voice splashed in my ears, "If you do not have rice, eat this boy's meat. Ha ha ha. White rice is bored. Give Lao Zhu a little more wine. Do not let the old man wait long." The bark around us all nod, facing their trust for us. In our hearts, a strange emotion. "I will definitely not betray you." Just like that, I was escorted by 2 brothers to the city and finished the next book. On the way, we constantly recall the knowledge we have learned. Let us use economic knowledge to accumulate 5,000 years to change this rotting world. We only use a little knowledge of stocks, which has caused the space blow for these stupid ancient people. Not long before that, we promised to give every person in distress outside the city to eat. But after returning to the city, we not only do not lead the discount, on the contrary, it also offers a higher price than before, collecting massively food. This action of me immediately attract food traders from the strongholds within thousands of miles. As soon as they thought, "I will definitely make a lot of money," what they saw again was the notice of stopping buying food filled in the city. This also makes the traders blankly. Looking at the stupid crowd, I laugh coldly. Drama or behind, not long after, the door covered by the other merchants. "Lord, why did you flip so over?" Did not say so much, but now we store a large amount of redundant food and cannot be sold. If he did not even buy food, the horse's money alone would make us lose to death. I patted my head, making miserable expressions. The Mandarin is also very awkward. Capital plan to buy and build warehouse salary. Unexpectedly, the food speed came so quickly. Obviously, hunger. I still think there are not much food around. Anyway, do not worry. I have ordered to build a new salary warehouse. Only this construction time is a bit long. Moreover, recently it seems to have rain, so the construction time heard this. The other merchants immediately boiled. If it rains, the food will be moldy. Still think of a way to store salary. So is not it that the underwear must be sold out? I also made a certain expression of death, shouting. That is right, so what to do, unless sold directly to the people in distress? As soon as we spoke, the fear in our eyes disappeared. Instead, there is a cold ice. Hearing me, everyone's eyes stared at me. A few days later, in the result, the dark cloud came. A pouring down the water rushed down soon after. Those traders gathered together. At this time, no matter how stupid they understand, they seem to have been pierced. But immediately someone asked the question. But in his hand there was still a pile of food. But I heard that someone is stealthily selling food. Moreover, the price is only 30% of the market price. Others also immediately responded, I also heard it. Moreover, there are people who declare that food prices will decrease. Speaking of which, some people could not help but feel angry. Which damn name is in the end? Those who do not think of them come back to us, hoping that we can find this worm to make this soup sad. I do not think I directly admitted. The bastard is lowering the price of food. Destroying the market is me. Luong Thong confuses to shout with me, Lord. His mother ended up doing so. Just heard this. My face immediately black. Are you ordering me to work? How do the mandarins need to report to you? Looking at their pitiful faces, we continue to say, actually we are reluctant. It also rained, causing the food of the mandarins to be moldy, so you have to sell a little less. but they again stopped not buying, forcing me to discount. Furthermore, I can also sell to you for 30% of the original price. How do you buy my food? So there is a word, hear me. Luang Thong was terrified. Lord, you do not joke. Where do we have money now? Moreover, even if we buy, that food will be crushed in our hands. I looked at him for a while, turned around and left. If that is the case, then there was nothing to say anymore. Everyone just take care of yourself. Traders look at our angry expressions. Finally, I just had to leave. I turned and smiled coldly. I do not believe you can still hold it anymore. It turned out right a few days ago. I have always stealthily giving 2 small brothers a little food. The 2 brothers later claimed that food was purchased from the city, and the price was still decreasing. This also helps them build reputation among the people in distress. The 2 brothers claimed to be patiently waiting. Food price will decrease. People were in distress thanks to the food that Dip secretly transported out, reluctantly holding back, and constantly put pressure on food traders, despite knowing that some people are surreptitiously transporting their wages. But there is no way, gradually starting to stop. Now, Tuyung put on my shoulder, you really have bravery. The other merchants were hit by themselves like a pinwheel. I laughed, hi hey, anyway, just a little foggy. It is just a lot of work on the stock market. Great Ngu directly ignores the strange words in our mouth. Curious asked me next to do, our eyes are full of teasing. Just wait until the crowd. That food trader could not stand it anymore. Wait until they were shackled, suspected to suffocate. In the end, it is impossible not to sell cheap to recover capital. Once someone opened his mouth, traders would fall into a state of panic. By then, the food price will not only fall below 30%, fear that it can be up to 20% or 10%. That is the real opportunity for the court to use relief money into the market to catch the bottom. Although the 2 brothers did not understand my operation, but still could not help but start clapping. After that, everything happened as my plan. Food traders gradually unbearable pressure, but selling food. Then the food price continuously decreases, but we try to buy food. At the same time, setting up porridge outside the city began to save. Wait until the other merchants clearly see my purpose. It is too late. Outside the secret scene, Lythian Nugian laughed like crazy non-stop. It was like that. First go back, deliberately raising food prices, taking advantage of the greed of traders to lure them with sentences, then borrowed the geography time, causing them to hold a large amount of food, but could only sit still in the dry city. In the end, their humanity, forcing them to actively accept the price of food. Ningo Dao Hoyan could not help but exclaim, food has never been missing, it is just being held in the hands of those animals. These flag countries of Lythian are not bad. As expected of people have kept their eyes on, only the current thing can only solve the short-term problem. The origin of the people has not been resolved. Lythian Nungayan immediately thought of something. Both people are stiff on the spot. Only Pepper has not reacted yet. Stupidly asked what is the origin, hearing that Nugo Dao Hoyan fell into silence. When tens of thousands of people are in distress, they will no longer be satisfied with the current situation. That will set goals on the larger lands. I am clearly the obnoxious dog in the mouth of the people in distress in the end, yet becoming a benefactor to save their lives, to help them have rice to eat. As soon as we thought it could be like that, rest assured to wait for the ending test. An unpleasant voice rang out behind me. Lord is so smart. It is true that the god can rotate the flag. I turned to look. The ugly face of the fake as the hands are unable to control the waist, yet dare to come back, is not afraid of me, pretend to be smiling. What did his great man say? That our purpose is not contradictory, Lord, though chasing me away, but there is a magic plan that makes us overcome. The Queen knows this, will definitely give great reward. I am also thanks to the light of the great man. According to the old rules, on the day of the Queen's birthday, everywhere must be built from the road. The Dowager Queen will also give the people blessing. But now people in distress are full. Thank you very much. I am afraid it will cause trouble. Hearing that we directly cut him across him, if you have a fart you will release it. Saltly, I hurriedly said, let the people in distress work for the court. These bastards can only be considered animals now. Even wages do not need to pay. Spending some of the hiring some of the whips beat people. Not more than half a month, sure. We can also earn a big amount. Hearing these things, we can't help but fall into silence. A long time later to speak up. The great cause of the cause is really intelligent in the mind. The poison is not used up. The dirty heart all focused on the great man. Immediately after that we called the 2 people to come and catch the fake as the great man who has been outside for a long time, this time using iron chain tied tightly to pretend to take good rest. Thousands of times do not let the Lord escape anymore. Suppose that the cam shouted to me, do you know how many people want to strip now? Do you think for the people to be full of food, tens of thousands of people in distress have nothing to do, causing enough chaos for your kid to drink, until no longer heard the sound of fake as I also carefully think again, just because the words he said is really sense. Many people gathered like that, indeed an instability factor, and those traders are inherently local poisonous snakes. Behind there is probably a big character in the court, but very quickly I thought of the book. Not long after, we summoned those who were rotated like a pinwheel. I ignored them, thinking of their gaze as if they wanted to devour them. We said, we call people to come, and the good news we want to report to everyone, but those wages were not moved, even laughing coldly. This kid wants to cheat people again. I do not pay attention to their uncomfortable attitude. But the news has been written to each person, but those salary just glanced at the content on the paper. Both people are so happy and cursing. The mother of his mother, built from the road for the impressed dowager, such a big job. Each Luong Thong even thought he was dreaming, because the opportunity to work for the palace like this often means getting huge benefits to make money. After that, the traders who were inherently contempt for us all flinched around, constantly flattering us is how generous miracles. I laughed, telling them to stop. I want to notice you. The opportunity to build from the Dowager Queen is not much. All of you are the Phoenix Dragon in humanity. It is very difficult to divide fairly, so we prepare to use bidding to decide to deliver the project to whom. Along with the words we have just finished, the close traders like brothers immediately let go of each other's shoulders. Because everyone is here, they can be this good chance competitor. Seeing the effect, we raise the paper in hand. This is the way to the way for the Empress Dowager. Is a great honor, but the road is divided into 3 yards, so only 3 capacity. If you are interested, prepare a white paper. Write on the construction time, and the cost lies within the ability of each person to go. I do not spend a good soldier, yet hundreds of thousands of people surrounded us to fight. But as soon as we think everything will be so convenient, then pretend to ruin our plan again and destroy all that we have miserable. Not long before, we take the reason to build the line for the Empress Dowager. Again gathering those traders to scramble for this rare capacity from our hands. Everyone even fought right in front of me, only to reduce a competitor before bidding. But we see this scene without stopping. Also shout loudly, they do not worry about money. The reward of the court is very much. Everyone, do not because of the price that is disadvantaged. Anyway, just meet the requirements, can boldly try. The most is just true coup. Those wages were not angry but also laughed. We all understand, making money is small. Even if you do not take money, just finish this story. It is considered as the 8 generations. In fact, they were soon thinking, even if there was a loss of capital here, they could find a way to make up for another place. But now, the most important thing is to stand out more than others, but they do not know that the so-called competition for their calculations, in our eyes, is just a child playing the hut. To win this project, they will definitely squeeze the price to the lowest level, maybe even capital loss, but the division of this project for 3 houses at least can improve relationships with 3 giants. They will also want to complete the task early, but pay high prices to hire a large number of people in distress. Very quickly, we approved the price comparison, chose the last 3 winners. Not long after, the city resounded the strong solidarity of those people in distress. Only see each refugee. Yet, the order of completion of this great project. Seeing this scene, we could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Thus, the hatred of the household, the construction from the road, and the work of the people in distress is solved once. Next, just wait until the final training end is okay, along with the date passed. The construction progress from the road is also at an unbelievable speed that has sprung up not long after a court from the majestic road was built here. Inside from the road, I also feel the relief for a long time. The young man borrowed a bit of yeast, holding my shoulder. Lord, thank you. All thanks to him. I have not been drinking for a long time. Not waiting for him to say all his words, a small hand grabbed him. Little 5Ka, you are too pragmatic. Tuyunyu cried out, I was wrong, I am wrong for this. We laugh, aha. Continue to ask them the next plan. Tuyunyu quickly said, I want to work well, make some money back home. Great, you also nodded. I am like a small 5, wait for everything to end. We'll find a place to start again. Receiving their serious answer, we know, I made this bad world a little better. The next day, Dayangu and others came to a government. Prepare to receive wages and leave this place, but wait until they entered the yard, yet still not see a shadow. Right now, a cold laugh rang. Liu Ming does not thank the king, yet dare to rush into the important place of the government. None right away. Immediately afterwards were a series of rushing footsteps, just seeing fake like a frantic look at some people, killing them. The next moment the rain seemed to pour down to shoot at them. Looking at the people in distress covered in the rain, pretend that they could not help laughing like crazy. This is the outcome of your confrontation with me. I want all of you to die. I am clearly the king, but let to create treason not only burns the high-rise buildings for the Empress Dowager, but also leads people to overthrow their own government. Not long before that, fake as if he wanted to win the government to belong to him, plotting to set traps, shoot all the refugees who risked their lives to work for me. I look at the 5 people full of names, the whole person shocked, but not yet waiting for me to react. I heard Tiu-in crying loudly, Big brother, why is this? Someone shot the arrow towards us, taking wages as their trap. Hearing this, everyone erects hair, but soon after hearing the sound of the Great 5, You clearly said, will not betray us. After saying that, Dae Nagu stopped breathing. The next moment of tears poured out like streams. The voice calls the name of Dae Engu, but no matter how he cried, no longer received the reply of the Great Five. He angrily looked at me. You said, what is this? The other side pretended to be coldly looking at those who could not run away, handle them away. Then the soldiers destroy those rebels. A generalist next to it is a bit difficult to understand. Lastly, why did you release a rebellious man? Saltly smiling coldly, our porcelain, our great people, still in the crowd of people to comfort people. Do not release anyone back to report to him. Moreover, when you know the news here, you guess what will he be? You must remember carefully, it is the ambassador of the great salvation, causing the people to disappear, being killed by people and Bun Dun rebelled. We of course have merit without sin, but the number of people is very crowded. We forced a counter like that. They are afraid that they will be like a disdainful smile. You do not understand. The people in distress we kill this time are all leaders. Their death will naturally cause indignation among the people, but when they killed the mission, the resentment was almost all. What is left is just a fear of harming the court, the number of exiled people even more. It is just a bunch of mourning dogs waiting to be meat. We just need to comfort a group, destroy a group, then will not cause any storms. Hearing his plan, an elder immediately praised, the great man is not ashamed to be the Dayuthu Thean Than. Continuous plan, bring Trinthai and her exile in her palm. After building the birth, Bin Din people chaotic, also convenient to eliminate the enemy itself. It is true that the most off pretend to be laughing loudly. Time is close. Do not know how the body of the ambassador is it. Seeing this scene, Ingo Dao Hoyen fell silent. You guess right. The biggest obstacle of this trial is indeed a fake name like that. Only a Wina face does not change. I know him right away. The scum of that scum looking at it is not a good person for so long. Finally stabbed behind the most important moment. Such people are very suitable for my taste. Lythean Guyan told him, trying this training to save the people. Actually the religion as an official. Compared to a public battle, even more dangerous. So do not say the emperor. Even a small mandarin does not want to do the three-pointed round of the nonsense. It is still suitable for those who are as dangerous as you. Lythean Nguyen did not answer, but worriedly looking at the image, Your Majesty, what will the next person do? On the other side, we came to the body of the great body. Suddenly we could not help laughing out loud. So that is the case. This game basically does not have to play like this. Immediately after that we snatched the torches of asylum people. I did not turn my head back in one direction, but our actions are also considered by those refugees that we are foolish, immediately ordered to arrest us, only to you unbewildered to look at me across. I have come from the road to build the Dowager Queen. This is still the first time we have done one thing, make people no longer hungry, no longer poor. So I really tried our best. It seems like it is a level, add a little luck. It is true that the peak after piercing, but then why, what is long, what is the system? Play according to their rules. It is the fate to others. How can you win? My mother is not good at playing chess. Lao Tzu is the best to flip the chessboard. I go to your mother, Dowager birthday. In the crowd immediately shouted, quickly stop, I had just swept the other day. The next moment the flame of the sky covered from the road. I turned to look at those who were chasing me. Next I have words to tell you. I am clearly the one who does not want to be the emperor of everyone, yet the awakening of the emperor has never been in history, but everything we do, it is just not a fit the fate that has been arranged in advance. Not long before, we fire burning from the road to the Empress Dowager. The bright fire immediately shocked everyone present. I calmly sweep my eyes at them. I have words to tell you. Do you know? Clearly Lam Than. In the city there are many rich people, a lot of food. Why were you still so poor before? There may only be no meals, making people in distress. It is because you only dare to ask them. May they give leftovers. Use your strength to exchange for some of them. Done, you have to thank them with hissing. Slightly not satisfactory. You are the rebellious in their mouths. They dare to treat you like that because they are sure you are a bunch of trash. Do not dare to flip the table, because if you want to flip the table, you have to take the network to bet. You look at yourself. What are you left to lose now? Except for this cheap network. What are you if you continue to be silent? It is the last thing you lost outside the secret scene. Ingo Daohoyan saw this scene, widening his eyes. This is the Emperor's glory. I enthusiastically shouted to them, go fight, go take your weapons. After listening to me, in the eyes of those refugees, each of them filled the eyes of invading. The belief of protest weapons also becomes stronger and stronger. We have to protest. We do not want to be grasped by others. We want to pick up the weapon, protect dignity as your own human. I shouted loudly, so what are you waiting for? Take it back to you. In a moment, the low roar exploded in the crowd. Regain our clothes. The barefoot is not afraid of the shoe wearer, risking their lives. At the same time, guard reminded, pretending like thigh, born from fire, pretend to turn his head towards the guards, roaring angrily. My mother saw it. Those damaged people, did you kill Trine Thigh and still not angry? Now not only have less profits, but the cleaning is also troublesome. I do not forgive you. Then he shouted to the soldiers behind the wall, What else do you still have? Now let us out of the chaos. Along with his order, the door also slowly opened, but the scene in front of the eyes made the soldiers trembling. In front of them are the eyes filled with invasion and greed. In the moment the Great War exploded, the army on both sides also fought with each other, pretend to be upstairs shouting, "Are you crazy? Conspiracy to treason, not afraid of the court to die." Suddenly, the voice of the fake is shut up, where his eyes looked, yet he discovered that we were not injured among the refugees. Pretend to be, emitting a shrill scream, "Why are you not dead?" Very quickly he forced himself to calm down. "Anyway, just a few people who have a full meal. Nothing is worrying, just kill him. The merits of Bun Dun still have," so he immediately ordered. Bo offered to the ambassador of the great man who was treason, but very quickly the words he had not yet finished his choking in his throat. Behind him, he stood as a crowd of aggressive people, like a wolf, like a tiger. But the army that he was proud of this time has completely disintegrated, facing the crowded people, pretending to be stiff. In just a moment, in his heart, he immediately decided. Shortly after that, he shouted downstairs, "You have a playborn conspiracy to treason and deceive good people. The body is the court officials." Again launched rumors, embezzlement, exploiting good people. People absolutely do not believe that small people. After saying that, he worriedly looked towards the people in distress. "Do you believe me?" But soon a series of footsteps rang out. Seeing the person who was walking quickly, pretending to be terrified, "Did not you have been shot dead?" Very quickly a series of cries shouted on the upstairs of the city, pretending to be a crowd of people in distress. "Then throw him upstairs down." Lythean Guyan shocked his face. "I am the most acceptable, the right to plan. Take your body in winning half of the flag water." It is no different from the other eunuch. But even if the rain called the wind in the game, it was still in the game. My vision is only in the square royal court, but the realm of flipping the chessboard out of heaven and earth. But on the chessboard, the outcome of the chess pieces is more than humans, can only be destroyed. My emperor's identity was finally discovered by the anti-hacker, but Ingo Dao Hoyan, after knowing my situation, not only does it not take the cruel hand with us, on the contrary, it also chooses to support us to sit firmly. Not long before, because we do not approve the emperor's testing, we are transmitted out. Immediately after that, a mechanical voice, "Try Chi failed, hear this result." In my heart shocked hard. In the beginning, the scene of the recent trial, as soon as the training is about to end successfully, I suddenly saw Tu Ung frantically killing in the crowd. I could not help screaming with him, "Food and wages are already available. All have ended. No more, you will lose your life." Thinking of Tu Ung them, "You died, and who takes care of those orphans?" The later days are still very long. Only survival has a chance. Hearing the name of Tu Gok, Tu U's body stopped. "Turn your head to look at me." Also right now, the soldiers took the opportunity. A sword slashed down on the back of Tu Ingu. In the moment of thousands of pounds hanging the hair, we threw a small five-handed hand out, but I am not so lucky. Being slashed by a blade, waking up, I was horrified to hug my neck. Why do we do that? It was not until the recent discovery was just an illusion that we could not help breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we are still alive. Anyway, finally lost once. Suddenly, Ingo Dao Hoyan's voice rang in my ear. "Wake up, what is the blank? Look at his blatant eyes." In my heart, a sound. I almost forgot to promise this woman to complete the test. I was a little embarrassed to smile at her. Just now was just unintended, but the imagination does not appear. Instead, the appreciation of Nugo Dao Hoyan. "Although you are not through testing, I really like your expression." I look stupidly looking at this woman. "Big sister, are you not crazy?" Suddenly, I react. All that we have just done are seen by them. Ingo Dao Hoyan put on my shoulder. "Your choice is very suitable for my taste. It is just a little conservative. If it was me, I would definitely kill the eunuch immediately. Anyway, considering your context, actually it has exceeded my expectations." Then he gently blows in my ears. "Is not it?" Dip in my heart shocked hard. When did he discover my identity? But the moment our identity was exposed, Tu immediately pulled the sword to kill us, but his attack was easily stopped by Ingo Dao Hoyan. "Do not hurry. If I really want to kill you, it has been a long time. I have difficulty breathing." Shouting, "How did you finally discover it? Did our youth and handsome have revealed the identity?" Ingo Dao Hoyan laughed. "The story you made up at first too myth. On the contrary, I have a little belief. Anyway, the story has logic. In fact, there is no logic. Really, Diu Quan was betrayed because his children betrayed. It is very suspicious." Lythean Guyan clicked his tongue. "Is it my problem? I have examined all the God of the Tide, but your reaction to Lu Min in the last trial has revealed your identity. At least Duthian Quan will not show such a face." After saying that, Ngo Dao Hoyan looked towards us. "Eliminating the national money is indeed my wish. But if you really do it, that great dong is also a fun for everyone. Anyway, this is hard to do it, so if you in this process, all the power." Finally, falling into the scene where you separated, the death of the country, we were happy to see. I do not lose anything anyway. Next, we will stabilize the army. Temporarily will not cause trouble for you. It is too much if you go out of my plan. I will hook your heart to soak the medicine. Listen to hear, in my heart more and more fear this woman, is it so strong so far? After saying that he waved to me, see you again. After Nugo Dao Hoyan left, Lythene Guyan immediately ran to your majesty v God is guilty. I just intended to get angry, seeing the information on his head. He changed the landslide. The anticipation is inherently 99 pounds, but there is no longer at all. The type that gives him the slave will also reduce that loyalty. I immediately uncomfortable, like swallowing something disgusting. Just contradictory conscience said, what is the crime of Akan? The god of shame, engrossed in magic, can't worry about the great support, the manifestation of his majesty on the way made via than the first body, very useful life. I hurriedly helped him up. There is no, Lord should maintain the mind. Do not be influenced by me. Brave is yourself the most important thing. At this time, Awaina pulled my shirt. It is quite good. Countryman, I look at this snake woman. Terrified exclaimed, if there is a fart, it will quickly drop. Do not play this game with Liato Su. I am just a lot of oversuption. Capital thought you were just a waste name, based on the new luck to support until now. Anyway, see your expression. Unexpectedly, there is a bit of bravery. I hate to look at him a little. Are you sarcasm? Why is that if you really play the standard outcome? I just despised you. Must do not follow common sense be interesting. This is the only pleasure of our reincarnation, is not it? I have a little exhausted to pat the forehead, depending on how you think, but he hugged me again. There is no long circuit. The hand does not return very well. Or you take me along. I scolded him away. Lo Tzu hates the most women. Really, moreover, I am the one who transferred. Most importantly, there are 2 transferred people. So there will be 3rd, 4th. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. What if the other transfers are your enemies in the competition with other reincarnated people? You do not feel a compatriot more valuable than these ancient people to conclude. Min, I am clearly the one who does not want to be the emperor, yet suddenly became the greatest emperor in history. Not only prays for hundreds of years later, but also becomes the only belief in each person's heart. But all of this, all have to talk about the emperor trial. I helped Tiungu to support the blow, but died under the enemy's blade. But even though we failed so miserable, suddenly received Awaine's recognition. From there, the idea of wanting to make me, looking at the purple flash flashed in Awaine's eyes. I directly fell down, throw her out, this damn woman. Recently, I used my ability with me. Seeing his owner was treated like that, a house shot people towards me, prepare to tear our heads. Awaina suddenly reached out to him. Do not. He will consider. He just needs more time. As he said, I am indeed considering. Anyway, Lythene Guyan is completely waste. I need an effective assistant to make up for the blanks in the national defeat plan. So I made an awkward appearance. I really have this will, but I have something to remind you. Waina is a bit surprised. What if you want to give me, so you are best to take it all, including my king too. Otherwise, I will make you live without death in the evening. After leaving the training place, I also took a good night's first time, but right now, the system on our wrist begins to flash. The next moment we suddenly appear in a high place. Very quickly we realize this place seems to be a place to try, but did not the training end? Suddenly, the majestic scene below surprised us. Only see each group of mourning created by refugees is in one direction. I am a bit surprised why after trying to end, this world remains, still operating, not waiting for us to get the answer. We have seen our body being carried by the crowd. Is this my funeral? After burying us, the people in distress held up the cup of wine, simultaneously poured good wine in the bowl down the grave. I could hardly touch the tombstone. If this world is still operating, does it mean that there is really a person named De Imgu died? Moreover, still dead for me, right now. The heavy footsteps rang in our ears. Seeing the person coming, I could not help but feel terrified. That person is so big, I can't help but chant, Great Ngu, are you still alive? But the words appeared on his head, made me even more surprised. Great chief of the Emperor Vochai, why does he have a data board? Is this world real? The system's voice rang in our ears. They are those who have ruled this land. Emperor Dai Tri, influenced by you, become the end of the old dynasty after you died. They went to the north, raised the wave of protest. On the way to shout 100 people in response, the team is constantly growing. Over the years of war, the two brothers Vochi finally won the battle, and influenced by you, attaching importance to karma, bring to this world hundreds of years of peace. In the capital of Dai Chi, there is a building from the Great Majestic Road. Inside, not worshipping God, the ancients, Vong Hao General. It is an unknown title court official. He is honored as a symbol of business intelligence, courage and protest. The person who was considered by the emperor to be the original national. Suddenly in my mind, two people appeared. These two men turned me into a steering goddess, a free goddess. Try Chi test successfully. Create opportunities for the two brothers Voche to establish Dai Chi. The result was changed to the upper class through trying to practice long circuit. Accumulate national force plus 20,000. The current national force accumulation is 30,900. I have a little blankly looking at the system. What the hell is that? But he laughed and congratulated me. Congratulations to your mother. What is the relationship with you in the end? In the end, do you want me to defeat the country? Your mother wants to tell me straight in the round, but in response we were 8 cold letters. The rights are not enough, can't reveal. But congratulations, quickly unlock the national withdrawal system. I have a bit of doubt, continuously asking what is the national withdrawal system, just as literally, a reward can withdraw related props. Unfortunately, each reward is only 500 integral. This word just said, we immediately become extremely excited. Is there such a good thing? So it is not okay for us to withdraw forever. The system denies our thoughts and tell us only 10 times in a row, and not allowed to withdraw reward before using the props, despite saying that we are still interested in. Anyway, it is considered as a way to consume the country. Shortly thereafter, we directly play a draw 10 times in a row. Along with a notification, our national force accumulated 5,000, left 25,900. Then a blinding light appears from my hand. Tin then hone, enhancing the energy when approving the chapter. Chusagakni India, items indispensable in the room. Use within Gok to national transmission, even more strange 5 colors. Most dime ha Q secret room. The best-selling romance. Looking at the trash in front of you, I can't help but be a little disappointed. These things are really useful for defeating the country. As soon as we were thinking of consuming such an integral, a stack of books appeared in front of him. Seeing the cover, I could not help but be terrified. Why is there this too? We have drawn 100 extreme treasures used to defeat the country, but received, yet all are the spirit that benefits the development of the nation. As soon as we thought we were tricked again, yet in it saw something unbelievable. Yet it is a book of dual-talented people. I picked up the book, curiously flipping. Unexpectedly, the first sentence in the book is deep. The list of books must be read by people. Inside tells the knowledge related to agricultural cultivation, industry construction, emergency health. Building this basic knowledge, more frightening. It also taught us how to build aircraft. Seeing this, I finally could not help but throw books. All said to withdraw the country. Why is there still this? See, the old man does not tear you into 100 pieces, but when we use all the piece, this book discovers that this book is hard like steel. Right now, the chanting of Lythene Nguyen rang in our ears. Your Majesty. Only see him with terrified face. Why is His Majesty crazy? In a dream, I reached out and pushed his old face. What is that? When we were pushed out, Lythene Nguyen through his fingers, saw the book in my hand. Sire, how to arrange papers in his hand is strange. Can the old god see a little? I laughed and gave him the book. The content in this book is not sure you understand. A few minutes later, Lythene Nguyen was exclaimed. In this world, there was such a god. Originally thought that everything in this world was dominated by magic, but unexpectedly these magazines also have a horrible face. We have a bit of doubt. Do you really understand? Lythene Nguyen seriously turned his head to look at me. Absolutely did not understand. I just felt uncomfortable for a while. You do not understand? What do you call? Anyway, this also makes me breathe a sigh of relief. If really let him understand the magic power, integral will certainly increase. Right now, Gia Cat sat timidly stepped forward. Can we show me a little? Not long after I say expression excited. Interesting, this is called electric furniture. If combined with our method, I still exhausted the evaluation of him. Saying as you understand, Asa does not leave the book. Excited, there are a few parts half understanding half. Anyway, if we can give us a little more time. Combined with the narrative, say it may be done. Lythene Nguyen haha laughed. As expected of my adopted daughter, Great Thean too. Hearing this, I could not help but laugh. The content in this book need a lot of scientific knowledge as the basis. Okay, your skill tree is completely deviant. Asa did not notice if we asked, can we bring books back? I wiped my tears and laughed and said, do not say it. What about giving you? But wait for me to finish. I feel a bit wrong again. Then we turned to look at Asa. Yet she saw her as if she was holding an invaluable treasure. Read the other book passionately. See this scene. I am a bit uncertain looking at Lythene Nguyen. I say this, if we make the national money no longer exist, what will you think? Lythene Nguyen was dumbfounded. Completely unexpectedly we say that, but he quickly laughed. In this world, there is no country that exists for thousands of life, so is the national money. Kim Kwok too. In the end, what is left is just a few pages of thin paper and history books. I was a little surprised he could think so. Cannot help praising him a sentence. Who doubted Lythene Nguyen? His face was consistent. Micro gods firmly. No matter what the last national money is, at least His Majesty can make the dynamic actions different from ordinary kings. The old god will definitely have the honor to witness that moment, witness the peak of the national money. I have no doubt to this. Hearing that, an indescribable joy appears in our hearts. Is he so enthusiastic before? Previously, she was always deceived by the integral system, want to make the country decline. But if we promote the development process, adventure to abolish the monarchy, is not it like destroying national money? Although this road is much more difficult, but if it can make those things no longer happen in the future anymore, then our command resounded in Lythene Nguyen's ear. Summon everyone, we go to national money. I am clearly the one who does not want to be the emperor, yet when hearing the country is at risk of negative, becomes extremely stressful again. It turned out, do not know when we have a bit of expectation for this seemingly tasteless world. Before that, we not only received the recognition of long match, but also have a large pile of designs to implement future technology. Get all this, we, not out of a new thought, building a country that everyone is equal, thoroughly destroy the monarchy. Then we summon everyone back to the capital. On the way, a paper crane slowly flew towards Assasir. Seeing paper cranes, Asa showed joy. A letter from a Chu. Did he have anything? I am sensitive to realize that there is something wrong. Urge Asa to preview the content in the letter. Indeed, after Asa finished watching the content on the letter, her expression showed horrifying. Nanjing soldiers Famine Kwok. The bull led the battlefield. Ingufu is not clear. Hearing that in my heart, a sound done at the same time outside the border of Teen Kwok. Each group of soldiers in the armor has broke through, borrowing a ladder to climb upstairs, killing with midfielder upstairs. Then, surprise, a large hand rising up the wall. Shortly thereafter, a man 2.5 meters tall. Seeing this person, the midfielder was terrified. Immediately after that, swinging wide swing, Sanhan reached for the heavy mace in his mouth. Then a mace descended, flying a few people rushing in front of him. I am Lieutenant General Fan Fuongtin of Dakim, especially to take the head of a bull. But very quickly, the arrogant expression of Fan Fuongtin disappeared. But in front of his eyes was a handsome man with a cold face. I wear a red cloak. Diabo looks cold. Fan Fuongtin sounds like an unknown clown. Also worthy of my head. After astonishment, Fan Fuongtin revealed a crazy and fierce smile. Is it absolutely ugly? Try wants to know. Cranes, faced with a heavy mace that could fly more than a dozen soldiers, Duda pointed up his hand to support the blow. Fan Fuongtin did not commit to quickly swinging the mace, but never once can cause damage to the bowl. All he was easily dodged very fast. Fan Fuongtin suddenly discovered Duda in front of him disappeared. Shortly after that, a cold voice rang out of his back. Wasting me, still expecting you. So it is just a decoration. Hearing this, Fan Fuongtin discovered that he could not answer. Immediately after that, the chess transmitted to a cold match. I lost. Kim Kwok's soldiers saw that the general was killed. Immediately the intention to withdraw. In turn, retreating to the wall of the city, until killing all enemy troops on the wall. On the wall of the city spread out the screams of the winner. Data the Kim Kwok pig. Here, he has not killed enough, but on the face of the bowl, there was no fun at all. But worried about the wall of the city, countless military barracks, it turned out, 5 days ago, Tutu Tin Kin suddenly received a war. The statement of Nanjing knew that Dup was leaving, so the intention to send a small mathematics to enter the territory of the country, a block to kill Dip. The bowl led to 1,000 elite cavalry under the expansion, welcoming the Kim Kwok army. The results of the bowl carelessly hit the ambush, and was forced to retreat to Fu Feng, a small citadel near the money. After that, Kim Kwok troops were divided into thousands of siege. The remaining troops went straight to Kim. That bowl is surrounded. Then with your cruelty and less than 10,000 troops are arduous, despite maintaining many attacks, but the soldiers and new army are gradually exhausted. Next should I do? Obviously we posted the throne of the emperor of thousands of people. Yet Kaka did not do so, that became enemies with me. On the contrary, thank you, help him inherit the hot chair. Even if you are facing the most decisive situation, you must die. In the heart of anxiety, only this stupid younger brother. But at present, the stronghold that I was not optimistic anymore. Even a few dozen troops informed the news that they secretly sent by the enemy were stopped by the enemy. Facing such a difficult situation, the general under his voice muttered in a small voice, if not the name of the Diep, how can we win is surrounded here. Along with the words he just finished, the general suddenly felt a cold killing intent. Lock yourself, the new general reacted. I was carelessly saying in my heart, hurry and kneel down to ask for forgiveness. Time just like that, little by little. The back of the general also was wet with cold sweat. It was not until the voice of Duda rang, stand up. This story does not blame the family. It is we define the opposition of everyone. Determined to come here, Kim Kwok's fighting power is not equal to barbaric people in the steppe, but the crafty sound is much better this time. But I know the practice of Diep, and take it as a bait. The first year the emperor led the great army to the south to conquer. But because of a scholar in Nanjing that failed to return, I was at that time, even though I was young, but also know are for the southern noble of the country, called with the other Kim Kwok scholar, newly unified karma. The governor Han Bitch An is called Homu. The ban is only one mouth. That makes those people at important moments divide the raft. That year killed a group. Now there is another group. Prohibition only colluded with Kim Kwok. Help them penetrate deeply here. Otherwise we do not believe. Tens of thousands of troops can sneak under the eyelids of money. Definitely Han Bitch An again played a trick. Mock the afternoon winds in that direction. Speaking of which, the anger of two suddenly stopped. Speaking of tricks, using the boy's words that said was the old man. At least the other boy is temporarily safe, so that is the surname of money. Come to think of it, Map laughed and laughed. I always worship my strength. The most hate are those who make tricks. Yet temporarily believed, my clever younger brother will be ambushed by others. Listen to here, how could the general not understand? Diep is the only drawback of Highness. Immediately afterwards, Your Highness, Tu dominated the leader still next His Majesty. In the army, he still holds his correspondence. Due to understand what he meant, switch to saying, you in the letter do not mention what I was surrounded in Fu Feng. Just say the invading planet, tell him to go back to money. As he said, he punched hard on the table. Let my younger brother come to save me, whereas the face, Fu Feng alone I keep. Not long after the two of them came upstairs, let the Kim Kwok dog see the resilience of the national money. The old man and the old man hold it for himself. In the heart of the general felt unstable. Your Highness has an old or excited disability in the battle. Who doubted Tichu laughed at him. Vong Trine, you definitely feel that I am authoritarian. It is going to be crazy again, right? Vong Trine hurriedly said, do not dare. I smiled and comforted him. No need to say much. I am not the first time like that. Only the reason this time is really different from before. In the heart of the hundreds of percent, he did not believe it. You said the same time, but this sentence he did not say. The bull looked away. The other boy was night before leaving, having drank with me a match. It turned out right before we left. I borrowed a little yeast, scolding him. You are also worthy of being called the Great War. I clearly stole your throne. Take your surname. You do not create counterattacks and put the chaos to except for what. But no matter what geography we scold, the bull did not object to half words. Just gentle smile at me. Sorry, the old appointment. Capital thought was just a joke between us. Unexpectedly, you really do it. I was a bit blankly looking at him. He laughed and explained, you have known my mind and hobbies since childhood. If we let us sit in that position, I will go crazy sooner or later. I scolded him. You also know that position is not easy to sit. Do you know after I go to this world, how tired you live? The words we say attracts his attention. To this world. Did you say you are in an endless vortex? I do not answer. Continue to say, Triyu urges, Triyu track, Lythine Nguyen Jia Cat Sat, Femdatu, and that pepper too. Every time I act on my own, each person is smart for himself to explain my words. Only with an idiot like you, we can rest assured a battle. Hearing me, I was dumbfounded. Then carry me on your back, but yet, I wish to sit on the hot chair. In the end, who is the fool? He is clearly the most suitable person to become the emperor, yet committed to handing the emperor's throne into my hand. Bring all those who look at our position, squeeze death from the egg. It turned out that night, after we are drunk, yet said all the dissatisfaction in the heart after coming to this world, even pointing to the tip of the bowl scolded. He is an idiot that cannot be saved, but hearing my uncomfortable scolding, due to just laughed, then turned to carry me up. You shoulder the responsibility instead of my capital belonging to me. Liberation of us from the shackles for so long. I do not know who is the fool in the end. Really, disciples, you just keep the inheritance that the old man has built. Kake is just good at fighting, so what I can do, just wipe out all obstacles in front of you, stand in front of you to protect you. Back just now, the bull looks far away. A month ago, he said to kill the enemy. A month later, he was surrounded by enemies in the small city. Do not you feel lost? Wang Zhan was terrified. The story just now, make him still underestimate my position in his heart. Du Te looked seriously looking at him. Just now is joking. Anyway, serious talk. The money on the other side is more important than us. Wang Zhan nodded. Fu Feng on this side leaned on the horse in our hands. A few months supporting a problem. The opposite is the needle, money on the outside of the army, but divided into two sets, Bakwan and Longtungquan, despite the strength. But the hatred between the two troops is a big graphics. The highest general of Thutin Kim is Vian Thingu, although this person is a talented general, but he cannot suppress the North Quan that we leave. Thus, the coordination of the two troops became weak. The bull understands the importance of this. Any more potential troops between the two troops are just small things. Anyway, the generals know the great. The larger graphics is in the court. Wang Zhan was a bit suspicious. When His Majesty left, he ordered Triyu to urge the state to assert itself. Famed Dao Chulo hold wages and materials in the city. The map huffed coldly. The two women we did not believe anyone. Unexpectedly, only Dep personally returned to preside over the great department, can stabilize the situation of money. Wang Zhan was a little hesitant, but His Majesty wanted to go back to the Kun. Certainly the risk of coinciding. Tu smiled. It is okay, I trust him in terms of his mind. That boy plus Lithian Guyan. In terms of fighting, there is a pepper plus the sand to sand, such a combination, wanting to return to the business easy to turn. Speaking of which, Vong Trine did not say anything more. The consideration of highness, the generals understood, so next let the general help him maintain this style. Let the bitch Kim Kwok see the mettle of the national money. At the same time, a black eagle tear the wind to the sky. Suddenly a strong chain from the clouds flew out. The chain in the blink of an eye controlled the black eagle. Take an hour. The black eagles disappeared without seeing the shadow. The next moment, the black eagle appears in the hands of a black man, old man, Nanjing dogs surround money, quickly return, stabilize great, could trust can do it. Another from the darkness came out. Figure, should we change a fake information? The picture was smirked and smirked. No need to do more excess. The owner is to want Diep, dilemma, saying and leaving the letter back to the letter. Diep saved money or saving bowl, how will you choose? The master is more inclined to the money. Anyway, I hope you can return to denunciation, because I have not tasted the emperor's eyeball. The crazy laugh of a man echoed throughout the forest. Temerated a flock of birds. I am the unlucky one who reluctantly ascended the throne. Also the greatest emperor in my hearts, but the almighty person like us encountered a big problem. The singer who advised me to take the throne is in danger of life, but everyone knows, meeting the bowl only worried about the opponent. How can he encounter? Pepper, who always followed the side of the bowl, also felt strangely difficult to understand. Is your highness really dangerous to life? Shortly after that, Tiu confirmed to Lythian Ningian. Is this letter from Famdaochu? That name is your person, right? Lythian Ningian changes. Hurry to me, your majesty. Vythan used to really have a violation, but now it is honest with the dozens of him. Anyway, we in Asa, though, have a heart towards his majesty. But Achu's mind has not yet waited for him to say all his words. I have lost his patience to interrupt him. The messy things I have known for a long time. Now I just want to confirm one thing. Is the name of the bowl in the end? At this time a crow flying over my head. Pepper next to the reaction first. This is a bird that spreads special to your highness. Until seeing the handwriting of Duda, the last new Pepper shows joy. This is the writing in secret of your highness. He is still alive. Lythian Guyan slowly said, with the temperament of highness. If he was defending money, probably won't say words like the Sea Majesty quickly returns to release, roughly being besieged somewhere. But we finally identify one thing, the bowl is still alive, but also in dangerous situation, so currently facing an important issue. Is the rescue or returning to the money to preside over the great department? At the same time on the other side, the great army of Dae Kim approached the money. Famdaochu worriedly walked towards Tongdan. He was good at calculating and could not help but feel a headache. Why did everything become like this? It turned out 5 days ago, after Duda led 1,000 cavalry in the northern army. Quickly leave the money not long. Outside the money was very fast. It has flooded a large number of Nanjing troops. The Nanjing troops surrounded the roads from Tianqin to 4 sides, but not in a hurry attack the city. That is, shoot into a large amount of the name of the order. On the letter of writing Deep was arrested by the army Kim Kwok, and when he took troops to the rescue, he hit the ambush network of the Spratly Plain. This made the people money, after knowing the news, was extremely confused. Black clouds are uneasy to cover the court and folk. In the court, the officials also have a mind. Many people think of how to take advantage of this chaotic situation that maximizes their own benefits, but in this situation, Pham Daochu, who holds the national loincloth, is in charge of all the logistics of the money. Falling into a dilemma, come to think of it, Achu could not help but remember the direction of Lythian Guyan. Obviously, he always wants to take the power of the graph, causing the national money to destroy. But now success is right before the eyes. He changed again. Even Asa has changed. Now only me right now. Triyu Thuk also came to the floor. What are you doing here? What to think of that god? Asa startled cold sweat, but very quickly calmed down. Currently Nanjing surrounded the city, cut off the supply line inside and outside the wall. I am worried about the situation so I can observe. In contrast, the billion is clearly carrying the responsibility. At this time, I should have been busy not to rest in the palace. Why are you coming here? Zhou urged a moment. Obviously unexpectedly, he asked like that immediately after looking at the barracks outside the city. I also come to see the situation of Nanjing outside the city. Sisters, did you believe the words of Nanjing written in the sword letter? His Majesty was arrested by them. When several million troops approached the city, countless spaces of flattering gods want a face part, but despite facing the situation almost despair, how urged without hesitation, standing on my side, fight for me. Not long before, Zhou urged to the upstairs, try to consider Pham Dao Chu's thoughts. Do you believe the words of the Nanjing written in the other sword? Your Majesty was arrested by them. Pham Dao Chu knew that this was a tribute that was searching for him, saying the answer has been prepared for a long time. I naturally do not believe it. His Majesty's actions in the past few months. Everyone has witnessed it firsthand. The mind is unpredictable. Even Triyu Trak, also defeated at the hands of His Majesty. Despite him the right to tide brutal danger, your Majesty is the one who is blessed. But these are not the answer that Xiao urges, only muttering, is the heavenly blessing. Achu was a bit worried. Besides His Majesty, there was Lei Dainhan and Asa. Martial arts still silently followed him. In addition, there are Pepper, good people and spy intelligence. I do not think he will fall off. Hearing this answer, Xiao's eyes lit up, I think like me. I also do not think that your highness will hit the ambush and die. Your highness is called war god, not a name. Such people can easily die on the battlefield. If they really killed his highness, just directly bring his head to display outside the city. The goalkeeper and the money will surely disintegrate. Do not hit that goods. Why is it still as troublesome as now? Triyu Thuk's analysis made Zhou have a new look at him. Capital thought he only relied on the body and was respected by Dip. Now look, his mind and analytical capacity cannot be underestimated. Shortly thereafter, Zhou urged to continue saying, Your Majesty and Highness, though peaceful peace, but all are separated from the outside. Money is the base of the great money, can be maintained or not. The key lies in those who stay like us. But the biggest problem is now, do you want to keep it? This word just said, Achu could not help but cold spine. It seems that all thoughts are seen through. Shortly after a loud louder, they interrupted their conversation. The two of them do not need to probe each other anymore. Everyone is the same boat. He silently left the jaw. Invite the two of them to come here to discuss the big story. Is in a, especially on behalf of Kim Kwok Chiu Hang Tu, show the letter directly to his identity, Feng Dao, a good anonymous person in the court. The ancestors are Kim Kwok's anti-troops. Why is the money now in distress for getting the love of money? Hurry to receive the Tong Tong to. Feng Dao darkened his face. Speaking of him, these words do not need to say any more. I am on behalf of Kim Kwok on behalf of two chances. Pham Dao Chu, you want a revenge for the family? Restore the glory of the family, right? And you are summoned. Does not you want to have a new start? Zhou urged him back. What does this mean? You used to be Xiao Zhuo. This story in the court many people know. I am afraid even Deep knows a little bit. He now loves you, bring you to the position of the country, but your past is forever a thorn in his heart, only for him to disappear forever. That girl disappeared, so do you want us to deliver the business to those outsiders? The lower is so bright eyes like a torch after becoming. No one will remember your past, but not yet waiting for him to say the next word. A thin thread across his throat, crimson blood erupted. Why is the descendant of Kim Kwok? What reason do you have to refuse? Zhou urged silently to look at the hair brooch in his hand. Because of all of you, all basically misunderstood one thing. Deep for us is not a normal man. Dipe he is my king, my only man, saying and plugging his hair brooch into his temple. The girl from birth was sold in the palace. Capital thought that waiting for her was endless wealth, but eventually falling into hopeless dark deep. Right on the day she entered the adult ceremony. Welcoming her is the jealous punishment of her. Immediately after that was the hatred of the woman. You stupid clothes. Even this is not finished. What is the summoner of the Lord? But as soon as she was about to continue fighting, Zhou Zhuo's cold gaze made him choked in his heart. Turned out that Zhao Lord, the old man, is teaching this spleen. He watched, urged to look at Triyu Track, just appeared, but what was waiting for him was Triyu Track's cold words. I said, do not hit on the face. Immediately after that, he heard the begging of the slave. But Xiao Zhuo seemed not to hear anything, saying by yourself, they are much more valuable than you. After saying that, he grabbed Xiao's head, discovering Triyu urges not to destroy the appearance, coldly laughed, it is okay. Then Xiao Zhuo pressed his head to hell until Triyu Track left the room. Anu just dared to step up to ask if Zhao urged whether it was painful train this day to practice and that still suffer from fighting. It is enough. Zhao's gloomy eyes. No enough, if not the side, we have been dead for a long time. Adieu suddenly stopped by, on the cheek. There are some joys. I have something to tell you. I am about to leave this evil place. The father took us to the house of a small family. I think we will not suffer anymore. By then I can give you gifts. The corner of the mouth slightly lifted up a faint smile, seemingly comforting his future. A few months later, I seemed to search for millions until seeing Zhao urged. Tears in the corner of the eye cannot hide anymore. The choked voice, a urge I have found him for half a day, a duet in the heart of the tremor of shock. A thought that is not healed in your heart, not long after Xiao urged to see, cold naked body Biku made in the back voice, heard. Tiyuha family that Adiu came was a crazy guy. The woman who followed him no one lived for more than 3 months. This whole body has no good place. It is pitiful across. The eunuch next to Xiao Zhuo proposed in a small voice, Lord, we should still quickly handle the bodies. Zhou Zhuo disdain. Nothing, let them know. What is useless tool? Are you scared? Fear they can make a drum. Without us they are nothing. Wait until everyone leaves. A is like angrily punching the wall hard. A do you just like that? We practiced so long. Just because of this, his voice carried a few cold parts. At least we are still alive now. Alike grinding teeth, I do not commit. I want to use my own way to find a way of life. After 3 years later, still like before. At the foot of Zhuo put a cold body. Xiao urged to see that familiar body. In my heart as if falling into the tunnel. He knew it was his only sister here. Alike now. Zhou Zhuo suddenly said, do you know why I call you here? Is like this convenient one. I just gave it a year ago to the upper money. It betrayed me. Fortunately, the Lord understands the story. Say you want to return this woman. I immediately said you kept taking it. Does your woman still need us to teach? He was afraid in the court to be pinched. So it comes here. He did not continue to say, but hate to move your legs to one side. Shortly thereafter, in the room, his carefree louder. At this moment, he urged to cool like ashes. Zhou Zhuo walked in front of him. Zhao urged, I value you the most. You will not eat apple tree. Xiao's voice calmly calmed. Thaknai only appreciated. Absolutely not betray. Ha ha ha, very good. Even though I can't be far away from you, But it is also your turn to leave the palace. I will give you the most famous family of the country. How? Satisfied, along with the scene of each scene passing. The image of Xiao Zhuo finally stopped at the moment he died. Think of the man in his heart, Xiao urged his mouth and said, I am very satisfied with him. On one side, the national money was approached by millions of troops. On one side is my bloody brother, no matter which side chooses. The other side can fall into the hands of the enemy. But I do not choose any side, a horse alone. Choose the way to advance to the enemy's hose. Not long before, Xiao urged the brooch to stab toward Feng Dao. Dip for us is not simply relying, he is my king. Hot blood in the blink of an eye made Feng Dao wake up. Are you crazy? The only man, yet because of a defeated family, refused the chance of the upper master. As he said, he pulled out the hair brooch on the output, then frantically rushed towards Triyu Thuk. Damn women, I kill you right now. You do not forget, we have another option. Soon he shouted loudly, Found out you behind? Hurry, help me solve this convenience. He is a cunning traitor. I believe he will make the right choice. Suddenly, a charm glued to Feng Dao's forehead only in the blink of an eye. The red flame burned on Feng Dao. The crying sounded immediately afterwards. In just a few minutes, Feng Dao also completely turned into a pile of human coal. Zhou now has a bit of fear. I still think a say charm for us is just a normal type of charm to determine yourself. Why is this? Zhou urged him to laugh at him. Why did you help me just now? You must know that the graph is the killer to kill your entire clan. If you chose him just now, then can have a good opportunity to revenge. So I want to know, in the end, what are you planning? Zhou laughed and teased, Are you a benefactor for this attitude? Zhou urged his eyes slightly. Sorry, Achu, my past made me born suspicious. The case you are still a prisoner. Zhou shook his head. I said you probably did not believe it. Then he took out from the chest of a silver bar. For us it was a capital loss. Famjia are at the peak of the great money, yet holding the 3 cities to cast money of the money. At that time, there was a silver ingot for every 3 silver lines, but all of the old army's thieves were burned down. But even so, the transaction system built by Famjia is still being implemented. This is the route that Famjia buried in Daitian. We cannot deliver this buried land to outsiders. A revenge of a dead person may make me angry, but finally estimated, what Famjia left would have nothing left. As a traitor, I want to have more silver engraved words. Our grandfather once said, traitors should control emotions. No temporary paintings predict great. Do not you feel that these descriptions are very suitable for a person? Although I do not like Diep, but he and Famjia have similarities, can help us carry out the purpose of Renaissance Famjia. Make money once again, attaching importance to karma. So we willing to put the future on Dip. Use the words of Diep to say, this is called investment. Xiao urged the silver bar in his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. That is right, your majesty often says other people's words, although it is only one side, but now one can trust you only real to be safe. I will praise you to kill Feng Dao out. Let Kim Kwok a little abstinence, wait for his majesty to return. I will give this silver bar to him. Currently we stabilize the court. There is your support again, probably able to resist until his majesty returns. Anyway, this is just a temporary plan. Later fear that there will be a lot of Feng Dao jumping out. Only the wisdom of his majesty plus the battle of the bowl, newly capable of solving the risk of money. Otherwise, even if you and I risk your life, the loss is just a matter of time. Suddenly a Chu bit his finger. Put your hand on a blank paper. Nanjing Femteen Kwok. The bowl led the battlefield. Disturbance of death. Huan Ko explained to Triyu Thuk. This is our means of communication in a Sa. Contacting a second contact. Dep Zio finished hearing a bit surprised. You have the risk of the money. That is so gentle. Do you not want him to be distracted? Did not you say? Bao Deep want to find a bowl first. Zhao urged to hear that. So, money is afraid that even more difficult. Zhou suddenly laughed. Are you scared? The corner of the mouth was slightly lifted. Are you scared? Nothing is scary, because we can definitely wait for his majesty to return. At the same time, outside the needle, Hanbang looked at the secret letter. From the inner line, the corner of the mouth carried a few mocking parts. 5 chess pieces go to explore. The result has not been done dead. Anyway, it is considered that the opponent is the other 2 women. Everything is still in the plan, just waiting for Depp to make his second choice. But on the other side, I am still hesitant to know which side to go first. Not long after we suddenly stopped. The other guys are so when we do not have home but steal our family. Why do not we take the opportunity to steal their base? As soon as people were thinking about what was going on, a whiner rejoiced again, stealing a base. You said I told him, that is right, I have no soldiers without salary. Going does not mean anything big, so we want to cross the river to attack Kim Kwok. When millions of heroes of the empire approach the city, this emperor is 10,000 miles away. But we, after knowing everything, not only is it not about to return, still going directly to steal the enemy, suddenly in the forest transmitted to a praised female voice, there is metal. As expected, the man he chose, Nugo Dong Choin, walked and casually laughed. I just handled this traitor, get a little information. The way to remind you an hour. Really look at your appearance. Looks like it is known that Kim Kwok surrounds money. Just said. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking towards a Wine. Looks like this lady, a long time ago, had known this. Looks like you do not say anything too deep. Hearing that, Wina was a little panicked to explain to me, you won't notice these small things, right? You also said I could assassinate you before. You won't play well. Ingo Dongchoin interrupted him. Please allow me to say a word first. It is not easy for you to cross the river, because the important route has been occupied by Kim Kwok. As the city is the south of the kingdom, close to the banks of Moklong River, is an important strategic position, has stood firmly on the border of the two countries for 10 years. Even in the event of anti-rebellion of the precepts of the south, he still ensures that the withdrawal of the Yuan emperor is convenient. I immediately understood what he meant. In other words, such an important place has belonged to Kim Kwok. Ingo Dongchoin did not explain further, but fingered in the opposite direction. When I went back to shout with me, you owe me another love again. Remember to pay me. After saying that, immediately go to the deep forest. Now, Lythian Guyan took the initiative to go to the general of the general town of Luthan. Not only careful action, but also a loyalty to the national money. There is him holding the pharynx, bin Thiluthialuz Kong, the directly refute, the general of the old age is high, and his son is a genuine defeat. Furthermore, the Tonkin literature has taken the name of the worshipping master to Nanjing for a few years. The educational too has not improved at all, but becoming extremely worshipping the tradition of Nanjing. Having many times in private places saying the countryside is a barbaric money. The shogun also has no way for this child, so according to your intelligence, the name of this Tonkin van most likely will become the breakthrough of Luthan. Thinking of this face, Lythian Guyan became unsightly. The needle is surrounded, the bowl is miserable. In addition, Luthan fell again. Teen Kwok is afraid that I fisted to interrupt them. The plan to cross the river did not change, just resolving the name of the defeated family in Luthan. Okay, I understand the defeats. Medium or professional, Wina laughed and walked in the opposite direction. The big story of the national money, you try yourself. I will join you later. We take one step up. Holding his head, such an important thing may lack you. Say this trip I still need you to use a bit. At the same time, inside the depths of Luthan, the Tonkin van looked at the man in front of him and laughed. It has been so many days, still not all angry yet. Hendy Doc has promised me already, as long as they captured Kim, this male money area will belong to our home. Before that, can only be a little hidden. The man was a little angry with his stupidity. Stupid, the word that Fox also believed. You are indeed a defeat. But hear this, Tonkin van laughed crazy again. Then throw the tray of rice in front of you. Did you despise me so much you are loyal to the dead emperor? What is it? Obviously keeping the richest land of Teen Kwok, yet the Homon's world here is isolated. Even your son did not dare to raise his face. Looking at the tray of leftover rice was knocked out. The Tonkin's text suddenly came up with a better idea. Pick up from the ground bunch of excess vegetables full of mud. Eat something with old bondlessness. I can't stand it. Anyway, the man still does not move. Silence did not say. Tonkin writer huffed coldly and left. The real trick with me has no effect. Suddenly swallowing and chewing behind, seeing the man picked up dumplings to eat. Tonkin's literature is also a little surprised. Really eating? The man laughed coldly. Lao Su last night dreamed. In your majesty will personally come to Luthan. Complete the unfinished career of the emperor. Lao Tefai Jidle Ci Men Yunai. To witness that day, Van Nanin suddenly thought of a person. Deep. Then he could not help but laugh. Elder, Father Hodu. Are you saying that the name of the Diep, perhaps after the Emperor of the Death quickly adjusted the Kuang dynasty, then eliminate Zhou Zhuo, entracting Lythian Guyan and Map? You think that he is a waste? How stupid. I am raising you into a scrap. Hearing a man sigh, the Tonkin van immediately trembled his lips. In words filled with anger, it seems, I need to prove to you, my father, this place has long been given a hammock. Mosquito flies do not fall. I hope that boy can come in front of me. Then let you know what is the waste. Suddenly, a tinkling sound outside the prison. Hearing the noise of Tonkin Young movement look back, the next moment, he immediately saw the name of the waste that he mentioned just now. Our eyes are sharp as a sword. Shoot at the idiot dared to speak ill of me behind this back. Heard you find me, with the fate of the emperor. For the first time we proactively reveal the identity. Immediately led to the most frightening pursuit of Kim Kwok, Dark Army, but despite facing such despair, on my face still smiled confidently. Kid, have you ever seen the power of the gun yet? Not long before we crossed the river to Luthan in the labor, seeing the dude who was stabbed behind his father. As soon as I see me, the shogun could not help but excitedly cry, His Majesty. In the eyes of Tonkin, the tonery is filled with terrifying. Can't, how can you come in? I could not help but laugh. Do you want to say the outside? Clearly the room is strict. As I said, I lifted a knife in my hand. This name is here. All types of defense are just stickers. Only seems to use a bit too much. Then I provoked to raise his eyebrows. Go back to the main topic. What are you looking for? Hear me, the Tonkin van is a bit choking. But very quickly he adjusted the state, turning towards me loudly. I have not been waiting for him to say it. A blade pierced his heart. See the tragic scene of the sun. The shogun in the blink of an eye was moved, trembling to cry. Tonkin. Literature. Tonkin supports the last breath to look back. Why his hand did dock? Obviously the cold picture of the blade. His eyes did not even stop on him. At the same time, Tuyuha and Asa realized that something wrong also rushed. Suddenly the darkness began to shake. 2 soldiers in the armor blocked in front of the 2. It is unbelievable to open his mouth. From the darkness out, we are the courage of the scale. The next moment of the people immediately faced. The delighted lead evaluating me. Hand Admiral has calculated first. You have 5/10 of the ability to save bowl. 4/10 are likely to return to money, and 1/10 is to my place. Unexpectedly, my luck is so good. Let me wait for this match, but I am lazy to pay attention to him. Turn to look at Tu and Asa after confirming that they cannot support me. I glance to the side again. Awaine is raising her middle finger towards me. Then we look at the hidden segment. Unexpectedly, there are people who can force me to take action. The hidden paragraph huffed coldly. Do not scare me. Your intelligence we all know. The waste has no monks at all. Killing a chicken is difficult. I am a bit funny. Do you really think so? The next moment, we have just deployed the Emperor's aura, just had not long. The picture is a bit funny. Through lighting the entire prison, to blockade the ability we hide in the dark. Yet only once could think of this. Anyway, you think that's such a tasteless power. Will the outcome be different? The next moment of a bag sounded. The field of the picture was fluttering out, the unbelievable picture of his arms, yet it was empty. He does not understand. Just now in that moment happened. Only see us holding the equality of sentient beings, excited to look at him, but we do not be so excited, because I know the gun in this hand, still not comparable to real guns. Anyway, Asa is convenient to build on the way. Just a little bit of accuracy. Do not hit the head. Hear my muttering sound. Each cold sweat constantly flows down from the forehead, but very quickly he calmed down. Awareness from the past until now makes him feel, regardless of what weapon, just within 7 steps. Not as fast as the sword. The next moment he insisted on raising his hand. Do it again in the heart of the voice. Because of the wealthy glory, I can definitely, but I just slowly pulled the trigger. A boom rang out. The lead force was strongly shocked by the shocking force. I am a bit funny. Originally, you escaped away from me a bit difficult to target, yet you take the initiative to bring the door. Then I turned to look at Asa. This time you made a great work. Going back, I will reward you with huge. Hear me. Asa shyly scratched his head, all thanks to the book of His Majesty. Asa did not dare to participate. The uncontrolled VV unbelievable to see the dead captain died. Pepper, remind Asa to keep the living to interrogate intelligence, who doubted that V directly took the poison suicide, although Tu discovered his small action immediately. But still cannot stop. Before his death, the man did not commit his heart to cry. Han Admiral will not forgive you. The next moment, the 2 shadows from their bodies disappear. The general was then liberated, always stared at the body of his son. Lythean Neon saw that he was planning to comfort. The general was inadvertently interrupted by Van General. No need to say much. Even if the Kim Kwok people do not move, I will also liquidate the subject. Then he asked me the next plan. I do not talk to him. Directly ask Lu Jiang into the present how many soldiers can mobilize. The general writer was a little embarrassed to bow down. In the end, our lower suits were killed, but very quickly he seemed to grasp something loudly. There is an oligarchan who refuses to take care of the teacher. He, after the incident happened, leading more than 1,000 people running out of the city. I raised an eyebrow, refusing to take care of the spear. He, Lieutenant Head. He turned his head to look behind the mountain. They must be hiding in the recent Dragon Mountain. They did not consider the military discipline. The Kim Kwok people also do not let them in the eyes. So now perhaps still alive. Hearing that, we have a little excitement to touch the chin. So it is not just or becoming a capital for us to go to Kim Kwok. Is the lazy emperor from past to present? Although we know our kingdom has been approached by the army, I have no intention of returning, even led 6 people to prepare to occupy Kim Kwof. Anyway, we do not intend to die like that. It is not far behind the mountain, looking for 1,000 soldiers, just walking on. The Van General hesitated for a long time. Finally, I could not help but speak up. Your Majesty, I have a word to report. Hulu Kwang is a refugee from the other side to overflow. More brave than people, especially good at riding and archery. Among soldiers with great desires, I value his martial arts, recruiting him to go down, but discovering this person is not worth using. So after that happened, this person did not resist anything, fled to the city, must have intended to occupy the mountain. Hearing this, I am not too disappointed, only feel this is normal. Anyway, people may be brave to die because of the water is not much. The shogun saw that we did not answer. Suspicious, Luk Kwang does not have any loyalty to the great money. Your Majesty really wants to rely on him to counterattack Nanjing. I asked him in the opposite of him. Do we have any other options now? Moreover, at the time of Lu Jiang, the army, he obviously can join Nanjing, yet it does not help any party. Do you know why? Lathian Ningyan speculated, probably waiting for money or Nanjing to actively surrender. Is not that suddenly to the Nanjing? I agree to nod, so saying that people's hearts are the most unreliable. For example, everyone clearly has been assassinated, now can shoulder that go, so we will not expect unconditional loyalty. We have clear price, so everyone can rest assured. At this time, the shogun pointed forward. We are here. Look in the direction of his finger, just can vaguely see the shape of a long hope. Suddenly an arrow tore the wind to fly, exactly falling in front of my horse. Shortly after that, from Vongla to a loud shout. Step more, the next arrow will shoot at your head, and we do not seem to be answered, making soldiers on Vongla feel satisfied. Big brother's sword, French dangerous. Give the emperor's boundary a blow, Luck Kwong Lake casually said. It is said that the emperor is only 6 people to save the old man. There must be some moves. Anyway, this is not enough for us to sell his life. You watch him stand there for half a day. It is just a level of a sword of a town. But very quickly his eyes were full of suspicion. What does he hold, an iron stick? The next moment of a gunfire rang out, a trail of light on the cheek of Luck Kwong Lake. Luck Kwong Lake now responded. Terrified, looked back, yet discovered that the back of the column was broken in half. I blow lightly into the gun barrel. There is a homemade cannon of a sa, add the effect of our hegemony. It is cool. Not long after Luck Kwong rode a horse quickly. As soon as I knelt down in front of me. The last explanation of blind eyes did not recognize they son. Do not realize I am your majesty. Looking at him face fear of insecurity, I went to him again to help him get up. I still prefer your arrogant appearance. But when he approached his face clearly, made me feel panic. Is this a grade 5? Ungo Luke Kwong is a bit difficult to understand. I shook my head to tell him nothing. Just remember an old friend. Do you know what I mean this time? He hurriedly explained. Lu Jiang then clamped between Nanjing and rebellious troops. She became a court. I want to keep it nor keep it. I know you can't keep it later. There is no need to manage Lu Jiang anymore. Nanjing wants to enlist the people's hearts. It will not be difficult for the people. Hearing me say that Luck Kwong is a bit difficult to understand. So what does your majesty find me? Could it be that we want us to take this elderly old army to the north? Settlement for money? I do not answer him, but continuing to ask, it is said that you used to be a man of Nanjing. Lu Dan fled here. Definitely there is any reluctance. Right? Late became even more obscure. What is this relationship with what we are saying? I patted his shoulder. Do you want to go home to see a bit? Luck Kwong suddenly realized, you want me to lead the army and you to the other side. I told him that is right. You and I are really spiritual. The first mind, the domestic army in Kim Kwok all came out. It is the opportunity to have one for us to get a small victory and go in. But even in the empty Kim Kwok country, with this little troops of ours is too dangerous. Is it not dangerous for you to escape in the mountain? Does your ruined wall torn into a ruined wall do not just need a fire? The soldiers also have a gray face spraying torn clothes. Even weapons have no soul. The enemy came. Are you gonna face to laugh and die? Does Long Thao Quan Nu not carry enough? I see the soldiers on your head are about to be blown away by the wind. With this equipment, what to hold? Under my attack, Luck Kwong also did not know what to do. Suddenly he thought of something, loudly crying out, but heaven gave birth to power. Do not believe you, ask Van Vien how good the old man beat, maintaining the mountain without a problem. What is that useful? The chaos on the mountain must say the force, must say the context. What are the good to fight? Live up to now, not you are good, but you are not threatened nor valuable. My third word has deeply stabbed into his heart, but he still did not fall. No matter how this will not cross the river to die, I waved the sleeve. Say casually when I left Lujiang. It can be said that it is very frantic. Almost everyone in Lujiang knows. I went to the mountain to find you. You guess what the aristocracy will think. They will see you as the person can join the dip. But when they felt you join the army, you are best to actually join the Luck Kwong Lake. Even the fool now reacted. His mother played on me. Van Vien advised who General His Majesty Vo Luke. You follow him is not so bury your martial arts talent. We bring a lot of that armor Luong Theo. If you do not get it back, perhaps until half a day does not live peacefully. As soon as Ho Lu Kwong was still hesitant, a horse's noise startled him. Luck Kwong saw that he was so detective he sent. That person looks terrified. Tu Jia Hoik Xian. Dangjia Alkaline has just been invaded Lu Jiang. They are now divided into troops. There are 3,000 people who are killing us. I poted. It seems that they want you to score in front of the Kim Kwok people. If you want to survive, for the great money, keep it this time, ha 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 ha. Who can expect it? The useless name is kneeling in front of me, yet can be alone against hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, running away, but not long ago. He has hundreds of thousands of planes refusing to do my subordinates. It was not until the news that the great army approached. The consistent thought of a new man wobbles, but I still did not rush to tease him. If you want to survive, first wipe out the enemy in front of you. At the same time, those who compete for the other army broke through the city gate, but what is waiting for them is not the army they dream. A welding director flashed and disappeared. It turned out that Ho Lok Kwong alone stormed the enemy. At this time, his face was moody, angry. Damn it, my happy days were ruined by the other boy Dip. On the other side, I do not join them in the battlefield, but to the highest observation point, looking over the whole, as expected of the battle, there must still be a professional. Tu Yu repeated me behind. On the battlefield based on personal strength is difficult to turn around. They lose is just a matter of time. I laugh. Appearance teasing Tu Yu Li Chiai after the exam. You seem to know more. Pepper flushed, slightly huffed. Just keep like that. Your capital is afraid that there is not much left. I spoke. Tell him not to worry too much. These things have been thinking about it for a long time. Look at my mature guns. Iwainaka cannot help but cursing. On the other side, so many people. Can you even shot a marshal of the marshal? I do not pay attention to him. That called Asa is not much words. Immediately answer. At the same time, two hands make a strange position. Along with the horizontal scanner gunfire, the chaotic battlefield is also silent in a blink of an eye. What is it? Could it be thunder? As soon as everyone is suspicious, the marshal of the houses all broke. For this, we are satisfied with smiling. Lao Tzu has never said that I shoot people. It is flag. Immediately after that, Asa shouted, Tan lap. The wind blows the birds. The next moment, the sound is like a loud bell to each person's ears. The marshal is dead. Everyone quickly withdrew. There are people behind. Hearing this news, everyone looked towards their home. Marshal only saw the broken wooden sticks. In a moment, the fear spread throughout each person's heart. The voice of the marshal is dead, immediately fled. Leaving the disabled elderly people is still bewildered. Half a day later, Holuk Kwang sighed, Thang. After that, Holok Kwang immediately came in front of us. At this time, he showed unprecedented seriousness, lower voice. Your Majesty, small vows to follow him. Not long after the news transmitted about Hanbang, India. This name dip is unpredictable. Only by 6 cavalry steaming into Lujiang city as uninhabited. The weapon killed the image. Destroy the chess pieces we arrange in the city. Then clean the treasury. Leave the city. The last time they showed up is leading 1,000 horse under the Dao Tuk Dao Real Kwang. Break 3,000 sperms of Tu Dang Hai's house. Then 1,000 people disappeared without traces. Lutsi Noi Vef Twing Quanartcca, Trumtam Jipayi Ethi Wit will arrange the army of pre-national moat. Search in Lujian area, only thousands of people. Do not make any empty games. Hembichin casually laughed. You still do not understand the national pride for us. It is still the national money. Command my command. The army surrounded Teen Kim and Fufeng. Each side divided half to the south to destroy me, only by 6 people, yet made the general hold millions of horrific Hung soldiers, yet before and after tens of thousands of horse troops, to siege to destroy me, not long before, we have successfully seized 1,000 traitors, established themselves to paint the camp. This action also made him bitch and even more worried. Not even regretted dividing half of the soldiers who were attacking national money, and siege to destroy the bowl also kill me. This action also surprised the generals under the generals, for a diep is not it so bad, but even so hem bitch and is still not assured, ordering the indigenous Kim Trong Bun, go to Modung Jiang Wharf to stop me. After telling Ham Bitchin, he casually said to Empire, taking up the king can hold all over, Money Kim and Map are not worrying, but the general was inherently more vague. Han Bitchin shouted at him, if I guess it is not wrong, deep 10 parts 9 are want to cross the river, very quickly received orders. Kim Kwok army is attacking Fufeng slowly withdrawal. This scene also made due to be defending the city to feel suspicious or confusing. What is it? Why do we feel that the golden dogs outside seem less? Wang Zhan suddenly pointed to the barracks outside the city. Your Highness quickly looked, is the smoke of the army. The corner of the eyes of the bowl jerked slightly. At least withdrew half of the army. Vong Trine was a bit suspicious. The enemy suddenly withdrew. Do you want to lure us out of the city? Eat lun to lundeng injit ale hey en. Then changed to a confident expression. I am definitely my brother again. After saying that, he turned his head to look out. It does not matter if you do not think. I now only care about one thing, facing my bowl, but daring to go half of the army. It seems that Lao Tzu in the north has been too long. Kim Kwagdog forgot my fear. Feel the indifferent killing intent of the bowl. Vong Trine's voice is steadfast as iron. Highness, the subordinates are clear. After saying, he also revealed the majesty that a general should have. Step inside the city. Long voice soaked. Listen to my command. Gather the whole army. Slaughter them. Scenes. I have led 1,000 cavalry to Moklong Jiang Wharf. Holuk Kwang followed closely behind my back. Small people have something that does not understand. Cam Nam, small humanity is not tolerant. Anong Chung to Lun Lutz I Duk Di doesn't Vun. This is not yet to wait for him to say that I have interrupted. You have the illusion. This one of us is going to die. This is the words you said. I have used the eyes of the label to observe. The boat wharf across Olong River was kept by Trong Bin. Holuk Kwang looked surprised. What is it loving, yet can see across the river? Asa raised the long tube in his hand, having happily said, this is we manufacture according to the spirit book. So is the previous fire gun. I interrupted them these useless dialogues. The intensity is definitely not. But the living cannot let urine choking. Van Vien General defended this region for many years. The river along the river is as familiar as my garden. They want to keep the ferry, just keep it. Modung Jiang is so long, I do not believe they can watch rooms. Van Vien suddenly spoke. I remember Lu Modung Jiang had a shoal. We think that we can cross the river and hit the breakthrough on the other side of the bank. Hearing this news, my face becomes strange. The children follow me. Let me crush the chrysanthemum of Nanjing. After saying that, I led everyone to increase faster. run towards the rear of Nanjing. We lead 1,000 disabled old soldiers, yet dare to declare empire. But only the enemy came to prevent us from having up to 5,000 soldiers. Moreover, no exception is the muscular men, but I did not notice, also loudly claim to crush their chrysanthemum flowers. As soon as we are atmosphere, leading the horse to the river is about to cross the river. Discovered this remote road again. At this time, Trongbun was held. Van Vien was a little embarrassed to admit the error with me. Your Majesty is the general. Thinking is not thoughtful. Unexpectedly, Kim Kwok people found out the terrain this place, patched the gap, but I do not only not notice, but even comforting him. This is basically not important. We just want to know we can beat them now. Hear me? Van Vien instinctively look at Kwang Kwang Fox. Holy Kwang looked to the other side of the river. Heavy voice, there are more than 3,000 people below. Furthermore, they are not like the aristocratic army we met before. It is the army under the Nanjing. Van Vien is afraid of me. Hurry to explain. This time is different from the previous time, you player. Appointment. Even if your Majesty uses soldiers like a god, winning is also a tragedy. Even Lythean Guyan could not help but remind us. Currently there are only 1,000 horse. If the loss is too much here, what about the next time I rushed into Nanjing? I did not immediately answer. If you want to hear whatever they have, Lythean Gin softly said, Your Majesty has previously appeared in Luthan. Again, the defeat of the Hao tribe must have attracted attention. If the god guess is not wrong, the army surrounded His Highness and money will be divided to siege destruction. Sire, Van Vien in the blink of an eye understands Lythean Guyan, stealing words if they loosen the encirclement for your Highness. So we turn now. Surprisingly, the army with the army of Highness. Here, I lost my patience to interrupt them. Talking over and over was just a retreat to find Ka. So how much effort we spend to collect 1,000 people is calculated. Van Vien has a white face. Advised 3 times, Your Majesty, important life. Absolutely cannot act according to emotion, but right now, Pepper stands out to support me. His decision is not merely an emotional action. After saying that, I signal to Asa to say my intentions. Asa explained 2 days have just been on the road. Tai and you still have the surrounding movement, our north. At this time, there are 3 troops surrounding us. 2 of them are the main force of Nanjing with Hen Flag, and 1 team is the mixed troops of the rebellious trench. The total number of people exceeded 5,000. Even if we hear this number, we almost peed out pants for fear. Many such people rush towards this one of us. Add to the army blocking us ahead, we can be considered as the 4 enemy life. Lythean Nugian bowed his head. Compared to the rear pressure, the pressure to cross the river is smaller. I continue, we have no way back. If even this long-lasting crowd could not be solved, everyone quickly surrendered, slave for Kim Kwok, who doubted that the holy Kwang heard this word up and jumped up, lied, and did not make dogs for the Kim Kwok people. Not only him, everyone present is steadfastly looking at me. I see in their eyes. Nobody objected. I could not help but laugh out loud. Interesting. It is really interesting. It seems that everyone's thoughts have agreed. So now the most important issue, it is how to devour them with the smallest price. After saying that, we look at Awaina. Awaina immediately shouted, what do we do? 3,000 muscular men who have exhausted, we can't do it. I clicked my tongue. What a useless name. Only so many of them and stationed in the lowlands, not afraid of being engulfed by water. Van Vien suddenly understood. Water engulfed the army. This place through the mountains. Want to improve the water level here. Must use mountains to fill the riverbed, but the mountain rock here is extremely tough. I immediately clapped one hand. Great, it is really wonderful. Ha ha ha. Is this my expertise? Just do that. After saying that, I looked at Asa. The fighter gun was so far away. Explosives certainly not a problem. Asa hesitated a bit. His Majesty, the book of that god we have studied almost. If you want to explode the mountain, I am afraid to prepare at least one day. Hearing that, in my eyes flashed yellow. This time you see how you support. We just need to use a little small tricks. Immediately the generals still suspected that we were in the blink of an eye. Not only does he really show the hope of winning Nanjing, but also made the great troops blocked here. Heavy losses. It turned out to not waste a good soldier, but safely cross the river. I shouted to make explosives. For mountains to make river water level rise, let the water engulf the troops. Asa does not help my expectations. Less than 1 day has finished explosives under the coordination of the soldiers, very quickly putting explosives that have been made exactly on each key position. That Pepper next to witness was full of doubt. Such big mountains, less than 10 packages of explosives can actually explode. Asa heard very confident. In the book, this is called explosive orientation. Just explode the special features. It is possible to destroy the stress structure of the mountain. Not long after, delegation of explosive installers withdrew from the mountain range, although the book is very detailed. But when it comes to testing the results, Asa is still full of anxiety, along with a flame burning the charm in hand. The installation packages that have been installed are detonated. Immediately after that, the explosion resounded in the valley, but until the fire disappeared, the high mountain in front of him was still not moving. Asa, is this you say there is no problem? As soon as Tiu was disappointed, Asa suddenly pointed to the mountain slopes. Quickly look, the next moment, only see a crack from the foot of the mountain spread to the entire peak. An explosion of heaven. The whole mountain shook, collapsed. Asa could not help but excitedly cried out, "Success! Success! Pepper, do you see?" Tiu now shocked face, in the eyes filled with deeply astonishment at this scene. The other side, we are downstream, waiting for Asa's plan to be successful. But the Lake of Kwang next to wait for a long time is a bit insecure, Your Majesty. He told us the night to create bamboo rafts here, but surrounded by high mountains, we basically cannot cross the river. I intentionally mysterious, tell him to keep waiting. Very quickly we have been tested. Rumbling from the upstream came, look in the direction of the sound, seeing the big waves flooded with this side. But people after seeing this scene, there is not much joy, but on the contrary, fear, flash floods, flashes have come. Ho Luat Kwang was terrified, turning towards me loudly, Your Majesty, what should this do? Lythenigayan huffed coldly. What panic? This is His Majesty in exchange for the relic that His Majesty showed. There are many more later. Hyoinko, the whole person expected to look towards me. I shouted loudly, jump into the air. The generals follow me. The next legal owner led up. Having been prepared, the French owner follows me, borrowing this momentum of breath rushing into the great Nanjing. But the shadow of my back kicks on the shocking river, also makes Kwang Kwang feel shocked after surprise 2.5. The joy on the surface of Kwang Lu could not be suppressed anymore. His Majesty God War Vovo Thang. The generals below also shouted, His Majesty God War Vovo Thang. Just say everyone sat firmly on bamboo rafts, step large. We do not spend a good soldier that destroyed 3,000 enemy troops, and beyond the desire to achieve a system achievement, increasing many points of national energy. Not only does it make us be farther away from the dream of success and failure to return home, but also makes those guys more crazy to sell their lives. Before that, a few kilometers away in Halu River Beach, Kim Kwok soldiers are unknown. In a while, you will face the destruction. Hardship. You said it was well fighting properly. Do not lead us here to do. This is the front beach. Fear of national money from this side. The other soldier seemed to hear something funny, laughing loudly. Did you say that the name of the emperor would beat here? Do not joke anymore. He can stay for a few more days without breaking the city gate is good already. So we come here just as a pretend. Basically no need to worry. But suddenly the man woke up, waking up. Do you hear anything? Not waiting for him to answer. The rushing sound of the river was flooded with his knees. A bunch of generals immediately feared looking behind them. What is this? Only seeing large waves flooded all the moonlight can be seen. A loud noise. All the generals were beaten by big waves. Even those barracks as well as stickers. Easy to be destroyed. Most of the generals have not even made a call for help. Having drowned in the flooded stream, wait until the big wave will withdraw. Some lucky soldiers survive, climb the big rocks around. The general helplessly looked at the surrounding brothers and sisters, a desperate thought that could not help but rise in the heart. But very quickly in his eyes, only fear left, only saw on the river not far away. The black shadow from under the water appears. Witness the tragic scene here. The corner of our mouth lifted up a cold smile. No mercy, I held up the long sword in my hand. They heard the command, follow me to kill. In the moment the military attacks simultaneously stretched the long bow in their hands. The rain seemed to pour the water rushing first. The general worriedly turned around and shouted loudly, withdrawing, quickly withdraw. But the words are not over yet. A welding religion made his head and body leave each other. Each group of generals riding bamboo rafts, like a meat grinder, easy to reap these poor lives. Ho Lu Kwang kept the battlefield later, continuously shooting sharp arrows, shoot dead enemy troops, but on his face there was no half-happy, and dissatisfied. All or not protest, this battle is so boring. I turned my head to look at the name of Loy in this place. Ho Lu Kwang immediately changed his voice, a little bored. You do not need to reduce troops. Suddenly, a familiar voice makes us unable to change. Congratulate the owner, sign skillfully using hydraulic, take a little more enemy, defeat the Kim Kwok army. Activate the event of defeating Kwok Thoi Yemi. In the history of the host, Guan Yu used to borrow floods to defeat the 7 troops, getting alive forbidden to kill Bang Duck I Chan Hoa. Though Yemi lost the military, making the owner profit less, the accumulation of thousands. Currently there are 3,900 points. Hearing this we can't help sighing deeply. Increase the national power again. It is okay to be too okay. Anyway, deducting points is harder than plus points. Let the other survive. When I heard that I instructed 1,000 horse and dared to go to Kim Kwok's hose. Our godfather Singer is not only worried, but also ordering the entire army not to go to the hospital at all. Just because he is for me, the name often breaks this rule, full of confidence. At the same time, outside the city of Fufeng now full of corpses, the cold bowl lifted the last enemy and stood firmly. Gently swing your hand, another life vanish, only a little level of this level. Before that, there was a marshal a bit interesting. Wang Marshall followed behind explaining. He said that the immense image of Dark Dynasty Dome was balanced. This person, along with half of the people who were gone before, together with the horse to the south, hearing this news, in the eyes of the map filled with murky appearance, considered as he met the dog. Wang Sui continued to say, another intelligence. I just received the news. Your Majesty does not know where to collect 1,000 horse troops, not only fighting through Moklong River, but also on the riverbank to get a lot of enemies. Winning Truongka troops. Hearing this, Dudalo was happy. So the army withdrew was to surround him. This brother of mine is indeed the best in causing trouble. Wang marshal in his eyes flashed a ray of anxiety. The position of Fufeng was relieved. Should we send the army to the south to receive his majesty? But Tu shook his head slightly. Continuing must be added, but not now. I promised him I will maintain the rear. So now what to do is to win the money. Wang Sui suddenly reacted. Just relieve money for money. The horse that we can mobilize will be abundant. Dudahaha laughed. No need to worry. What about surrounded by many sides? Are the myths that he created as few? I believe my brother definitely has a way to deal. On the other side, inside Truongka camp, a shadow came from the ruins destroyed. Cold laughter constantly transmitted from the bottom of the black shirt. This is the defeat of the other family, as he said. He brought out a thin, dry arm like a tree. The next moment, the other hand suddenly doubled, holding a river-crushed rock on the river. This is the smell of gunpowder. But it seems a bit different. The secret of this name is really not less. This is really increasingly interesting. Dark V behind his back softly said, Figure, do you want to take action with him first? The immoral picture does not notice. Continue to speak by yourself. He is definitely not enough troops. Must borrow these outsons. The V could not help but remind. Figure hand his command is to tell us after exploring the situation. Wait for the army with the main force. Feasible. The injury is still immersed in his world, causing trouble. Not good, not good. His 1,000 troops are fake. So is not at my good opportunity. I want to enjoy his pupils on the tip of the tongue. Interesting. It is really interesting. Haha, the last V could not help it chew loudly. Figure handy Doc has instructed. The next moment the image was directly piercing his head. The sound is cold like a tunnel transmitted from the bottom of the black shirt. When will the governor of the governor be able to order the invisible picture? When I am immersed in love, when to look at the face of others, the scary roar made the remaining guardians in horror. It seems not enough to be angry. The immoral image brings the name dare to interrupt him crushed into ashes. After finishing all this, he glanced at the guard behind his back. Now anyone has any idea? After saying that, he turned and jumped into the river. If there is no idea, follow me. But on the other side of the river, each loud laugh came from the tent. I have one hand hugging a saw, one side is lazy. The two of you set up great. In the evening we will reward generous. Luck Kwang raised a cup of wine. We have no losses that we have destroyed all the enemy. The salary in the camp is also very affluent. We earn big. Lythean Gain was a bit worried. This battle also revealed our position. Next we go deep into Nanjing. Not only the front has obstacles, the enemy behind will also chase constantly. Consumption struggle from our arms. The name of the dead in Luthan previously claimed to be an obsession. He is a special elite army like Kinvi. The holder haunts the invincible business harder to deal with. In my opinion, he understands him. He will definitely not help but take action with you, but hear this. I calmed him again. No need to worry. I soon thought of the book. To deal with the upcoming strong enemy, we directly ordered the entire army to abandon the attack on Kim Kwok. Directly withdraw. This action not only hit the enemy an unexpected blow, even the subordinates are blank. It turned out because of the great attack on my water loss, not only revealing his current position, but also led to the most feared assassination organization Kim Kwok. Obsess, faced with such despair, I could not help but laugh. Did not people say it is not good for people? I soon thought of the book. Hear me say that everyone looked at me simultaneously. I stood up and looked around everyone. After the whole adjustment is finished, immediately prepare to march, abandon the attack of Kim Kwok. We crossed the river withdrawing to the territory of money. Holut Kwong heard this word, also almost because he was so surprised and choked to die. Van Vien was the first person to question, Your Majesty. The general did not understand why he had to withdraw troops. I spread my arms out, definitely laughed and said, Is this difficult to understand? You guys also said, we only have 1,000 horse troops. Now go deep into the territory of Kim Kwok. Behind the chasing troops, are not you death by yourself? Van Vien looked worried. But two previous matches, we are obviously great victory. I am a bit funny. Previously just based on the superiority of technology, plus a little luck, you really think that I am the metal? Can you lead you away to kill Nanjing? Lythean Gaian suddenly understood, such loudly, Your Majesty during the challenge of pretending to cross the river, to attract the enemy to attack and stimulate soldiers' weapons. This time is still this technique. I could not help but feel extremely exhausted. Stop imagining anymore. At that time, I just wanted to lose. I turned to look at everyone. This time, I really wanted to withdraw to the east coast. Say it out. Once a hero also faced such despair, Lythean Gaian looked surprised. I really want to know which character is ultimately newly respected the threshold. Destroy our words. Ask the opposite. How can we easily avoid chasing troops? The injured image of the scale. Them Tien. Recently, I will definitely lead to business with us. missed on the way to withdraw and encountered them. We will definitely be destroyed. Hearing this name, I bowed and said, no need to worry. We have some ideas that need a bit of practice. After saying that, we defy everyone's opinion, forced order to withdraw. The plan does not change. It is too much before I want to leave a few small gifts. Then I laughed at Awaine. There is one thing that needs you to help. Not waiting for me to open my mouth, Awaina shouted loudly, absolutely not. The little girl, you are looking at my ability. The old lady alliance with you is for you to assassinate me, not to let you wrong like a gun. I was a bit angry because of her stupidity and shook my head. Stop pretending. How many days contact? I have seen it soon. You are the right stimulation, right? In your bones, you are an irritating animal. If you say I was assassinated by me, but if you really want, the fighting ability of your other dog early caused a great rebellion in the army, is not it? Awaina in the blink of an eye blushing. Talking also becomes stuttering. I found an opportunity to kill you. I do not take action now. I am afraid that you will not lose enough. I hugged her one hand. You are teasing me again. You still just tease me. Teases me punishing you. I am right. Di is joking. In her mind, she was early in confusion. What was this guy doing? Why are we so excited? I suddenly took out a chain looking down from him as long as you obediently obey. Because of me I use it, so I will naturally satisfy you if you understand. Not it.